The scene fades into darkness. Blood stains the stone floor of corridor. The heavenly demon stands over a fallen figure, her expression unreadable. A voice, strained and pained, responds to an unheard question. The heavenly demon stands with her sword drawn, a silent threat. The camera shifts to the figure on the ground, their face obscured by shadow. A beam of light pierces the darkness, illuminating the scene. The dark-haired protagonist sits against a wall, breathing heavily. The heavenly demon stands over him, a caption revealing that someone would have known the protagonist would be in this state. The text declares that this woman is the direct bloodline disciple of the Sword Supreme. The heavenly demon stands with a figure behind her, both radiating power. The question lingers, was someone so powerful? Energy crackles around the heavenly demon as she stands amidst fallen figures. The heavenly demon unleashes a devastating attack. The heavenly demon's attack tore through the battlefield, leaving devastation in its wake. The force of the blow was such that she could slay hundreds of demonic humans. The aftermath revealed the sheer number of demonic humans that had been felled. The figure responsible for the carnage stood tall, her sword still raised. The scale of the attack prompted disbelief. With just one attack, the blow was delivered by the one who slayed Divine Blade, Waisila. The impact of the strike sent shockwaves through the area. The force of the attack was immense, leaving a swirling vortex of energy. The heavenly demon's grip tightened on the hilt of their blade. The blade crackled with energy as it prepared to strike again. The heavenly demon stood ready, poised to unleash another devastating blow. The heavenly demon's golden eyes narrowed, their expression intense. The text declared that the heavenly demon was the one who had caused the Great Orthodox Demon War. The protagonist, battered and bruised, heard the heavenly demon say that they were sure he knew. The heavenly demon demanded to know where the remaining demonic humans had gone. He could feel even an inkling of guilt. He knew, but he couldn't speak, his vocal cords destroyed. And the heart pulsed. It continued to beat. The heart was held tightly. The bind stopped him. She offered him a last chance. Everyone wanted him dead, but if he helped, she would do everything she could to save him. So please. So, was it because of the hatred she had for the demonic humans she couldn't capture? It could be. The reason for this was likely due to Meteor Blade Jang Xinyan. Nearby, a blonde woman stood with her back to the viewer. It was said that her fiancé had been kidnapped by the demonic humans. How ridiculous, the dark-haired protagonist thought. Was the woman who was stronger than anyone in the world anxious just because of one man? The protagonist lay on the ground. The blonde woman attacked. If she had known he was this vile, she thought that she would have killed him when she first met him, regretting not having done so. The first time they met. What did she think that was? It was probably different from what he remembered. Yeah, the young man wondered where things went wrong. He was a traitor who stabbed countless people in the back and sided with the demonic humans. Right, he thought that this was just karma catching up with him. The young woman sniffled, tears welling in her eyes as she remained trapped behind bars. Nearby, the sound of something breaking echoed through the stone chamber. Across the room, Gu Yanshun knelt on the ground, head bowed. The woman called out to Gu Yanshun, questioning what he was doing. A hand lay outstretched on the stone floor, stained with blood. Energy surged, the air crackling with unseen power. The source of the energy seemed to emanate from Gu Yanshun, who remained kneeling. He thought about the curse placed upon him. He knew that if he broke the conditions, there'd be dire consequences. A figure loomed, warning that if he broke the conditions, his heart would explode, killing him. A surge of demonic energy erupted around Gu Yanshun. It was the heavenly demon's demonic art. The condition was clear, to not betray the demon cult. Gu Yanshun heard a voice calling out to him, asking if he could hear them. The woman asked why he was suddenly bleeding, but Gu Yanshun realized he couldn't even hear her properly anymore. The young master lay on the ground, his mind racing with what-ifs as he considered the events that had led him to this point. Framed, he thought, manipulated against his own will. She loomed over him, her expression unreadable, as if he thought he had a litany of excuses he could offer. Her eyes reflected a deep sorrow, or perhaps regret. But it was too late. He realized there was no point anymore. His hand, stained with blood, scrawled a final message. His body, riddled with wounds, lay still. The scene was a brutal tableau of death. His face, marred by blood and pain, was a mask of finality. He wondered why he had lived this kind of life. In the distance, a figure sat in silent contemplation. The figure remained motionless, a silent observer of the tragedy. The young man's face is partially obscured by his hand, his purple eyes reflecting a deep sadness. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon smiles, a single word escaping his lips, brother. A bright light shines, accompanied by a wish, be happy. Elsewhere, Gu Yanshun lies on the ground, injured, as a woman desperately calls out his name, asking if he can hear her. The young man's eyes are filled with regret, all the small and big regrets that built up to make his life. Elsewhere, the female companion sits alone, surrounded by bones. A foot steps into a puddle, disturbing the still water. The female companion remains seated, her head bowed. A figure looms over her, asking you. The female companion looks up, and the figure says, "I am so sorry." The young man's face is shown again, his expression unreadable. Gu Yanchuan's name is called out again. Gu Yanchun is being called out again. Gu Yanchuan's face is bloodied and bruised. Even this life. The young master wiped at his face, though he denied that he was crying, insisting it was merely rainwater. The heavenly demon observed him, noting that he wasn't crying. She wondered if the moon had risen yet. The young master confirmed that it was up there. The heavenly demon realized that both of them were present. She thought that was good. She knew it now. Gu Yanchun of the Shangshi Gu clan. The heavenly demon held the young master close, before betraying them and turning to the demonic side. The demonic cult lost the great Orthodox demon war, and Gu Yanchun was tortured as a prisoner of war before dying. Potato. Do you want potato? She holds out the potato, offering it with a hopeful expression. The sudden gesture catches the young man off guard. He stares at the potato, his expression unreadable. The surrounding crowd watches the exchange with curiosity. Someone asks what is happening. The crowd continues to observe the pair. The young man is clearly confused by the offering. The young man wondered what was going on. He was sure that he had violated the heavenly demon's prohibition. He recalled the moment. His heart had exploded. That explosion caused his life to end in Yciola's arms. He was sure that was what happened. But his heart was beating normally, as if nothing had happened. Besides, judging from his small and clean hands, this must be his younger self. He wondered if this was a dream. But then why? He wondered if this was when he first met her. He wondered what he had said back then again. Time seemed to rewind. The girl gasped, surprised by the sudden appearance of the potatoes. Elsewhere, a group of people hurried down a dark corridor. An enraged voice boomed, questioning how someone dared to shove their way in, not knowing their place. The speaker's eyes glowed red with fury. The young master, seemingly unaffected by the outburst, wondered aloud if that wasn't what he had said. He reflected on his current situation, noting that as he was getting to view this in a dream, it seemed he had a lot of regrets left. The girl asked if he didn't like potatoes. He smiled, thanking her and saying he would enjoy it. The potatoes were then placed in his hands. He took a bite. The young master exclaimed in pain, noting that it wasn't reality, but it felt so hot. The girl laughed, pointing out that his face had turned red. Someone shouted for the young master. The voice continued, noting that the young master had suddenly disappeared, and this was where he was. He thought to himself, wondering who his bodyguard was and what his name was. The memory continued to unfold as the young master recalled a specific name, wondering if it was Muyan. He admitted to himself that he had been worried something had happened. Suddenly, the memory shifted to a moment of playful interaction, with the young girl protagonist laughing as she offered him something. The scene then cut to an older man, presumably the clan head, scolding someone with a loud, "How dare you?" The young master, in response to the scolding, insisted that it was fine and told the other person to give it to him. Someone asked him to repeat what he said, and the young master clarified that he was referring to the honey cookie, stating that he knew they definitely had it. The memory showed the young master looking expectantly at the girl. He then asked if she was talking about the honey cookie. The girl was seen handing over the honey cookie. The young master accepted the cookie, saying of course he thought to himself that he had received a delicious potato, but this was the only thing he could give her. The memory then focused on the girl's reaction. She held the cookie with a surprised and delighted expression. She thought to herself that it was her first time getting something that shines like this. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at the honey cookie. She exclaimed with joy. The girl's generosity seemed to spark confusion among the others present. Suddenly, the clan head was seen rushing forward, calling out. The second child embraced the clan head, relieved that they were safe. The clan head scolded her, telling her not to let go of his hand. The second child reassured him that everything was all right and that she even got the potatoes. The clan head questioned if she was hurt anywhere, worried that she might have caused an accident. She insisted that she was fine. Elsewhere, the young man recognized someone. The clan head reached out to him. The clan head questioned where she was dragging him, explaining that his granddaughter didn't know the ways of the world and had committed a serious offense against the young master of a prestigious family. The clan had apologized if she had offended him in any way. The young man replied that it was fine. He added that if anything, he was the one expressing his thanks. He thought to himself that he had just happened to get hungry, and thankfully, she gave him a potato which he enjoyed. The young man stood silently, his expression unreadable as he clasped his hands in front of him. An offering was presented to him, a decorative pastry held delicately between two hands. The question hung in the air. Would he accept it? The clan head observed the exchange, his gaze intense as he watched the pastry being offered. Nearby, a young woman reacted with excitement, her eyes wide as she watched the pastry being presented. A firm refusal echoed, declaring that they could not accept something so precious. They would. Before the sentence could be finished, someone shouted for the elder to wait as they rushed to intervene. The person pleaded with the elder to wait just a moment, suggesting that if the young master was still angry, he should take it out on them. The young man was presented with a basket of potatoes. He was told that this was the answer. A voice declared, "See you later." The young man was offered more potatoes. He was told that it was enough. The clan head's expression remained stern. A voice whispered in shock, realizing that they had found him. Two figures walked away from the building. The young man stood beside the clan head, observing the surroundings. That elder. The narrator explains that this elder held the position of the Murim Alliance leader until recently, and was one of the three supremes. They were hailed as the strongest in Murim, spreading fear and terror amongst the unorthodox members. The Sword Supreme. Why hide a gun? The scene shifts to a dark, abstract depiction of the Sword Supreme. Just what is the Sword Supreme doing in a place like this? Even if this is a dream, I was almost killed. The scene shifts to a close-up of the ground, with light filtering through. A young girl smiles, holding out a basket of potatoes. The young man looks off to the side, a slight smile on his face. "Young master, you need to go back now." The young man walks through the town. Following the decision, they turn to leave. A voice echoed, declaring that it no longer held any regrets. Then, another voice urged someone to wake up. The world was filled with flowers. Petals fell from the sky. The sky was bright. Meanwhile, a voice called out to the young master, announcing their arrival. The young master, looking troubled, remained silent. Nearby, another figure wondered why it wasn't ending, questioning if it was a dream and why they hadn't woken up yet if it was. A disembodied voice pondered what was happening if it wasn't a dream. The voice wondered if this was related to the heavenly demon's curse. Another voice found the situation fascinating. The clan head stood with his arms crossed, listening intently. A voice echoed, remarking that someone had come instead of running away. The clan head walked with purpose, his footsteps echoing through the courtyard as he approached the assembled members. Meanwhile, the name Flame Swordgu Yanseo hung in the air, a heavy weight between the young master and his second oldest sister. It was Yanseo who despised him more than anyone, and now, it seemed, the reason everyone was gathered was because of her. The shadows of the clan members stretched long, a silent anticipation building as the clan head's arrival drew near. The young master was confronted by another, who questioned what he was up to this time. The sister warned that if he was planning on doing something nonsensical, he should end it here. Feet planted, she told him to screw off. The young master retorted that he was only there because he had to be. Another voice admitted that it was his fault. He added that he would apologize to the clan head later. Suddenly, a voice boomed, calling out Guyanshan. A figure exploded into motion, a burst of energy erupting around them. The figure's eyes burned with intensity as they moved. They moved with incredible speed. Someone admitted they didn't know what trick was being planned, but it would be good to stop it now. The second child's anger was palpable, her expression a storm of fury. That anger was reaching a boiling point. The calm male youth warned her to stop acting like a scoundrel, but then paused, sensing something. A tremor ran through the air. A figure on horseback appeared, cloaked in dark energy. The arrival was heralded by a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The clan head demanded to know what all the commotion was about. The clan head is surrounded by his subordinates. The clan head gazes up at the sky. Elsewhere, the young master sits with his hands clasped together. The clan head's expression is grim as he looks up. The clan head's robes are seen in a close-up. The clan head's face is shown in a close-up, his expression serious. One of the clan head's subordinates confirms that they do have a sword unit preparing. He asks if they have a sword unit preparing right now. The subordinate explains that the first sword unit has been resting after coming back, and the fourth sword unit is currently waiting. He is then told to have the fourth sword unit finish preparations and come find the clan head. The clan head subordinates are seen walking through the courtyard. The clan head thinks that he doesn't know if this is a dream or reality, but that gaze is as burdensome as ever. The clan head tells the second child that once the meal is over, she should come to the patriarch room by herself. The clan head walks away, instructing someone to come to the patriarch room by themselves. Inside the patriarch's room, a long table was set with food, but the atmosphere was far from celebratory. The meal, though elaborate, seemed to mock the tension in the air. The second child thought to himself that the meal atmosphere was the same as ever. He clicked his chopsticks together, frustrated that he couldn't tell whether he was eating through his lips or nose. The second child found it uncomfortable enough that the clan head had called him separately, and he wished someone could do something about the meal atmosphere. The clan head, observing the second child, remarked that he had heard he had made an achievement in martial arts. The second child confirmed that he had a small enlightenment and had become a 3-star a few days ago. The clan head stated that he was advanced for his age and that it was good to see, encouraging him to continue to devote himself. The second child thanked him, and the clan head thought to himself that it was quite impressive that he was already a 3-star at that age. The clan head thought that it was a given, since a person gifted with talent like him was also working hard, and told him to sit down and continue his meal. The clan head thought that even the second child knew how to smile, and that she looked way better when she was smiling. The second child retracted her earlier statement, realizing the clan head was not regarding her with indifference. Elsewhere, the calm male youth was questioned about his recent trip to the streets. He confirmed that he had briefly gone out because he had something to do. The clan head's words echoed in young man protagonist's mind. The young man protagonist slammed his chopsticks on the table. The calm male youth noticed the young man protagonist's reaction and thought that he looked like he wanted to say something. The calm male youth recalled that the clan head wanted to see him after the meal, and he was sure the clan head would mention the young master. The clan head had instructed him to rest well that day and to come to the clan head's room the next day. The young man protagonist wondered what was with this change. The scene shifted to an exterior view of the building. The young man protagonist, looking out the window, realized that since he still hadn't woken up, it wasn't a dream. He wondered if this was the regression he had only ever heard about. He clenched his fist in frustration. He considered his situation. The young man protagonist thought that this meant he'd be able to kill the heavenly demon first, but then dismissed that as an absurd statement that could be stopped in a moment's breeze. He questioned how he could kill the heavenly demon when he killed all three supremes who were said to be above the heavens. When he thought about his past life, when he lived as a damned demonic human, he had truly been reborn. Underneath the heavenly demon, he had only wanted to survive. He could see that he had so many regrets, but his regret-filled past life helped him realize so many things. He had truly been reborn. He wanted to choose another life. The heavenly demon would be killed by Siola anyway, and the demonic cult would disappear as well. Until everything was resolved, he would just live a quiet life doing what he could. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He wouldn't repeat his regrets from his past life. So first, energy crackled around him. He focused his energy. A fiery orb materialized in his hand. He chuckled. He searched his entire body, but this was all the internal energy he could find. The realization of how incredible his sister is dawns on him. She is only 1 year older, but already a 3-star. Still, it wasn't as if he couldn't do anything about it. He could train with the cultivation technique only passed down to the blood relatives of the Gu clan. The Gu flame wheel art. Once he became a 4-star, he'd be able to emit flaming internal energy by cultivating it slowly, as if blooming a flower. And when he became a 7-star, he'd be able to wrap it around his body. But right now, he was just a mere 1-star. He needed to gather internal energy as quickly as he could and polish it until he became a 2-star. In order to live a smooth life unlike in his past life, he shouldn't be borrowing the power of demonic humans. But instead, he would increase his own power. The problem was clear. He needed to increase his power. The strain of his efforts was visible. Despite the difficulty, the young man protagonist continued his training. He knew that if he pushed himself too hard, he might actually die. The effort was taking a toll on his body. With his current abilities, using internal energy wasn't easy. If he kept going, he might actually suffer from energy deviation. But he pressed on, a determined grin spreading across his face. The young man protagonist realized he'd gotten some results. His internal energy began to manifest. It was an early stage, but he had become a 2-star. He resolved to keep going. Step by step, he would increase his power. He was determined to live a different life from his last one, in a way that wasn't slow. He wouldn't do any nonsense that might have a negative influence. He considered his future. The morning sun shone brightly as a small bird chirped on a branch. Despite the peaceful morning, the young man protagonist groaned in discomfort. He wondered how training could make his whole body ache so much. The young man protagonist lay sprawled on the floor of his room, exhausted. He realized it was his fault for not training until now, acknowledging he had a long path ahead. He resolved to go to the clan head's room in the afternoon. Until then, he considered whether he should train more. The young man protagonist stood in a doorway, speaking to someone. The person he was speaking to was lying down. The young girl protagonist looked up with a bright smile. She reached out her hand. In the darkness, a voice questioned what was being stared at. From the void, a voice asked if someone wasn't going home. The man observed the anomaly in the sky, realizing it wasn't a star and wondering if it had been there before. The man could only utter a confused, One day, the world would change. Monsters began to emerge. They were ravenous and many. Monsters tore through empty space. It was also known as the Gates of the Demon Realm. Each sect worked to raise the only group that could fight against the monsters. These groups were also known as sword units, and every sect needed to have one. The Gu clan had 5 sword units. Gu Weibai was the unit commander. The eldest sister, Gu Weibai, was the unit commander of the 5th sword unit, and a troublemaker spent half of his life under her harsh command. That was where Siola was formally met. However, the incident should have taken place half a year later. It was after the potato incident that he met Siola. The incident should have taken place half a year later. However, Siola greeted him, saying they meet again. The young man, having slept late the previous night, walked towards Siola. He admitted that he had slept late the previous night. Suddenly, someone grabbed the hem of his robe, shouting for him to wait. Wai Seola grabbed the robe of the young master. She said it was nice to meet him. Wai Seola stated that from today onwards, it was nice to meet him. The clan head's hand reached out. The clan head was frustrated that he already told her. The clan head told Wai Seola that she can't treat the young master like that. The young master was taken aback by the clan head's words. He wondered what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Wai Seola apologized to the clan head. The young master wondered what was going on. The young master remained confused by the situation. A voice introduced itself as Wai Mun, stating they would be serving him. The clan head explained that Wai Mun would be serving the young master from then on, in gratitude to the clan head. Wai Mun stated that the young master might not be satisfied with the servitude of a weak old man, but they would give it their all. The young master questioned if the name was Wai Mun, not Wai Hyagun. Wai Mun stated that they would be the young master's grandfather from then on. Wai Mun said it was nice to meet the young master, who was still trying to understand who he was supposed to serve. The young master was confused by the situation. The young master felt like he was already in a bad situation from the start of his life. The young master understood and asked if he could refer to him as Yangshun instead of calling him young master. The young master seemed to accept the situation. The young master noticed that it was a real broom. An old man with a long white beard stands with his back to the viewer, holding a broom. He appears to be observing the grounds. The old man pauses, his expression thoughtful as he looks off into the distance. Meanwhile, another man questions if something is right. More importantly, he seems to be thinking about something else. A stack of red robes wobbles precariously. One of the women carrying the robes is encouraged to keep going. Seola insists that she can carry all the robes herself, despite the danger. Suddenly, the stack of robes topples, sending Seola tumbling to the ground. Seola cries out as she falls. The robes and the bucket scatter across the courtyard. The other servants watch as Seola lies on the ground, surrounded by the fallen robes. The old man watches the scene unfold, a look of concern on his face. He sniffs, seemingly reacting to the situation. The man from before thinks that it's all right and that everyone makes mistakes. He wonders how Seola can be so clumsy when she should possess martial art talent within her. The clan head, still inside, felt a throbbing pain in his head. Meanwhile, Seola was asked where she was going. She simply hummed in response. The clan head told her to finish whatever she was working on. Seola was told to follow him wherever he went, and he demanded to know who gave her that order. The clan head continued to press her for an answer. He wondered if Wai Mun was Seola's direct servant. Seola thought that they just dumped that role on her because they didn't want to deal with him. The clan head wondered if it was okay for his personal servant to be decided so haphazardly. He thought that Wai Seola was fine, but the Sword Supreme was too much pressure. Seola announced that she was all done. The clan head wondered if his father even knew of their identity, or if he just didn't care because too many servants quit. Wai Mun told him he was told to come to his room today, so he would find out when he got there. Wai Mun wondered just what was going on right now. The clan head's second child and a female servant descend the stairs. Meanwhile, young master is called out to wait. The female companion calls out to the young master. The young master tells her to stay and get the hang of things first, before she asks where he thinks he is going. The female companion's eyes begin to water. She quietly agrees. Elsewhere, Wai Mun continues to walk with their staff. Back with the young master and the female companion, he tells her to finish learning how to do her job. The young master walks away, leaving the female companion behind. He pauses at a door, thinking to himself. He reassures her that he will bring her a treat, so she should try her best. The young master opens the door slightly. The door slams shut. The female companion is excited at the prospect of a treat. Wai Mun continues to walk. The young master found the sight too frightening. He reflected on how they were never that close in his previous life, and that he didn't think they'd ever personally talk like this. He wondered what he should even say. He was sure the clan head had something to tell him, since he called for him first. After he heard what the clan head had to say, he would ask him why Seola and why Hyagun were in his quarters. The clan head asked what the young master was waiting for, startling him. The clan head told him to get inside. The young master wondered if saying crap in front of the clan head was acceptable. The young master thought he should have just died back there. The clan head asked if he saw the new servants. The young master confirmed that he greeted them this morning. The clan head asked what he thought of them. The young master stated that he was grateful the clan head appointed him a servant for his convenience. The clan head took a sip. The clan head told him not to ask him yet, and that he would let him know in time. The young master understood. The young master realized that his father sent them as servants despite knowing everything. He wondered if the clan had agreed on something with Wai Hyagun. The young master was told not to worry about minor problems. He was instructed to prepare to head for the Unified Dragon Assembly tomorrow, and he confirmed that he would. Meanwhile, the calm male youth questioned the Unified Dragon Assembly. The calm male youth wondered what that was again, his eyes widening in realization. The words the Unified Dragon Assembly echoed in his mind. The young master was told to slit his throat. He was given a direct order. The young master was being addressed directly. The question was posed. Did he detest going to the Unified Dragon Assembly? The assembly was a topic of discussion. It was an important event where new members of the sword units were chosen. It was held biannually. For the sake of the sword units, who worked in closing the gates of the demon realm, risking their own lives for the sake of the Gu clan, and the residents of Shangxi. It was a given that those of the Gu clan's direct bloodline would be required to attend such an event. He had been told to slit his throat. He was sure he could get out of going if he was dead. The question was posed, wouldn't the clan head kill him himself? Even Elder Li would be there. Elder Li was being called out. The young man recalled that he would be beaten if he ran away again. He wondered who it could be. Among the elders, Elder Li was especially nasty. Elder Li always believed that he had to act with decorum, as he was the only son in the family, which in turn made him responsible for the clan's honor and prestige. He was someone a young man should be grateful to, but he was quite the busy man. He remembered being told he needed to be more respectful. Despite that, Elder Li would come find him to teach him whenever he had time. All of his scolding and punishments made him want to avoid him as much as he could. Even his father was never that attentive to him. It was amazing how he managed to turn out to be such a loser despite his lessons. He was just talking to himself, wondering when they had to leave. He overheard that they would leave as soon as everyone was ready. Nearby, two figures stood on the porch, while others commented on Xiola's beauty, joking that she would break every man's heart when she grew up. Manhwa was asked if he was not ready yet. He apologized to the young master, explaining he was trying to take care of Xiola. The young master asked if Xiola had caused trouble again. Xiola's beauty was undeniable, a fact not lost on those around her. Indeed, it seemed everyone was saying how pretty she was. The compliments seemed to have little effect on her. The young master, however, couldn't help but notice her beauty. Xiola wondered aloud if she was pretty. The journey continued. The young master's face flushed. He was clearly flustered by her question. The carriage sped along. Xiola exclaimed how cool it was. The carriage was indeed moving super fast. The young master asked if this was her first time riding in one. Xiola remarked that she thought horses were just for eating and wondered where Mian said the Unified Dragon Assembly was going to be held. The young master explained that they were going to the Heavenly Exchange and that the shopping district in Shangxi was famous. He added that it seemed Elder Li put a lot of effort into this one and suggested that Xiola take a nap, as it would take about 4 hours. Xiola agreed, mentioning that she couldn't sleep at all because of training the previous night. Xiola continued to complain about the horse meat, saying it smelled funky and that she hadn't gotten much sleep lately. But despite her complaints, she was told to shut up and eat it. She continued to eat the snack. Meanwhile, the young master, tied up in the carriage, was relieved that it was finally quiet and that he could get some sleep. Xiola realized she was out of cookies. She then asked if the young master had been told that they had arrived. The young master and Xiola were surprised to hear that they had arrived. The young master peeked out from the carriage. The night sky was visible above. The city was bustling with people and lit by lanterns. The carriage moved through the crowded streets. Xiola commented on the large number of people, while the young master noticed a good smell. The young master stretched, having been told that he must be tired from a long journey. A man greeted them, calling the young master the rising star of the Gu clan. Gu Yanshun of the Gu clan greeted the young master, stating it was an honor to meet him. Yanshun assured the young master that he was sure he must be tired and offered to guide him to his room. Meanwhile, the second child overheard the exchange and was clearly displeased. She muttered to herself that her patience was being tested. Elsewhere, the young master's sister worried about encountering someone. But that worry became reality. The second child clicked her tongue in annoyance. She greeted her brother, but her tone was far from welcoming. She told him not to hello her, as he was pissing her off. The second child warned him that while she didn't think he would cause trouble at the Unified Dragon Assembly, he should get rid of any funny ideas he had. Yanshun assured her that he was going to be as quiet as a mouse, so she didn't need to worry about him. He added that there was nothing more hideous than shaming the family name. The second child retorted that she wasn't worried about him. She grabbed Yanshun by the collar. The second child sighed. Second child questioned if the young master would act as he usually did. Gu Yanshun asked what she was talking about. Second child retorted that she thought he had changed. The sound of a door slamming echoed. A group wondered what was up with her. Gu Yanshun apologized for what had just happened, but another man dismissed it, saying that brothers and sisters fight all the time. He urged them to leave, as they must be tired. Someone asked if they could stop somewhere before going. The group traveled through the city. The Unified Dragon Assembly was a massive structure. Cherry blossoms fell gently around the edges of the complex. The group marveled at the size of the building, saying they had never seen anything so large before. Someone recalled that merchants evaluate each other's financial power through how much money they spend hosting festivals, wondering if this was too much. It was said that today was celebrating the sword units and their incredible efforts. The sword units were celebrated. It was announced that duels would be held to pick new sword unit members tomorrow, and that it was nice that those of the bloodline don't participate. The young man in the red robe stood observing the preparations for the upcoming duels. Nearby, the second child watched the proceedings as well, deciding that the only thing for her to do was to watch. From a higher vantage point, the clan head also observed the scene, hoping that nothing would happen since all he was doing was watching. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure loomed over a pair of onlookers. The voice echoed, taunting, questioning why he didn't run this time. The young master's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face. A surge of power erupted around the second elder, the air crackling with energy. Realizing the danger, the young master knew he needed to block. He braced himself, preparing to meet the elder's attack head-on. Meanwhile, the second elder grabbed the young master by the head, his grip firm. The clan head, observing the scene, questioned what was the matter. The second elder mocked the young master, asking if he didn't always run when he saw him. He continued, stating that someone had threatened to fold him in half if he didn't show up. The second elder's expression shifted to one of manic glee. The second elder taunted the young master, remarking that he was even talking back now, while the young master thought to himself that he wanted to puke. The young master realized that the second elder had always had a strange fixation on him, likely due to the fact that he was the only son of the clan head. The young master's mind wandered to the thought that the second elder was a bear, and that bears, as well as horses, were delicious. The second elder's face contorted in a grotesque grin as he continued to grip the young master's head. A female servant trembled, her thoughts racing with fear. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure lurked in the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The servant continued to shudder, overwhelmed by terror. Elsewhere, the clan head warned the second elder that he was scaring others with his intense gaze, but the second elder retorted that he wouldn't eat bears anymore. The calm male youth adjusted his hair, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. From a distance, the clan head observed the situation, admitting to himself that he was worried. The second elder questioned if that child was the clan head's concubine. The clan head, confused by the question, was quickly corrected by the calm male youth, who pointed out that she was just a servant. The clan head conceded, stating that if that's what the calm male youth said, then all right. The calm male youth was told that tomorrow was the Unified Dragon Assembly, and that he should go to bed now because he still needed to take part. The second elder agreed, wishing the calm male youth a good night. The second elder ominously warned that if he ran, the clan head wondered if he did well tonight. The second elder, observing from a distance, mused that the child was just as he had thought. The young woman beside him seemed to sense something amiss about the person they were discussing. The day of a Unified Dragon Assembly had arrived. The streets were packed with people. The young master thought the Unified Dragon Assembly would begin early in the morning, but looking at the line, it seemed it would start closer to lunch. It seemed that those from the numerous Shangxi clans, or anyone who could prove their identity, were allowed to participate. Becoming a member of a sword unit meant a lot, but the young master never expected there to be this many people. The second child called out to the young master, but he seemed to be preoccupied. A strange, dark energy began to manifest. The second child began to tremble, muttering about the bear grandpa coming to take her head off, and asking if they could tell him to go hibernate, since it was spring now. The young master asked what was wrong with her. The young master told her that if she was so scared, she should have stayed in her quarters, reminding her that Grandpa told her to stick with him. She told him to get off because it was hot. The calm male youth said he couldn't tell her to disobey the Sword Supreme, but that their guard could defeat the bear grandpa for them. The second child asked if they were talking about the bear grandpa, and the calm male youth confirmed they were referring to the second elder. The calm male youth told Siola that they should just give the second elder her head, but Siola wasn't okay with that, and that besides, they must refer to him in a more respectful manner. Heek! A voice thought ominously that today was the day Siola would die if everyone. Young master thought to himself that Siola was going to get her head chopped off and die today. He said it was a joke, adding that Grandpa said that ghosts who die with a full stomach look prettier, especially ghosts who die after eating dumplings. Phew! Someone asked if he treated this servant well, questioning who he meant. Yes, Servant Y responded, adding that he didn't treat her well and that a servant was begging him for a dumpling. He thought this was partially because he didn't know how to treat her, as he kept running into her in his previous life. He thought that she didn't seem to quite understand what a servant was, yet he bought it for her. Someone thought that he was really different from what's said in the rumors. Someone guessed that one should never trust rumors too much, adding that they had many lessons to learn. Muyan was reading too much in mere dumplings. He asked Muyan to hold on about the rumors, questioning how long she had been his guard for. The young master reflected that it had been about 2 weeks. Nearby, another individual wondered who was the lucky one. That declaration seemed to surprise someone, who warned that they shouldn't wander around in such danger. The warning was delivered with a stern expression. Another voice chimed in, stating that the first was worrying excessively. They continued, explaining that the Unified Dragon Assembly was being held, so what could even happen with so many people of the Gu clan present? Suddenly, a voice sounded familiar to someone. The other responded that that was exactly why they were worried, questioning what would happen if they were to run into the Gu heir by any chance. The first voice responded that there was no way that would happen, as there were plenty of men in the Gu family, and asked if they really thought that would happen. The other voice noted that there were so many people here, which sounded rather ominous. The speaker urged the other to come on. Two figures walked together down a street. Two figures lay on the ground. The figures remained motionless. Two figures, dressed in matching red and white robes, walk together. Nearby, the young woman whispers to her companion. She speaks softly, referring to someone as master. She notes that the expressions of a lady and her guard suggest they have just witnessed something horrendous. The young woman wonders if her companion knows who they might be, but he states that there is no way he would forget. The narrative reflects on the hair which falls to her shoulders and her black, beady eyes. The focus shifts to the ring on her hand. The ring contains a symbol that appears when examined up close, a symbol that is not foreign to the narrator. The significance of that ring is not foreign to him. The Hebei Peng clan is mentioned. The young woman sits across from clan head bearded man, inside a building with intricate wooden architecture. The title reads, My Former Fiancé. The title of the work is displayed in Korean. There is a simple reason why a marriage was arranged with the Hebei Peng clan, one of the 4 largest clans. The Gu clan was just as prestigious as the 4 clans, and they had a child of a similar age. He was bound to be the heir if nothing happened. And the Peng clan probably thought an arranged marriage with the Gu clan was also fine. The issue lies in the trouble he caused. All the bad rumors about him, who ditches training to cause more trouble, did not sound so favorable to the Peng clan, and what he said really shattered their relationship. Those were the things he said to that girl. The second child asks why he is here. The calm male youth replies that it's his line, questioning why she is here. The calm male youth states that he happened to have some business here, and that they don't own the entirety of Shangxi, asking if he needs to report his every step. The second child asks why he is talking to her so rudely, reminding him that she's still a year older than him. The calm male youth apologizes, saying he forgot. The second child tells him to come back if he bought the dumplings. She says that everything is all good now, and that whatever he is here for, to have a good stay. The shopkeeper told the customer to leave, stating that they were busy. Elsewhere, the calm male youth walked with a group of people. A young woman in dark clothing watched them pass. Meanwhile, another person thought to themselves that it had to happen when they were already busy dealing with their brother, wishing him a nice stay whether it was for work or fun. The calm male youth continued to walk through the town. Someone wondered if the woman with him was a servant, and if the calm male youth could have changed, having such a cute servant around him. The calm male youth looked forward, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, someone's eyes widened. An enraged voice demanded to know who the person was, declaring that they were just the daughter of a concubine. A hand struck out. The sound of something breaking echoed. A woman looked up in shock as she was grabbed. She questioned what was just said. Someone wondered if they were not wrong. The woman was struck. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. Even with all the terrible rumors, the woman had been prepared to endure it all, even an arranged marriage. For the sake of the Peng clan, the young man was asked to calm down. The woman was being consoled. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. The woman's rage was palpable. She cursed the marriage. Her eyes glowed with a fierce light as she raised a decorative table above her head. She vowed that someone would be dead. The sound of destruction echoed across the landscape. Nothing had changed since then, she thought, wondering if the load was too heavy. Two figures offered to help her, but another instructed them to focus on their guarding duties. The woman was told to bring some back to Manhwa, if there were any left, and she acknowledged the order. Something felt a little different about him, the young man thought. One of the figures dismissed the idea that the crazy guy was growing up, saying there was no way and that he was probably just in a good mood today. The woman considered the situation, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. Nearby, the young man and the female companion stood together, listening intently. Suddenly, the young man demanded to know what the other meant. Elsewhere, the young master was getting a whole bunch of scares. He assured another that he was fine, but told them to stay quiet, and asked if the dumplings were safe. An older man insisted that the problem wouldn't be resolved by shouting, and asked them to calm down, stating that he didn't have any time. Someone asked who would be responsible if they got caught. The question of what it meant to be caught hung in the air. At a table, a man worked while others looked on. From a distance, a group of people could be seen gathered around a table. One person denied saying something, while another asked if they were joking. Someone demanded to participate, while another asked if they should help, but was denied. The conversation turned to participating in the Unified Dragon Assembly, but only if they could prove their identity. Someone wondered if they should allow him. It was said that squabbling over the Unified Dragon Assembly entry was no rare sight, and that the martial artists of the Gu clan in standby would take care of it. The scene focused on a man in the foreground, with others standing behind him. The clan head grabbed the man, demanding that he stop this. Suddenly, a figure was slammed to the ground with great force. The impact sent shockwaves through the immediate area. The figure was sent flying through the air. The clan head demanded to know what they thought they were doing. Someone thought they had proven their skill. The figure asked if they could participate now, arguing that they had shown their skills. Another voice retorted that after doing such a thing, of course not. Nearby, a group watched the scene unfold. One of them wondered if they should help now. Another exclaimed about how the man had been slammed and how awesome the other guy was. The group decided to leave that man there. They didn't want to get caught up in that, so they decided to head in, though one of them seemed hesitant. Someone argued that they couldn't just have things the way they wanted, adding that they had their own way and that the others would take care of it on their own. Another wondered if their skill wasn't enough evidence, but someone else thought that was an even bigger problem. A figure loomed, asking if they were. The words hung in the air, disrespecting the young clan head. The scene showed the aftermath of the previous conflict. The question echoed, of the Pung clan right now? The second child and another member of the clan looked on in shock. Clan head, bearded man wondered what he had just heard. Meanwhile, female servant one happily brought dumplings. The Pung clan compound was blanketed in snow. Nearby, second child asked what young man protagonist was doing. The young man protagonist greeted her with a good morning, explaining that he was warming himself by the fire because of the cold and roasting a sweet potato. Second child responded that she wouldn't ask why he was doing that in front of her room, but she did inquire about what he planned to do with the plaque in his hand. Young man protagonist replied that he was at it too, referring to the fire. When second child asked about the plaque, he explained that the sweet potato was taking too long to cook, so he thought he'd use it to get the fire going stronger. Second child, annoyed, asked if he knew what he was holding in his hand, identifying it as firewood and a plaque from the clan head himself, a reward for graduating top of the class from the Divine Dragon Academy. Second child continued, reminding him that he was also the youngest successor in history and that he knew what he could do with that plaque. Young man protagonist stated that he could use it to make the fire stronger. Visibly frustrated, second child told him that he needed to act more like a successor. The young man protagonist, with a slight smirk, simply said, "Right." Second child thought to herself that she couldn't tell what he was thinking sometimes. Second child continued, stating that he had all the skills and talent despite being young, and he was even chosen to be the successor. Second child finished by saying that he looked so dissatisfied, but young man protagonist replied that it wasn't even close. It was just a note. The note declared that he wanted to leave this place. Second child questioned why he wouldn't just leave and come back. The clan head's reaction was a simple, "Oh." The note itself read, "I'm going to go out for a bit." The note was crumpled in a fist. It seemed that this piece of trash brother thought a bit was 4 months. Meanwhile, a servant informed second child that the beggar sect had news for her. She realized that she could finally find that son of A. The news was that he was in Shaanxi. Shaanxi. Second child wondered why he went so far away and why now. She had shown him all that she could. So, second child demanded that he let her attend the Unified Dragon Assembly. The man was in a hurry. He stated that he didn't have time for this. Meanwhile, others discussed the newcomer, noting that he had the Dark Knight Blade technique, exclusive to the Pung clan's direct bloodline. They wondered if this meant he was truly who he claimed to be. The young man thought it best to leave before he got involved in any troublesome business. An elder considered that since the young man had brought up the Dark Knight Blade, he seemed legitimate. The young man realized he was in trouble. The elder stated that the young man seemed skilled enough to participate. Suddenly, a voice boomed out. The two men clasped hands. Peng Wujin announced himself as the successor of the Peng clan. Wujin stated that it was an honor to meet the Grandmaster Pure Flame Fist of the renowned Gu clan. Someone laughed, saying that they hadn't heard that title in a long time, and that Wujin could participate without worry. An elder protested, saying that they couldn't confirm whether he really was the Peng clan successor or not. Someone else stated that they were pretty sure he was, noting that he looked like someone. The man observed that Wujin looked exactly like his father. The man added that Wujin was built like a Peng. The ring on his finger was identical to the one worn by Peng Aoi, causing one observer to question if this meant the newcomer was truly the successor of the Peng clan. Now, the clan had asked Peng Wujin to explain his reasons for being there, as someone else noted they were curious as well. It was revealed that the successor of the Peng clan wished to participate in the competition, the purpose of which was to choose new members for the Gu clan sword. Peng Wujin declared that things were not fun in the Peng clan. Someone questioned if Peng Wujin was out of his mind, while another admitted that it wasn't a bad reason. The clan head asked if Peng Wujin had gotten permission from his family. Peng Wujin admitted that he didn't think they would allow it, so he simply ran away from home. Yanchun was asked if he had heard that Peng Wujin had run away from home, while another person wondered if he was stupid. The clan head remarked that Peng Wujin seemed pretty well trained and asked how old he was. Peng Wujin replied that he was 23 this year. Someone commented that the Peng clan had been raising a monster, wishing their own little idiot would learn from Peng Wujin. The clan head glanced at the young master. Someone whispered that the clan head was probably not talking about the young master, while another asked why the clan head had called him a little idiot. The young master told them to shut up, saying that they were hurting him more than the clan head did. He added that he didn't even care what the clan head said about him anyway. But if Peng Wujin really was Peng Wujin, then it was true that he was a monster. It was stated that not far from now, Peng Wujin would receive the title of Blade Emperor. A close-up showed Peng Wujin's hand, adorned with a ring, resting on the hilt of his blade. The arrival of Peng Wujin had stirred the pot, and now whispers spread among the onlookers. Some questioned his motives, while others recalled the Peng clan's history. Meanwhile, a voice pierced through the murmurs. A young woman, recognizing Peng Wu-jin, cried out to him, calling him brother. Nearby, another man took notice of the commotion. He remarked on Peng Wu-jin's presence, seemingly surprised by his appearance. Suddenly, the man who had spoken in the previous panel was struck violently. The force of the blow sent him staggering backward, blood splattering. The attack seemed to signal a shift in the atmosphere. Several figures rushed forward, entering the scene through a large gate. A surge of energy erupted, the air crackling with power. The energy intensified, becoming almost blinding. The man who had been struck was revealed to be the target of the assault. His attacker accused him of abandoning his home and recklessly seeking entry into another clan sword unit. Despite the brutal assault, the man desperately pleaded with his attacker to listen to him. His attacker demanded to know what he had to say. The man's face contorted in pain and fear as the beating continued. He begged for his life, pleading to be spared. The attacker continued his relentless assault, fueled by rage. He accused the man of running away from home and trying to join another clan sword unit, declaring that he should die. The man, battered and bleeding, cried out for help, desperately calling for the Grandmaster. Someone intervened, suggesting that the attacker was going too far and risked killing him. The attacker seemed to consider this, perhaps realizing the truth in the statement. The female warrior demanded to know who dared to intervene in her attack. Suddenly, Grandmaster Gu's voice echoed, questioning the commotion. Peng Aoi, Grandmaster of the Pure Flame Fist, apologized for the late introduction and for the trivial family matter that had unfolded. One of the men stated that he enjoyed meeting someone as funny as Peng Wu-jin. He added that he would not forget the incident and would be sure to compensate them for it, before announcing that they would be leaving. The female warrior scoffed, asking if Peng Wu-jin had not been beaten up enough already. Peng Wu-jin wondered if she was joking. The female warrior's expression hardened. She questioned why, stating that the Peng clan was no fun. One of the men asked if the Gu clan and other clans were more fun, adding that they probably were. The female warrior was told that she needed to grow up, as she was the successor. She thought that was why she wanted to have fun before becoming the clan head, stating that it was the only way. She considered that to avoid becoming the clan head, one could become crippled or die, but she didn't like either option. She admitted that she didn't want to become the clan head, because everyone else besides her and Peng Wu-jin were just beasts wearing their name. She resolved that she would definitely become the clan head one day, because she couldn't have Peng Wu-jin become the clan head. Peng Wu-jin thought that was... He wondered why he accepted the successor position, even though he didn't want to. Someone asked the second elder if he was really going to let Peng Wu-jin attend. The second elder responded that he didn't think it was a good idea for them to get involved in this matter with the Peng clan. The clan head, bearded man, considered the situation, weighing his options. However, he admitted that given the current state of the Peng clan, he was unsure. He then proposed a different approach. Meanwhile, the young man protagonist listened intently as the clan head, bearded man, declared that he would allow him to participate if he could win against him. The clan head, bearded man's sudden declaration startled those around him. The second child female questioned the clan head, bearded man's sanity, wondering what kind of nonsense he was spouting. The clan head, bearded man proposed that they decide the matter in just 10 moves. The young man protagonist seemed unimpressed, questioning if that was all. The clan head, bearded man confirmed that he never lied, and then instructed Yobi to get the successor. The clan head, bearded man then challenged the young man protagonist, stating that if he could manage to touch him, he would count it as his win. The clan head, bearded man prepared to defend himself within 10 turns. The young man protagonist launched himself forward, surrounded by a torrent of energy. The clan head, bearded man declared that he would count it as the young man protagonist's win. The young man protagonist struck, his attack empowered by a surge of energy. The clan head, bearded man chuckled. The young man protagonist was surprised by the clan head, bearded man's reaction, who found him impatient. The clan head, bearded man's fist, wreathed in power, hurtles forward. The clan head's robe ripples with contained energy. The air crackles with unseen force. The impact reverberates. The stage was set, the crowd eager. An announcer declared that the audience had waited long enough. The arena buzzed with anticipation. It was announced that the battle would be between the two stars who would lead the future of the Gu clan. The crowd watched as Gu Yanxiu and Gu Yangchun stepped into the arena. One of the fighters was introduced as the flame sword Gu Yanxiu. Yanxiu smiled confidently, her sword held loosely in her hand. Her opponent was introduced as Gu Yangchun, the first heir of the Gu clan. Yangchun wondered why he was sparring here. He thought about his sister. Suddenly, the clan head struck. The force of the blow sent Yangchun flying. The impact reverberated through the arena. The clan head stood over the fallen Yangchun. He exhaled, his expression grim. The clan head, with a boisterous declaration of victory, strides forward, flanked by others. Meanwhile, the second child watches with a knowing expression. The second child recalls the clan head's earlier words, where he dismissed the sparring match as something they both agreed to, and that he controlled his strength so Gu Yanshun would wake up soon enough. The clan head had stated he wanted nothing to do with the Peng clan if they came knocking, and that the pure flame fist would not die alone, urging Gu Yanshun to die a lonesome death. Peng Aoi insists that this was completely on the second elder's own accord. The second child replies that it is fine and a relief that he is lying down like that. The second child thinks to herself that no one knows what kind of trouble Gu Yanshun would have caused, and that is why such a nonsensical sparring match was suggested. The clan head laughs, asking if the young daughter of the Peng clan really thinks so. He admits he did it because he thought it would be funny. Someone wonders how he became an elder, thinking that the Gu clan is heading downhill. Others suggest getting away from the big bear. Just then, the wind went whoosh and then pow. Then that man went kapow and got slammed to the ground. The clan head exclaims that this cute kid really has a better eye than Gloomy over there, stating that he will give her a present. The second child wonders what the present is. It is a large doughy pastry. Siola liked Bear Grandpa from the start. The clan head knew she would say that. The clan head asks if she is disappointed because he only gave her servant a present, stating that he guesses he must also give her a gift. Gu Yanshun states that he does not like sweets, especially after the Unified Dragon Assembly. The announcement came. He would have to participate in an exhibition match. The arena was prepared, flags waving in anticipation of the upcoming event. A voice questioned, "You're not using a sword?" He wondered if he had ever used a sword before. The Gu Flame Wheel arts could be utilized with a variety of weapons. It was known to be especially effective with a sword or fists. He realized that, in the end, using his fists worked best for him, and wondered if quitting the sword would look weird. The female protagonist stated that she didn't care whether he used a sword or fist. She was grateful and happy to have this opportunity, as her nasty personality was finally being of use. He realized this was an opportunity. The female protagonist thought this was a legitimate chance to beat up her little brother. She smiled with anticipation. Furthermore, it was in front of so many people. He paused, considering the situation. He wondered why he needed to. The young man was surprised to hear he would participate in the match, and with his sister at that. The clan head told him that he didn't need to shout. Meanwhile, the clan head seemed to be in deep thought. He didn't want people to go home thinking the Gu clan was boring. He could see it written all over Yanshun's face that he thought it would be funny. Yanshun sighed, thinking he would just surrender midway if he had to participate. He knew that if he was thinking of giving up midway, the clan head would want to watch him get beat up and lose in front of so many people. Yanshun continued to ponder the situation. The clan head wondered if Yanshun was really planning to lose. Yanshun looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was planning to lose, but he couldn't waste his once-in-a-lifetime chance to restart. He didn't want to waste energy on a fight that didn't even happen in his previous life. Moreover, Yanshun stood ready. He thought of his dear brother. He wondered who would naturally become the next clan head, just because they were a man. Yanshun held a sword, ready to fight. The exhibition match was about to begin. A flurry of attacks erupted. The strikes came in quick succession. Each blow carried immense force. The female fighter's movements were a blur. Her attacks were relentless. She pressed her advantage. The force of her strikes sent her opponent reeling. The female fighter wondered how Yanshun, a mere 2-star, could be dodging her 3-star attacks. She wondered if that was what he was thinking. Yanshun was making do by moving half a beat earlier than her, but even this was making him short of breath. He realized this just showed that he lacked training right now. Yanshun wondered how he would get this over with, even considering just letting himself get hit. He wondered if he would be in one piece after taking one of her strikes, realizing he still only knew how to. The female fighter advanced. Her eyes narrowed in focus as she prepared to strike. With a burst of speed, she launched herself at Yanshun, her movements a blur of red. The force of her attack sent a shockwave through the air. The impact echoed loudly. The female fighter's strike connected, the force of it creating a visible impact. Yanshun dodged the attack, but he heard his sister's voice in his head, taunting him that his obvious intent made him easier to dodge. He thought to himself that he could. The female fighter's murderous intent was palpable, and she wondered if he had the clothes to tear like that. She reflected on her past, recalling how she had forced herself to accept that she would never be the clan head as a woman, despite working herself to death. She continued to think to herself that Yanshun, who had been wasting his life like scum, got to shove her out of the way. Just because he was a man, would he even be able to understand? The female fighter's sword glowed with power as she prepared another strike. Yanshun wondered if she had coated her sword with martial energy, thinking that it was kind of dangerous. The level of power emanating from the sword was far beyond 3-star. The female fighter unleashed a flurry of attacks. She continued to strike again and again and again. The female fighter's fist clenched, her rage palpable. She accused Yanshun of constantly running away. She continued her verbal assault, adding that he never did anything or put in any effort. The force of her blow sent Yanshun reeling backwards. She declared that if he was going to live such a worthless life, he should just disappear. Her face contorted with fury as she screamed that he should just disappear. Yang Shun remained silent, his expression unreadable. The female fighter unleashed another strike. The attack landed with devastating force. Yang Shuan's eyes glowed with a fierce light. A surge of power erupted around him. The female fighter's rage-fueled words echoed, telling him to disappear like his mother did. The force of the impact resonated, and Yang Shuan's expression hardened. Under the moonlight, Yang Shun gripped his weapon tightly, his resolve hardening. A surge of dark energy emanated from Yang Shun, his eyes burning with newfound power. Yang Shuan's eyes glowed with an ominous red light as he stared down at his opponent, his grip tightening on his weapon. The air crackled with barely contained power as he uttered a chilling challenge, demanding to know what she had just said. The narrator reflected that his sister was the coolest person he knew. At only 15, she had received the title of Sword Phoenix. And at the age of 20, she graduated at the top of her class at the Divine Dragon Academy and was appointed as the 5th sword unit leader of the Gu clan. Everyone acknowledged her. But she wouldn't be able to become the clan head of the Gu clan. Instead, the one who would become the clan head was the concubine's child, Gu Yanshun. But he didn't hate him. Although they were half-siblings, Gu Yanshun's mother was kind to him, and he liked her too, so he was fine with Gu Yanshun's existence. Before that happened, one day, she suddenly disappeared. Father sent out the order to not look for her. So nobody did. That was when it started. Gu Yanshun spoke and acted sharply toward everyone. And rumors spread that he touched his maid's surface. Still, there was no change to him being the next term clan head. Since the clan head had always been a man, ignoring her, who worked so hard, and her outstanding sister resented Gu Yanshun, who was so privileged. The narrator revealed that he had loathed the person he didn't know what he had. The figure's eyes glowed with an ominous red light. Suddenly, a voice questioned what was happening. Elsewhere, a figure exclaimed in shock at what they were witnessing. The narrator warned that this was dangerous. The figure continued their assault. The force of the blow was immense. The woman's expression was one of intense focus. Meanwhile, another woman watched with awe. The woman was told that she was the same age as someone else, but that person was more talented. She was also told not to go around saying she was from the Peng family anywhere and that she was doing just fine. The woman was informed that they were mumbling things and asked if she could hear what they were saying. She was told that she wouldn't be able to hear them. The reason she couldn't hear them was because the second elder had set up his internal energy. The woman was told not to go around saying she was from the Peng clan with that face and was asked if she was embarrassed of her older brother. She responded with a duh. She was told to just stay in a unified dragon assembly until the swelling goes down. She agreed, and it was confirmed that the one dueling right now was the Sword Phoenix's younger sibling. The woman was told that her swordsmanship was smooth and that the same goes for the way she wields her internal energy. Someone else stated that they were asking if the one dodging was the Sword Phoenix's younger sibling, not her. The group continued their discussion, with one member noting that the pair were the Sword Phoenix's younger siblings. Another member observed that the Gu clan possessed more than just the Sword Phoenix. The young lord smiled, a ring glinting on his finger. He thought to himself that he wanted to have fun before becoming the clan head. He knew that once he became the clan head, he wouldn't be able to have that look in his eyes anymore. The second child knew that they were done for. The young man knew he needed to dodge. He repeated to himself that he just had to dodge. He saw the opportunity. The attack landed. The attacker declared that the victory was theirs. The young man understood. He thought that it was okay if they hated him, as he had lived his life like that. The young man resolved to understand the annoying words he had just heard. He realized that his opponent, too, should understand his motives. He thought to himself that they should understand why he was doing this. The force of the blow reverberated through the arena. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. The second child's eyes widened in disbelief. The attack continued to land with brutal force. The force of the blow sent the young man reeling. A pained groan escaped his lips. The sound of impact echoed through the arena. The young man's face was contorted in pain as the attack landed. He collapsed to the ground, defeated. His body lay motionless on the arena floor. The announcer declared the match finished. Gu Yanshun was declared the victor. The aftermath of the battle hung heavy in the air. A strange stillness settled over the scene. From a nearby building, a voice echoed out, laced with amusement. Someone remarked, "Oh boy." Meanwhile, the defeated fighter reflected on the match. He thought to himself that winning hadn't been part of his plans, and he was frustrated that his 2-star internal energy was enough to make her nose bleed and knock her unconscious. Elsewhere, the young master sat alone, contemplating the recent events. He hoped nothing bad would happen. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, filled with rage, declaring that someone should have just disappeared. The tension in the air thickened. The young master remained seated, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. Nearby, others called out to the young master. They asked if he was okay and unharmed, inquiring about the situation inside. One of them admitted that the entire atmosphere was abuzz because he had won, since everyone thought he would be beaten up. It made sense that the bastard rumored to be a scoundrel had defeated an upcoming prospect. Although the atmosphere had settled a bit since the second elder, someone noted that he immediately began to conclude things at the unified dragon assembly. Another person pointed out that the young master's hand was bleeding, but he dismissed it, saying it was no big deal and proof that he couldn't handle his internal energy properly yet. The young master simply said no. Someone asked if that was how he did it, but the young master didn't think so. Siola apologized, explaining that she couldn't do it properly. Siola continued, saying she couldn't do it properly and didn't want anyone to get hurt. Someone nearby remarked that they didn't want young Lord Gu getting hurt either. An unseen person told someone to read the room. Gu Yangchun greeted young Master Peng, introducing himself. Peng awkwardly returned the greeting. Someone pleaded with their brother to leave. The brother realized it must be awkward for them since Peng and young Lord Gu were once engaged. The brother laughed, suggesting they take the opportunity to reconcile. Peng questioned why they were there, suggesting it would be good to use the opportunity to make connections and become friends with strong people. Someone told Peng to just call him Brother Peng from now on, adding that getting close to someone like him wouldn't benefit Peng in any way. Another person remarked that they thought the Gu family only had the sword phoenix, Gu Wibi. Someone thought it was surprising that there would be a talent like Peng hidden within the Gu family, while Peng wondered why he was naturally talking to him informally. Peng guessed that the person knew his sister, judging from how he mentioned Gu Wibi. The person exclaimed that they were super close. The brother admitted he didn't know what Gu Wibi thought of them, and the other person stated that meant they weren't close. The elder brother cleared his throat, reminding Gu Yangchun that they were close enough now that he was going to leave. Since it was late, he would be going. Peng, however, seemed confused by the situation. Meanwhile, Gu Yangchun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by several guards. Gu Yangchun asked if Peng had anything else to say, reminding him that their engagement had been broken off. Peng's sister admitted that she had been mean for hitting him with a chair. She apologized. Peng's brother admitted that he had called her a concubine spawn or whatever. He also admitted that he was still immature, but he was more so back then. He told her not to lose what his brother gave her. Peng's sister responded that he definitely did something worth getting hit for, so he didn't need to apologize. She accepted his apology. Peng's brother asked what she was talking about. He was referring to a wooden tablet with the name Peng inscribed on it. Then, Peng's brother stood outside the building. There were still many things to be done. Meanwhile, someone urged the young master to move, stating that they too should go. He affirmed that he understood, acknowledging that he had things to fix. Someone asked where the bandage had come from. Another voice explained that after they ate their dumpling, it was at the bottom. That was why it smelled. They insisted that their hand would get better with the power of the dumpling, and pleaded with the other not to throw it away. The group continued their journey by horseback through the darkened landscape. Suddenly, Waimun called out to Siola. The young master reflected on his past life, realizing that he didn't remember ever sparring with his sister, much less winning against her. He considered why Siola had joined as a servant, and how so many things were starting to diverge from the past he knew. He wondered if that small act of kindness could have changed something. The young master knew that after they got back, he would need to move faster than expected. The air crackled with energy. Muyan was instructed to check the demon sensing charm. The young master was told that there were no changes and that they didn't know what he sensed. He was told that it would automatically glow if a demon realm gate opened nearby, so he could relax. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to stop. It was announced that a gate to the demon realm had opened, and they were ordered to assume combat positions, as the safety of the young master was of utmost importance. Someone questioned what the young master was doing there, stating that it was dangerous. The young master was told that it was really dangerous right now, but he said he would listen to the sermons later. The group was warned to look ahead. A strange, glowing green object floated in the distance. The young master and Waimun observed the phenomenon. The object pulsed with an eerie light. Suddenly, a monstrous, three-headed wolf emerged from the light. The second child noted that the green light indicated the lowest level of danger, but still suspected it might be tricky. The wolf's presence was heralded by a surge of red energy. The wolf lunged forward, claws extended. The clan head declared that the situation was fully manageable. The young master prepared to extract the demonic stones, the universal weakness of monsters. He focused on the demonic stones. The second child explained that the stones were similar to a heart for monsters, and upon extraction, the monsters would instantly die. The wolf continued its assault. The young master realized that extracting the demonic stones would be easy, but his energy was already dissipating, making it difficult to maintain the Gu Flame Wheel arts. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to act. The three-headed wolf lunged, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. The young master knew he needed to act fast, deciding to use the Flame Wheel arts. Suddenly, a voice cried out, calling him master. The urgency in the voice was clear. The three-headed wolf was momentarily distracted by the newcomer. Blades of light crisscrossed the space, aimed at the beast. The newcomer moved with incredible speed, a blur of red against the dark landscape. The young master watched in surprise, wondering who it was. He was astonished by the newcomer's strength. The young master watched as the figure landed gracefully. The figure's hand moved with precision. The young master was relieved to see the newcomer, who confirmed that he was okay and had saved him. The other individual remarked on how quickly the fight had ended, noting that there weren't many monsters to begin with. He added that, thankfully, they were the lowest class of monsters. The clan head asked what the young master was doing and warned him about getting injured. The young master responded that what's good is good, but admitted that it's not so simple. The young master held his hand out, a faint purple glow emanating from his palm. His eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. The clan head's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that he must evacuate to a safe place and be aware that he is the heir to something important. Suddenly, the young master collapsed to the ground. Panic erupted among the others present. They cried out, questioning what was happening to the young master. A strange, unsettling feeling began to permeate the area. The young master felt a terrible sensation emanating from the area. He realized that this was the heavenly demon's art, an art that absorbed demonic energy. The demonic energy swirled around him. He realized that the demon well absorption arts were in effect. The young master's face contorts in pain as the demonic energy takes hold. From atop the temple gate, the heavenly demon is asked what they did to deserve this. Below, the sect members are slaughtered and they cry out, asking why they are being attacked. The heavenly demon declares that the blossom-splitting blade's words will be their last. The heavenly demon continues to absorb the energy from the fallen. The young master's face is covered in blood as he struggles to comprehend the situation. The heavenly demon thinks of the sect. The sect leader is identified amidst the chaos. The heavenly demon reflects that the blossom wasn't terrible. A massive dragon looms in the background. Two figures stand silhouetted against a backdrop of mountains and a city. The dragon's head moves. The heavenly demon's feet are planted firmly on the ground. Though the heavenly demon found some fleeting satisfaction, it was far from enough to satiate him. The heavenly demon commanded his opponent to raise their head. Meanwhile, the flame wheel art burned intensely. The young man focused his energy. The young man was shocked by what he was seeing. He wondered if the flame wheel art was purifying the demonic energy, but quickly realized it was consuming it instead. He realized that this had never happened in his previous life. Nearby, the young master was being called. The young master was asked if he was all right, to which he responded that he was. He insisted that it was nothing much, just that he was more hurt from sparring than he thought. He was told that they would search for a doctor nearby who could treat him. The young master stated that he was okay now, so there was no need to worry. He thought that he should hide the fact that he absorbed demonic energy, as nothing good would come of people knowing. The young master was told that he looked super hurt and asked if it was painful. He responded that it shouldn't be that bad. The young master's face was noted to look bad. Siola was told that she should be helping the young master, not annoying him, after she asked what he said. The young master was being tended to, but one of his companions expressed her worry for him. He reassured her that he was fine, stating that he just needed a good night's sleep to prepare for their journey. The companion responded, "If that's what you say." As they prepared to leave, one of the companions told Siola to stop drooling in her sleep. She retorted that she didn't remember drooling because she was asleep. The young master, meanwhile, realized that he no longer felt the demonic energy in his body, wondering if the goo flame wheel art had actually done something. The young master observed that as the color of the demonic stone faded, the demonic energy had been properly absorbed. He decided that he needed to get moving. The market bustled with activity. The aroma of freshly baked goods filled the air. A vendor excitedly advertised her honey cookies. The second child questioned why young master had come to the market. She reminded him that he had claimed to have business at the market and that he had used his grandpa as an excuse for her to follow him. The second child pressed the young master, asking again why he had come to the market. The second child reminded him that he hadn't recovered from his ordeal. She suggested that if he didn't have a reason to be doing this the day after the Unified Dragon Assembly, it would be best to return home. The second child asked if there was something he was looking for, offering to assist him in searching for it. The young master remained silent. The second child stated that she understood that he wanted to help, but now was not the time. The young master looked away, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be contemplating something. His gaze drifted down an alleyway. The young master wondered what was in the alleyway. The young master instructed Siola to return home, while he told Muyan to follow him. Siola questioned why she had to go home. The young master offered her 10 honey cookies if she went home now. Siola's eyes sparkled as she asked if she could have dumplings as well. The young master agreed. Siola smiled. The young master and Siola shook hands, sealing the deal. Then, the young master asked Muyan if they should get going, telling him that he would find out where they were headed. The pair walked along the rooftops. They continued their journey. Muyan commented that he thought it was somewhere around here, but the young master noted that this was a more dangerous location. The young master announced that he found it. The young master admitted he was almost worried they wouldn't find a place. Muyan questioned why they needed to come to such a location, noting that something seemed off. To that, the young master confessed that More than the appearance of the building, he was getting a bad feeling about it. Someone remarked that he had keen senses. The pair then entered the building. Inside, one man asked what kind of gross crap the other was saying. The other responded that they probably just took a wrong turn. Elsewhere, someone noted that the guy behind the brat had a sword. The group of men wondered what they should do, questioning if they should kill them. Unseen, Muyan drew his sword. A hand held a lit candle. Someone called out, "Kiddo." One of the men warned that this wasn't a peaceful town to be poking around in, asking what brought them here. The young master responded, asking what else it could be. He was there as a customer. One of the men remarked that it seemed like their kiddo had gotten attitude, suggesting that they fix the issue by chopping off his tongue. Another man exclaimed, "How dare he," telling the other to just back down for a bit. The young master stated that they already knew who he was from the moment he stepped foot in there. The men surrounding the young master discussed the possibility of the Gu clan wiping out their territory, but they dismissed the idea as a loss for themselves. Before things escalated to the situation they feared, one of the men spoke. The young master stood calmly, listening to their words. He demanded that they bring him the regional manager. One of the men questioned the young master's request for the regional manager. Another man admitted he didn't know where the young master learned his attitude, but noted that he lacked respect. The group of men stood their ground, observing the young master and Muyan. The young master retorted that they didn't seem to be the polite type either. The young master grinned, his expression suggesting a challenge. One of the men smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. His gaze narrowed, focusing intently. He ordered them to get the young master. The men surged forward, weapons raised, ready to attack the young master and Muyan. Blades flashed in the dim light as the fight began. A sword was drawn, poised to strike. The attacker's eyes widened in shock as he realized the young master was not an easy target. The clash erupted in a flurry of motion, the sounds of blades meeting echoing through the air. The strikes landed on the young master's body, but he remained standing. Meanwhile, the attacker's face contorted in a grimace as he struggled against the young master's unexpected resilience. Elsewhere, the scene unfolded within the building, where several figures stood observing the unfolding events. One of the observers cursed under his breath, clearly frustrated by the situation. He realized that the young master was still the heir of the Gu clan, and he should have expected a bodyguard to be attached to him. Another man lamented that he couldn't bring a kid like the young master to the regional manager. The man wondered what he should do. The captain informed him that the regional manager had something to say, which made the man panic, wondering if the regional manager had already heard about it. The man asked what the regional manager had said. The scene shifted back to the room where the men were gathered. One of the men realized that they were clearly plotting something and that he had no choice. Muyan was told to screw them all up, and another man called out to Kiddo. The order was given to sheath the sword. The regional manager's request had clearly caused a stir. The message was simple. The manager wanted to meet. The news was met with a click of the tongue. The order to sheath the sword was given, the speaker annoyed that he hadn't been told sooner. The question was posed, should they leave now? The young master was asked to wait. The young master admitted he didn't understand, but was assured it was no big deal. He had been planning to go to the beggar's sect, but there were a few problems. It was known that the beggar's sect had secured a spot amongst the 10 largest sects with the information they possessed. However, because they were still part of the orthodox sects, they did not take jobs that would cause trouble. The request he needed to make was a little problematic, so he needed to go somewhere else. If the beggar's sect was the best of the orthodox sects in regards to obtaining information, this was the place for the unorthodox sects. The house sect. He had come to the house sect. Footsteps echoed through the stone corridors. The Shangxi branch leader, Du Wenshu, welcomed the visitor. Du Wenshu introduced himself as the Shangxi branch leader. Du Wenshu apologized for the aggressive welcome, explaining that they hadn't expected someone like him to visit. Du Wenshu then inquired if the visitor would accept their commission. The visitor questioned why they hadn't gone to the beggar sect of the prestigious Gu clan, especially since they were small and unorthodox. Du Wenshu smiled in response to the question. The visitor explained that he came because the beggar sect couldn't handle the commission. It was something only the house sect could do. He then asked why Du Wenshu kept trying to check, apologizing if he made him feel uncomfortable. Du Wenshu explained that due to the visitor's last name, they had no choice but to be careful, asking for understanding. The visitor acknowledged this, then pressed Du Wenshu to know if he would accept the commission or not. Du Wenshu stated that the house sect could not refuse commissions as long as they had the price. Du Wenshu presented a commission request, describing the target as a boy who's just a bit older than 10 now. Du Wenshu looked down at the commission request. Du Wenshu apologized to the young lord, stating that he had to take back what he just said, as he didn't think he'd be able to accept the commission. The clan head was informed that the commissioner they had before was not looking for the child, but rather the person protecting the child. Even if the commission fee was about the house sect leader, the clan head's informant was only interested in the protector. Meanwhile, the young master sat at a table with a candle. He drew his sword from its sheath. The blade gleamed as it was fully unsheathed. The young master was surrounded by enemies. He prepared to strike. The young master unleashed a powerful strike. He thought they weren't going to come out aggressively. The enemies surrounded him. One of the enemies asked how he knew that. The young master stated that he wasn't there to talk in riddles, and that they both had information that the other needed. The clan head asked if he could verify the truth of his information. The young master responded that he should confirm it himself. Carefully considering his options, the young master knew that what he was about to do was something one only did when in a desperate situation. Meanwhile, one of the men wondered if they didn't need the information, they should just forget it and look for the beggar sect. He thought that maybe they could slip some things about the house sect leader to them, too. Another man stated that he understood. The young master asked how long it would take. Conservatively, he was told that it would take around 3 months. Then, once they found him, they could exchange more information. The man considered the Sharp Mountain Range. He was told that this was his advance. The branch leader was asked if he trusted the young master's words about the Sharp Mountain Range. Judging by the fact that he knew top-secret information that the sect leader was missing, he had no choice but to. The man wondered just what the young master was thinking. Seeing how skilled the guard was who came with him, he must have known that they would come out aggressively like this. The information that the young master provided was considered to be something that he alone should not know. It was believed that the clan head was also involved. A hand carefully peeled away a layer of skin. The peeling continued, revealing the person beneath. Someone asked if it was all right for him to remove it. He responded that it just felt stuffy, and there was no one watching anyway. The individual continued to peel away the layers. The house sect typically didn't respect, trust, or follow the sect leader, which was why he was hiding in order to avoid those who were after him. Those who were after him. A glimpse of the man's face was shown. A figure sat hunched over in a cell, thinking of their father. 2 figures emerged from a building. A door was slammed shut. Someone expressed relief. The young man protagonist considered that if it came down to it, he would have told him to come at him, but it was a relief that the little information he knew became of use. What he knew was about to be revealed. He knew that the house sect leader had been captured by the Dark Knight Palace for more than 5 years. As a result, the house sect and the Dark Knight Palace went into battle. The Murim Alliance made a surprise attack, causing the Dark Knight Palace to collapse and the battle to come to an end. But during the battle, the house sect leader died, resulting in the extinction of the house sect. However, he didn't know the exact location of the Dark Knight Palace. He was lucky that the fact that information like that worked was thanks to the house sect's branch in Shangxi and meeting the branch leader. This was quite annoying, but he needed to do this to find him. The boy reached the position of top management for the demonic cult at a young age. The tactician, known as the brain of the demonic cult, Heavenly Fong Zhuge Hyuk. He was thinking of finding and killing him. Even Wai Siola struggled because of his tactics. If he didn't deal with him in advance, he'd help in the advancement of the demonic cult. The clan head's servant acknowledged his words, stating that even though he didn't know who the young master was looking for, he would relay the message. If it would take 3 months, the clan head's servant continued, they would only hear from them around summer. It seemed, the clan head's servant observed, that the people of the house sect weren't as informed as the rumors suggested. The clan head agreed, adding that he would only be able to get to him in the summer. The young master was confused. He wondered why he had thought of this. It was around this time that the Jinchuan Yun clan's secret chamber, operated by the First Merchant Association, was discovered. The countless riches stacked within didn't matter. The chamber was filled with gold and jewels. Chests and vases overflowed with treasure. What truly mattered were the priceless spiritual pills. A character who rose to a high stage through the power of spiritual pills would become a demonic human later on, becoming a huge source of strength for the heavenly demon. Zhuge Hyuk was an issue, the young master thought, but so was the secret chamber. Even if he wanted to prevent that, the secret chamber was in Sichuan, which was too far. There was no helping it. Let's give up. The speaker dismissed the idea of going to Sichuan, doubting they could even find such a well-hidden place. He suggested they simply buy some honey cookies before heading back. Meanwhile, the second child tilted her head, confused by what she was hearing. Elsewhere, a man declared that he would make someone happier. The man's face was flushed as he spoke. Then, a method came rolling right in front of his doorstep. The clan head's booming laughter echoed through the courtyard. The clan head pointed out that Wai Mun had missed a leaf while sweeping, erupting in laughter once more. The clan head admitted that he had come all the way because Yang Chun was causing trouble, finding it amusing that this old geezer was the root of it all. Wai Mun continued to sweep as the clan head laughed heartily. Wai Mun continued their work, prompting the clan head to tell them to stop laughing and get back to work. Wai Mun paused, questioning what the clan head thought they were doing. The clan head retorted that Wai Mun was merely assisting him in his disguise as a servant of the Gu clan, ordering them to help sweep the floor, reminding them that they broke the last one. Wai Mun was told to go and pluck their hair to make one, questioning if he was serious. The clan head admitted that he doubted he came this far just to see that boy, or maybe he did. The clan head asked if Wai Mun had sensed it too. The clan head recalled the kid who refused to train his footwork and ran away 6 months ago, suggesting that someone teach him instead of that trash. It was noted that the young man had bested his sister. In addition, the flow of his flame wheel art had stabilized, leading to the question of whether he had immense talent. The clan head declared that they couldn't just leave him be. The clan head mused over Wai Mun's rapid progress, unsure if it was simply talent or something more. He considered that there must be something special about the boy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the compound, another elder was concerned that the first elder would not stay put if he discovered Wai Mun's potential. He suspected the first elder might have already made a move. The elder wondered where the boy was now, but doubted he would cause too much trouble with so many eyes watching him. Elsewhere, a woman seemed confused by something she had heard. Someone asked her what she thought of them coming to her. A voice declared it could make her happier than he could. The speaker seemed eager to prove their point. Siola announced herself and told everyone to listen to what she had to say. Siola offered to explain how this had happened. But it hadn't been a good dream. Siola had hurt tons of other people in the dream. Someone noted that Grandpa knew how much Siola hated holding a sword, but he made her hurt so many people in it. Siola wanted to stop, but still entered a house to hurt people. And that man there, someone lamented that if they just had a little more time. Siola appeared to be having a nightmare. The nightmare seemed intense. The dream was filled with sorrow. A voice echoed, filled with regret and apologies. Siola then awoke from the nightmare. Siola, frightened by the nightmare, wanted to see the young master. However, Manhwa directed her to the courtyard instead. Siola must have arrived at the courtyard before the young master, because someone else was already there. Siola recalled that the man in her dream had said he would make her happy, but she was already happy by the young master's side. Just then, protagonist_1 saw what was happening and made a scary face. After that, protagonist_1 approached Siola. Protagonist_1 apologized, stating that Siola was his servant and demanding to know who the other person was. The other person was asking for Wai Mun, and protagonist_1 noticed that he was blushing. He admitted that he didn't know where he was from, but he didn't like him. The man apologized, stating that he had wronged the young Gu master, and asked if protagonist_1 knew him. Protagonist_1 confirmed that he did. A young man bows respectfully, introducing himself as Gu Juliop. Juliop refuses a request for a spar with the main family's bloodline. Juliop declares that he is not going to do it. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the training grounds, where Juliop is asked if he is running away because he is scared, to which he replies that he is. Someone scoffs at Juliop's apparent cowardice, finding it feeble to run from something like this. The heckler continues, noting that Juliop has a keen eye and is indeed extremely feeble. Juliop reflects on causing a mess in the fight against his sister, thinking he would make the same mistake and spar with some random guy. Juliop announces that he will head off then. An older man stops Juliop, questioning why he won't accept since the other person came from afar for this. Juliop is asked what brought him here, and he greets the second elder, noting it has been a while. Someone off-panel states that the other person is the first elder's grandson. It is observed that Juliop and the first elder's grandson share the same face. The older man asks Juliop if he wants to fight this lad. Someone suggests that Juliop avoided it because he was scared, but another counters that it's more like he is there to hit on girls. An order comes from the first elder. The first elder's command hung in the air. Was that the reason Juliop refused to spar? He considered the situation, realizing that he had assumed the first elder was interested in martial arts reasons, but it was likely just politics. It was a well-known fact that the first elder was an ambitious man, waiting for Juliop, the useless one, to inherit the clan. The first elder's machinations were clear. He must be trying to use his grandson to stomp Juliop down again. However, after seeing Juliop, who he thought was useless, defeat Gu Yanxiu and mess up his plans, the first elder had to change his strategy. Yang Shun stood silently, his expression unreadable. Juliop recalled his earlier statement, that he had no intention of fighting Yang Shun. He reasoned that it was obvious he would lose, so why would he even bother? The first elder, however, had a hunch that Yang Shun wouldn't lose. Juliop stated that Yang Shun was much stronger than his sister. He didn't want to fight a losing battle or get mixed up in politics. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbing the sister's arm. The second child told her to hold on. Yang Shun felt that Juliop was undeserving of her. Yang Shun, calling Juliop a cowardly freak, was interrupted by the second child. The second child ordered Juliop to remove his hand and follow her. Juliop declared that he would accept that match of Yang Shun's. The title card appears, emblazoned with the words, "The world's best childhood friend." The training grounds were quiet, save for the rustling of leaves. A lone figure stood ready, awaiting his opponent. Gu Juliop admitted to himself that he was beginning to regret his decision. The clan head explained that this kind of fight, against a new martial artist, would surely help Juliop improve. The second child agreed with the clan head. Since things had turned out as they had, Juliop needed to do the clan head a favor, whether he wanted to or not. The clan head stated that Juliop would have to do it whether he won or lost. The clan head chuckled, saying Juliop had zero reason to ask for a favor, and that it was only his duty. After all, the clan head reminded him. Juliop told the clan head that he was mistaken, and that he had no intentions of becoming the clan head. The clan head was shocked, asking what Juliop was talking about, and who else could become the clan head other than him. He reminded Juliop that he had already given up all hopes of becoming the clan head in his past life. Juliop thought that it seemed like people thought he wanted to become the clan head and that he was going to roll on the ground and surrender if he wouldn't do the clan head a favor. Juliop smiled mischievously. Juliop thought to himself that he wasn't going to do it and that he was far from adorable. Gu Juliop listened as the clan head agreed to his request, but only on one condition. That condition was simple. Juliop would do the clan head a favor if he won. Juliop and his opponent stood opposite each other in the training grounds. The other man asked if Juliop was warmed up. Juliop replied that he was somewhat. The other man apologized before stating that he was going to attack. Juliop questioned what he was talking about, as the man reminded him that he had overdone it in their duel last year, leaving Juliop bedridden for a month. Juliop scoffed, saying that was a long time ago and he didn't remember it happening. Juliop thought back to that time. He recalled being told that he was too weak and that his victory against the second daughter was just a coincidence. Juliop realized that his grandfather did not seem to think so. Juliop's hand gripped his sword tightly. Juliop thought that what he hated even more was for a weak man to become the clan head. The arena crackled with energy as the duel was about to begin. Nearby, the second elder watched on. Meanwhile, another voice chimed in, stating that he would also like something if he were to win in this duel. The clan head agreed that it was only fair, asking Juliop what he wanted. The clan head waited with his arms crossed. Juliop declared that he wanted that maid. The female servant looked surprised. Juliop smirked. Someone thought to themselves that Juliop was a little. The clan head laughed, agreeing to the terms. The announcement was made. The duel would begin. The two figures stood ready in the arena. Juliop's expression was grim. His opponent remarked that it was only polite to have the weaker opponent get the first attack, questioning if Juliop was afraid. Juliop was certain that he was better than his opponent in every way, whether it was inner energy, speed, or strength. The young master stood his ground, radiating power. Juliop wondered if it was because of his opponent's aura, but quickly dismissed the thought. He reasoned that his opponent was full of flaws from top to bottom, and was likely struggling to deal with the inner energy Juliop was exuding. Meanwhile, the second child watched from the clan estate, realizing something. She knew that it only made sense that Juliop would run out of energy faster since he had less inner energy, and now he was out of inner energy. The young master confirmed that he was allowed to attack first. He beckoned Juliop to come. Juliop lunged forward. The young master met his attack. The air crackled with energy. Juliop pressed his attack. The young master remarked that it was a good move, but Juliop was too slow. Juliop looked surprised. The young master's strike connected, sending a burst of energy outward. The force of the blow sent Juliop flying backwards. The impact continued to send him spiraling through the air. The young master's attack left a trail of searing energy. Juliop crashed downwards, unable to stop his momentum. He collided with the ground in a burst of force. The impact cratered the earth, sending debris flying. The force of the impact shattered the ground, leaving a bloody mess. Juliop coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. The young master told him to get up while he was still allowing it. The young master remarked that he didn't want Juliop crying about being ambushed later. The young master asked if Juliop was already done, apologizing for having underestimated him and admitting he was lacking. The young master stated that they were done here. The young master prepared his next strike, energy crackling around his blade. The young master realized he wouldn't be as fast as he wanted, and that he didn't have much time. He knew that to fight someone stronger, he needed to embody the inner energy within himself to reinforce his body. However, his body couldn't handle that much inner energy yet, and pushing himself too much might kick off energy deviation. The young master realized he had 7 minutes. He knew he needed to finish this fight within those 7 minutes. The sword technique he was using started and ended with the utilization of friction force between the sword and sheath. He knew that if he just watched out for that. He focused. The young master moved with incredible speed. The air crackled with energy. He continued his assault. The young master's eyes glowed with power. His attacks intensified. The young master spun, a whirlwind of motion. He could tell that the moves in his technique were so connected and natural, and that he had trained hard. However, that also meant the young master knew that if he could cut off his opponent, he would be unable to do anything. With renewed resolve, he focused his energy. The air crackled with heat. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. The force of his attack intensified. The young master moved with incredible speed. It was the split moment when he exuded all of his heat energy. The heavenly demon was shocked, wondering how the young master managed to exude that kind of energy, but the young master knew it was enough to end the fight. The young master's hair whipped around his face as he focused. His expression was one of intense concentration. He moved with purpose, ready to strike. The sound of impact echoed through the area. The force of the blow caused blood to spray from his mouth. The figure moved with incredible speed, leaving trails of red energy in their wake. The impact sent debris flying in all directions. With a burst of speed, the figure launched another attack. The sound of shattering stone filled the air. Dust and debris rained down as the structure crumbled. Amidst the destruction, Gu Juliop remained seated, seemingly unfazed. Gu Juliop wondered what his attacker hated the most. The attacker thought to himself that whether he insulted him, acted like shit, or tried to take the clan head position, he still couldn't move. The attacker's eyes glowed with rage as he thought that Gu Juliop dared to covet what he shouldn't. The attacker thought that he fucking hated that. He didn't like that Gu Juliop tried to take something that he did not deserve so easily, so casually. He wondered if he should break Gu Juliop's arm, so he could never try something like that again. Gu Juliop lay prone, his body aching from the recent assault. Nearby, the unseen assailant seemed pleased with the damage inflicted, noting that Gu Juliop's right arm should be in good condition. Yang Chun was praised for his work. From above, a voice declared that enough was enough. The declaration echoed through the courtyard. Elsewhere, the calm male youth looked on with a concerned expression. The calm male youth was told that Gu Juliop should have been prepared and that he went home on his own, so he must be fine. He was then asked if he was worried about what the first elder was going to do. The clan head told him to be quiet and not to say that. The second child wondered who else would become the clan head if not the calm male youth, a direct bloodline. She then asked if she would get food for it, and was told she could have as much as she wanted. Siola's dream from now on was to be the captain of this place, but the calm male youth thought this wasn't something to joke about. The clan head said that no one cared about her. The second child wondered when Siola was going to learn to wield a sword. It was said that if Siola was called the direct disciple of the Sword Supreme, she must have been taught by the Sword Supreme, but she's learning chores all day and has never been seen near a sword. Two figures are present, one eating what appears to be a pastry. The other comments that she doesn't think the first figure has always been this stupid. The young man wonders why he can't remember something that shouldn't have been easily forgotten. A voice asks if young master is all right. Someone asks the young master to make them captain before he goes to heaven. An older man tells the young master that they should talk about this later, and that he should rest because he is tired. A voice asks where someone is going. The young man is told that he needs to keep his promise. An older man asks what someone wants, offering money or food. The young man laughs, saying it's nothing as trivial as that. He asks if the other man isn't powerful enough to help with something really difficult, and then wonders what he's asking for. The older man points in a direction. The older man asks, Sichuan? The young man asks if the other can't do that much, since he's the elder. He then asks why the other doesn't just go then. The young man wonders, The young master admitted he'd been worried about what kind of favor the clan head was going to ask of him. He clarified that he had said Sichuan, not the marketplace in town or a picnic. The clan head reminded him that as the only son of the Gu clan, he shouldn't be going around wherever he wanted. He added that he was sure the young master was aware that he needed to have an important reason to go somewhere that far. The clan head suggested that he simply attend the Tang weapons exhibition. The young master seemed confused by the suggestion of the Tang weapons exhibition. The Tang weapons exhibition was an event held every year where the Tang clan invited other households to exhibit weapons made by artisans. The Tang weapons exhibition was an event held every year where the Tang clan invited other households to exhibit weapons made by artisans. The clan head stated that there was no need to attend, but the young master could just use that as an excuse to go. He added that if he fought a duel he didn't even want to, he could just ask him. The clan head then dismissed his previous statement as a joke. The young master realized he was asking for money instead. The clan head asked if he wanted to go to Sichuan really badly. The clan head admitted that getting old was really scary. The clan head exclaimed that if it wasn't money, then at least a spiritual pill. He declared that he would send him to Sichuan as early as he could. The clan head declared that he would show him the power of an elder. The young master took it back, pleading with the clan head to just give him something else. The clan head stated that he would send him to Sichuan right now. An elder's booming voice echoed through the halls. There was no way the young master could accept the order. The order was urgent, coming directly from the elder, demanding that Gu Yangchun be sent to Sichuan immediately. Gu Yangchun was taken aback by the sudden command. He told Siola to stay behind and do housework. Outside, a voice called out that they were ready to leave. Yangchun was still processing the suddenness of the situation. He looked up, startled by the announcement. Two figures waved goodbye as the carriage began to move. The clan head and another elder watched him depart. The clan head declared that it was time to get to work, asking if the other elder would join him. The elder responded sarcastically, wondering if the clan head wanted him, an old man, to do all the work. The clan head remained silent, his expression unreadable. The elder complained that there were only two of them and that he was bored, asking the clan head to listen to his worries. He added that it sounded like the clan head had sent Yangchun away just to avoid listening to him. The elder revealed that a few days prior, the clan head had asked him about the immortal physician. It seemed as if the clan head was asking because someone else had asked him to. The elder wondered why the immortal physician was of interest. The clan head watched as a figure walked away in the distance. The clan head turned back towards the building. Inside, the clan head stated that if the other person wasn't going to say it, then he would change the topic. The clan head wondered if the other person's granddaughter, why Siola, didn't seem human and questioned what she was. Gu Ryan was warned that he was crossing the line. He was told to watch his mouth. The clan head recalled that when he first met her at the Unified Dragon Assembly, that child had no presence at all. The clan head dismisses the notion of divine intervention, stating that why Siola's condition is not a disease. And with that, Gu is told that it is enough. Ryung. Gu stands amidst a shower of golden swords. That. Gu's expression hardens. If he says so, and if Gu wishes to defend her, then he should do so. What Gu wants is not important. What if she's not human? Gu stands beneath the golden swords. He just needs the help to make up for what she lacks in humanity. If need be, Gu will give his life for her. Siola, he thinks, please grow up safe and sound. The Sword Supreme will realize that why Siola has disappeared. The room was empty. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, the night deepened. Nearby, preparations continued. The group needed to prepare food, rationing what little they had left for the journey to Sichuan. As they worked, one of the companions remarked that the young master must be bored while training. Another joked that they should have brought Siola along. Elsewhere, the young master trained with intense focus. Each strike was delivered with precision and power. The force of his movements shook the very ground. He continued to push himself, striving for greater heights. Huffing, he paused, feeling the strain. He realized that even after only a few moves, he was already running out of inner energy. It had been almost 10 days since they left, and despite consistent training, he wasn't seeing much progress. The biggest problem he faced during the fight against Gujuliop was the amount of inner energy he had. Inner energy was the basis of all martial arts, so he needed to hurry and raise it. He focused, drawing power from a mysterious source. The demon well absorption art, he knew, was a way to absorb inner energy from a demonic stone, like from a spiritual pill. However, he also knew that he would end up taking in demonic energy into the body, corrupting the user. For some reason, the Gu Flame Wheel art purified the demonic energy. After that, the young master hadn't felt any demonic energy, so he felt like he could raise his inner energy without side effects. But this was still the heavenly demon's martial art. It'd be best for him not to use it. And he barely managed to escape. He couldn't get back on the damned demonic path again. Suddenly, the young master screamed. He wondered what was happening. Nearby, two figures wondered what was going on. Someone wondered what it was now. The pair continued to wonder what was going on. A voice called out, stating that the young master was in the carriage. The two figures from before stood near the carriage. Someone peeked out from behind the carriage curtains, wondering if they were in the carriage. Someone gasped. A voice called out for the young master. Someone giggled, stating that they ended up coming. Siola expressed her desire to accompany them, but she was told that she was still bad at housework. She wondered why she was allowed to go last time. The old man asked if she meant the Unified Dragon Assembly. He explained that there were people who could have prevented her from making mistakes there, but there wasn't anyone to do that for her in Sichuan. The old man told Siola that if she understood, she should help him move the stuff. Siola recalled that the young master said he wouldn't be back for at least a month. The young girl knew that the young master hated unhelpful people, so she guessed she had no choice. Suddenly, a voice told her to wait. Someone wondered who it was. Siola thought that no one was there, but she felt like she heard the voice from the box. Siola screamed. She wondered who pushed her and told them that they shouldn't play pranks. Siola was scared. The young girl was still scared. Siola drifted into a restless sleep, muttering softly. She lay unconscious amidst the goods of a merchant stall. Suddenly, the scene faded to white. Elsewhere, a voice announced that preparations were complete and it was time to depart. The order was given to someone to take responsibility. Then, the scene faded to white again. The young girl protagonist exclaimed that something had happened. Nearby, the young man protagonist, second child, and female companion 1 sat around a campfire. The young girl protagonist looked shocked. She repeated that something had happened, emphasizing that she had said it first. The others speculated that she might be possessed by a ghost and told her to go back. Meanwhile, a carriage carrying the young master traveled through the night. The young man protagonist recalled trying to eat an owl before, finding them too chewy. He then admitted to eating a squirrel as well, prompting another to accuse him of being cruel. The young man protagonist explained that he would have preferred to send Sola home with a bodyguard, but she had already gone too far. He added that they didn't have enough food to give away, so they were just traveling together. A young girl offers a trade, suggesting that the young master exchange what she holds for a cookie. Suddenly, a voice cries out in anguish, lamenting the loss of a cookie. The girl, now with a darkened expression, reflects that she should have sent the cookie back. Below, green flames rise ominously. The green flames flicker and intensify. The scene offers a close-up view of a figure's clothing. Muyan acknowledges that she is aware, as someone shouts for everyone to stop. Someone remarks that they knew it was too peaceful to be true, urging another to come inside because it is dangerous, while another voice notes that there seem to be 4. A large, monstrous creature is shown lunging forward. The young man protagonist wonders if there are now three. The monstrous creature looms closer, as someone questions if there are two, then one. The monstrous creature roars as it appears at a window, startling those inside. Someone is struck by an unseen force. A fist glows with fiery energy. A voice pleads for others to fall back. The heavenly demon unleashed a torrent of power, his strike aimed at an unseen foe. A spectral bear-like figure materialized before him, poised to intercept the attack. In the background, the carriage remained, its occupants watching the unfolding battle. The force of the blow ripped through the air, a visible distortion marking its path. The heavenly demon's power surged, crackling with energy as he prepared to strike again. The spectral bear absorbed the brunt of the attack, its form shimmering under the intense energy. The force of the impact sent a smaller creature flying. With a resounding crash, the heavenly demon's blade connected, the force of the impact echoing through the surroundings. The carriage remained in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding conflict. The air crackled with residual energy, the aftermath of the powerful clash. Nearby, Gu Juliop overheard a woman speaking, though he couldn't discern who she was addressing. She stated that it wasn't her, and when asked who she was talking to, she told them not to ask her. From inside the carriage, a servant called out to the woman, beckoning her to come over. Gu Juliop appeared confused by the exchange. The situation suddenly dawned on Gu Juliop, causing him to curse under his breath. A trail of blood led to a discarded sword. The woman stood amidst a scene of carnage, surrounded by fallen bodies and pools of blood. The woman remarked that it looked like they were headed to Sichuan. She then stated that there was no one there. The woman's expression remained unreadable. A voice emerged from the shadows, asking if they could come along. Emerging from the darkness, a woman with long, white hair stood with a sheathed sword at her side. The woman introduced herself as Namgung Baya. Elsewhere, someone wondered what that crazy woman was doing there. The scene fades into a blood-red sky. Two ravens perch atop a pile of corpses, feasting on the dead. The aftermath of a brutal battle is revealed, the ground littered with bodies. More bodies are shown, the scene a gruesome tableau of death. The heavenly demon stands amidst the carnage, his back to the viewer, as he is questioned about the massacre. He is asked if he killed them all, being the only survivor. The heavenly demon wonders what the cult leader said. Namgung Baya stands with her sword drawn, telling him that they told her to bring him here and that he'd rampage like a crazy bitch. She then wonders if that last part was just what she wanted to say. Namgung Baya tells the heavenly demon that she guesses he has enough sense to understand that much. The heavenly demon tells her to go, but not that way. Namgung Baya acknowledges his statement, and he tells her to just not do anything weird and follow him. The heavenly demon expresses that he is getting tired just from this. Namgung Baya wonders if the Sword Supreme is strong, and that there is something she wants to ask. Namgung Baya is warning him, just in case, that the Sword Supreme is someone a cult leader will deal with. The heavenly demon wonders what his swordsmanship is like, and if it is stronger than his or the cult leader's. The scene was a bloody one, with bodies strewn across the courtyard. Suddenly, the heavenly demon unleashed a surge of purple energy. The heavenly demon, consumed by rage, hurled the energy at Namgung Baya, calling her a bitch. Namgung Baya was struck by the blast. She stood amidst the swirling purple flames. The energy surged around her, the landscape tinged purple. The force of the blast sent debris flying. Namgung Baya wondered what the heck was going on. She challenged the heavenly demon, asking if he wanted to fight. The heavenly demon scoffed. He told her that they were not going the right way. Namgung Baya told him to shut up and follow her if he understood what she was saying. They continued onward. The heavenly demon muttered that if she mentioned the three supremes again, he would rip her apart. Namgung Baya remarked that this way looked like a shortcut. The heavenly demon paused, demanding to know what Namgung Baya was. The heavenly demon prepared to strike. The heavenly demon reflected on how quickly he had arrived at their destination, calling Namgung Baya an insane bitch. Namgung Baya stated that she assumed he was heading towards Sichuan and asked if it wasn't rude to ask to accompany him, while the text noted that it took her 4 times as long to arrive at the destination. The heavenly demon retorted that they were not going to Sichuan and that it was definitely rude to ask. The heavenly demon thought that he would be crazy to get involved with Namgung Baya again. Even with all that he wanted to say, it was more important that he couldn't just take her word that she was of the Namgung clan. Namgung Baya stood silently as the heavenly demon's carriage came to a halt. Namgung Baya asked the heavenly demon what he meant. Namgung Baya's eyes narrowed. Her expression remained intense. Namgung Baya began to channel her energy. Energy crackled around her. Namgung Baya stood amidst a surge of power. The heavenly demon realized that she was using the ruler's sword form and wondered what would happen if she used that here. Namgung Baya's eyes glowed with power as she prepared to unleash her attack. The force of the ruler's sword form erupted in a burst of energy. The attack blurred the world around them. The world continued to blur. Namgung Baya declared that what she had demonstrated was all she could do for now, as she was not yet adept. With the sword still drawn, Namgung Baya asked if that would be sufficient. The heavenly demon scoffed, stating that she really was from the Namgung clan and demanding evidence. One of the companions apologized, saying that they definitely shouldn't accompany someone. The companion noted the fearsome martial arts. Under the moonlight, the group continued their journey. The female companion looked on with concern. One of the companions remarked that she was going to sleep there, it seemed, and the other agreed. The protagonist thought that while he was relieved she didn't say anything when he rejected her, he didn't think she'd follow a carriage of all things, and wondered why she was following them even when he said they weren't going to Sichuan. The protagonist decided that ignoring her was the best thing he could do, and that he must treat her as if she didn't exist, resolving not to do unnecessary things such as talking to that woman. The female companion explained that you could peel the frog's skin like this. The female companion recoiled, startled by something unseen. The protagonist reminded her not to mess around, questioning why she would travel to a far land alone. Namgung Baya asked if he did. The protagonist stared back at Namgung Baya. He admitted that he understood she was part of the Namgung clan, but questioned why she was accompanying them. He wondered why the daughter of such a prestigious clan was helping. The female companion sighed, explaining that they had departed together, but she got lost. Namgung Baya stated that she got lost on the way, and the protagonist knew it. The protagonist thought to himself that she had zero sense of direction in his previous life, so he wondered why he thought there'd be a different reason now. He questioned why she was following them, since they weren't even going to Sichuan. The protagonist continued to think that it seemed like they really weren't heading to Sichuan. The female companion tilted her head, confused. The protagonist turned away. The female companion looked up at the protagonist. The female companion exclaimed in shock that they weren't going to Sichuan. The protagonist thought he should have sent her back. The protagonist asked if he was doing anything for her. Namgung Baya introduced herself. Namgung Baya stated that since she'd introduced herself, they could do the same. The young man, Gu Jalayip, seemed to be in conflict, stating he'd rather not do something. Suddenly, Jalayip seemed to hear someone calling his name, looking around in confusion. Jalayip then declared his name and clan affiliation, stating he was Gu Jalayip of the Gu clan. The next scene showed Jalayip and Namgung Baya sitting by a fire, where Jalayip apologized. 2 days after the event that made him feel guilty towards Gu Jalayip, the group continued their journey. Jalayip was seen looking out from a building. Someone pointed out a squirrel, and another confirmed its presence. They then asked if the other had eaten a squirrel before. Namgung Baya stated that she had not. Naturally, their pace slowed down. Someone told the others to get on the horse carriage, and they questioned if Namgung Baya was being allowed in as well. The response was an emphatic absolutely not. Namgung Baya stated that in that case, she didn't want to. Someone then asked who she thought she was. Another person asked Nguyen how much longer it would take, and Nguyen responded that they'd arrive in a day if they were going at their original pace. They then asked about their current pace. The person on the horse stated that it'd probably take around 3 days. They then asked the young master, Jalayip, why he was so wary of Namgung Baya, and suggested he ride with her. Jalayip thought to himself that he didn't have a choice. It was then suggested that they reconsider their options at a nearby village. As they continued their journey, the distant village came into view, nestled in the valley below. The path wound down the mountainside, promising respite and a chance to reconsider their travel plans. Meanwhile, Namgung Baya and Gu Jalayip walked side by side, their destination drawing nearer. The sound of footsteps echoed on the stone floor. 2 figures in matching red tunics walked together, relieved that they wouldn't have to camp in the wilderness that night, with only 1 day left to go. Namgung Baya gave a piggyback ride to young girl protagonist, who asked if it was really okay. Male_protagonist_1 questioned why Baya was carrying a maid on her back, stating that he permitted it. Baya responded that the young girl protagonist said her legs hurt, and that they should find a place to spend the night. Male_protagonist_1 told the young girl protagonist to get on the carriage if her legs hurt, reminding her that he told her not to get on in the first place. Baya told male_protagonist_1 to stop being rude and let her down. The young girl protagonist asked if she would come down now. It was observed that there were people in the same clothes as them coming over. Male_protagonist_1 and Baya were spotted by a group of people. The group called out to Baya, exclaiming, "Sister!" The group asked where Baya had been, saying they had been looking for her. The young girl protagonist apologized, saying she got lost. Baya stated that was why she said they should tie ropes to each other. The young girl protagonist thought that would be embarrassing. Baya stated that was why the young girl protagonist disappeared, even if it wasn't even a day in. She was worried sick about her. The young girl protagonist asked who they might be, and stated that she was Siola and that male_protagonist_1 was her young master, telling him to get down right now. If he was Baya's younger brother, then he must be the future Lightning Blade, one of the 5 great swordsmen of Murim. But that couldn't be right. The man stood, lightning crackling around him. The man introduced himself as Namgung Chunjun, the current lightning dragon of the Namgung clan. Gu Yoliup of the Gu clan greeted Chunjun, stating it was an honor to meet him. Chunjun chuckled, telling Yoliup that he was being too nice. Chunjun wondered why Yoliup was with his sister. Chunjun smiled, awaiting Yoliup's answer. Yoliup explained that he had walked from Sichuan, so they got here together. He thought Chunjun wasn't going to make it, so he walked there as well. Baya remained silent. Chunjun told Yoliup that it was okay, and that he just did what was natural. Yoliup apologized, saying he didn't want to be involved with that crazy bitch anymore. He was sure they'd be able to find another room. The young master was told to prepare to camp out. The servant complained that they were tired from days of camping outdoors, and asked if he intended on making them sleep outdoors again. The young master said that, of course, they'd be all right, but then accepted the offer. The first thing Namgung Baya did as a demonic martial artist was neutralize her own clan, including her brother. The aftermath of Baya's massacre was evident. The bodies of the clan head and disciples strewn across the floor. After this act, she would become known as the Demonic Blade Empress, beginning her ascent to power. One observer wondered how much Baya must have hated her own clan to commit such a cruel act. However, they saw no problems other than her relationship with the Lightning Dragon. The observer felt that Baya must be stronger than the Lightning Dragon, considering her technique, even though she had no title or fame at this point. The observer noted that Baya's brother seemed normal, wondering if there was some problem they couldn't see. Later, Namgung Chunjun walked down a hallway. Chunjun was greeted by someone who asked if he slept well. Before the young man could finish thanking them for the nice room, Chunjun slapped him. Chunjun told him that he should know his place. Chunjun glared at the young man. Chunjun said that he tried to be nice for once, but the young man didn't seem to know his place. Chunjun told him that he didn't deserve to talk to his sister. Chunjun stated that he didn't know how the young man managed to seduce his innocent sister, but if it happened again, he would cut him in half. Chunjun asked if they were ready, stating that he was glad that the young man slept well and that he was grateful to be able to help someone of the Gu clan. Chunjun announced that they would go and have breakfast now. The young master's eyes narrowed. He thought to himself that they were all insane. The door slid open. Two members of the Namgung clan approached. One asked if he slept well, but the young master told him not to mention them. The clan member apologized and asked when they were going to leave. The clan member reported that they had already finished preparations and would be able to leave right after eating breakfast. The young master was relieved that he was normal, at least. Someone thanked him, and the young master urged them to hurry, wanting to get away from the Namgung people as quickly as possible. Two women approached. One apologized for not being able to say hi earlier, and the other greeted the young master. The young master was offered dumplings, being told that they were really good, and that he could have theirs too. One of the women asked if they had to eat together. The young master said that it was okay for her to eat with him, but the others shouldn't be there. Someone thought to themselves that he shouldn't be eating with them over there. They also noted that the young master's brother was glaring at them like he wanted them dead right now, so they just sat wherever was closest. One of the women reacted in disbelief. Someone observed that he didn't look like he was okay and asked if he was okay. Someone thought to themselves that they didn't know what she was trying to do, but this was the last time they wanted to see them until the Tang weapons exhibition. The young master declared he would leave, stating he was full, despite the others insisting he hadn't finished eating. He added that he wished to never meet them again. Meanwhile, the female servant watched him leave. She let out a small sigh as she watched him walk away. Namgung Baya covered her mouth, a look of disgust on her face. She thought to herself, referring to someone as sister. Namgung Baya was then approached by the clan head, who commented on something. Her eyes narrowed. Elsewhere, a figure stood amidst a torrent of what appeared to be purple rain. It was more convenient for them to be there. The clan head asked Namgung Baya to sit with him next time, to which she apologized. The purple rain continued to fall. The young master and his companions walked away. The clan head told Namgung Baya that she wasn't done eating and asked where she was going. She responded that she was going to rest in the carriage. Namgung Baya turned her head. The young master and his group were followed by a young girl who cheerfully asked why they were following. The young master's fingers snapped, a subtle sound amidst the turmoil. Elsewhere, someone expressed their displeasure, thinking, "I hate it when people interfere in our relationship." The speaker, with their pale hair and intense gaze, seemed to be looking down at something. The individual's hand reached out, as if to grasp something just out of reach. The young man questioned why they were still being followed. The woman corrected him, stating that she wasn't following, but accompanying him. The young man chuckled, agreeing to put it that way. He then asked why she had boarded the vehicle when her companion was right there. The woman with white hair explained that Siola had brought her here. Someone shouted for Muyan to get both of them out of there. Someone chuckled, remarking that they'd end up getting off by themselves. It was then noted that they had just arrived in Sichuan. The city of Sichuan was illuminated by the night sky. The narrator stated that this was the Sichuan Tang clan. It was explained that the Sichuan Tang clan was an extremely prestigious Orthodox clan that had its roots in the Sichuan region for centuries. The narrator described the Namgung family's sharpness and the Hebei Hong clan's vigor. The Moyang clan's precision was highlighted, while it was noted that the Tang clan may seem lacking compared to the other clans. However, They were known as the best handlers of poison and steel by far. The Tang weapons exhibition was the result of that confidence. The young man thought that he needed to find the treasury within 3 days after the Tang weapons exhibition ends. The young master considered his options, knowing the treasury was somewhere in Sichuan and roughly where. That said, he knew finding it in such a large city would be difficult. How was he going to find it in such a large city? If he couldn't find it, he thought he might have to resort to leaking its location to the beggar sect. He knew he needed to hurry as much as he could. Suddenly, he was startled by second child. She had surprised him, he realized, wondering what she was doing here. It was the first time he'd been somewhere so high, she thought, and the wind was also so cool. Second child exclaimed at the sight. She told the young master to look as the fireflies were dancing under the moonlight. The young master remained silent. Second child then mentioned that Namgung Baya had also told her about a pretty lake over there. She suggested they go take a look together. The pair began to move. The moon shone brightly over the landscape. The scale of the clan's territory impressed the young master, just as he had been told. The young master wondered aloud how large a clan needed to be to encompass an entire forest within its borders. The second child giggled, trying to lighten the mood. The young master, however, was preoccupied, wondering where Scylla might be hiding. Second child insisted that she only wanted to cheer him up. He brushed off her attempts at comfort, suggesting that if she knew where valuables might be hidden, she could help him. Second child wondered why anyone would need to hide anything in the first place. The young master retorted that he wasn't looking for emotional support, and then demanded to know who was approaching. A voice declared that outsiders were not allowed to traverse there. The young master, remembering the Tang clan, realized he had forgotten about her. It was said that she single-handedly stopped the swarm of several thousand demonic humans attacking Sichuan. The woman demanded to know who they were. The woman was Poison Queen Tang Soil, a woman he had killed in a past life. Nearby, the protagonist finished off the last of the guards. Meanwhile, Tang Soil questioned if it was really the Poison Queen before them. The Poison Queen confirmed her identity. The protagonist scoffed, remarking that her kin had already deserted the place long ago, and wondered what she thought would change if she guarded the place by herself. Tang Soil stated that nothing would change, and then asked why the protagonist was there. The Poison Queen questioned what made him come there. The protagonist responded that it was a stupid question, and that he was there to end her damned life. The Poison Queen stated that she understood. Tang Soil apologized, wondering if she was out of her mind to apologize to a demonic human. She believed her sanity must have finally broken. Tang Soil realized there were too many things she only saw now, after losing her eyes. Tang Soil thought to herself that she should have let go earlier. The protagonist, standing before her, declared that her nonsense was over, demanding if that was all she had to say. She admitted that it was selfish of her to ask, but if there was any time left in this world. Silence filled the air. Gross. Tang Soil, visibly angered, demanded to know why she wasn't being answered. One of the guards guessed that she was still at her poison peak. Tang Soil threatened to call the guards if she didn't receive an answer. Namgung Baya's voice echoed, calling out to Soil. Namgung Baya whispered something to Tang Soil. Namgung Baya asked why Tang Soil was only telling her now. Tang Soil responded that she had never asked. Tang Soil introduced herself as Tang Soil of the Tang clan, apologizing for raising her voice at a guest of the family. She stood with Namgung Baya, listening to the explanation. Meanwhile, Gu Juliop apologized for his surprise, then demanded to know what business brought them there. Namgung Baya responded that their kin had allowed it, so it was fine. Elsewhere, the young man scoffed, realizing that he was being told to leave because he hadn't been allowed in. He decided he would be on his way then. The pair walked along the temple steps. Gu Juliop was deemed unbelievably rude. She wondered why she had glared at him so harshly. She didn't like how he hadn't apologized, even after she pointed out his mistake. Tang Soil wondered if good looks were everything, hating guys who acted rude just because they looked a little handsome. She stammered, trying to clarify that by saying he's handsome, she meant. Namgung Baya seemed confused. The young man grumbled, thinking that she found him handsome. Tang Soil thought that guys who were homely, even if they were a little ugly, were the best. She told the others to stop. The pair descended the steps, the young woman holding a flower. A small bird perched on a branch, seemingly unaware of the events about to unfold. The Tang clan's estate stood serene, its traditional architecture a testament to generations of history. The young master considered the upcoming Tang weapons exhibition, resolving to dedicate his free time to training. Elsewhere, the second child and companion waited, their expressions suggesting a mix of anticipation and concern. The pair approached the young master, their intentions yet unknown. The young master paused, inquiring what business they had with him that day. The second child and her companion stood firm, their expressions unreadable. The second child explained that the Tang clan had invited them for a meal, and her sister suggested inviting him as well. The young master hesitated, admitting that his shy personality would make him uncomfortable. He thought to himself that they'd better get his message to just leave. The second child urged him not to be. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the young master's wrist with considerable force. The second child insisted that he come with them. The young master was pulled along, his fate now intertwined with the Tang clan's invitation. The young master was clearly displeased, thinking to himself that he had said he didn't want to go. He wondered if they were willing to threaten him to bring him there. The second child seemed to sense his reluctance. She stood firm, radiating an ominous aura. Gu Jiliop appeared to be in shock. The young master seemed to have stumbled, realizing he had no choice. He resigned himself to the situation, stating that he guessed he needed to go. He then told the second child that he couldn't refuse such a thoughtful invitation and would come with her. Oh, and just like that, the second child grabbed the young master by the neck. The second child called out to Mr. Namgung. Gu Jiliop, with a sinister grin, thought to himself that the young master should keep smiling, since his lovely sister was watching. Gu Jiliop's eyes glowed with a menacing light. Gu Jiliop thanked the second child for accepting him, but she brushed it off, saying it was no problem and that she couldn't refuse a request like that. A table was set with a variety of dishes. The young master knew Sichuan was known for their spicy food, and wondered what they expected him to eat if every dish was spicy. The Tang clan head told the young master that it was nothing fancy, but he hoped he would enjoy it. The young master wondered what he would enjoy. The young master sat at the table, surrounded by the unfamiliar, spicy dishes of the Tang clan. He noticed that the dumplings were slightly less red than the other dishes, and he wondered if they might be edible, remarking to himself that he had never seen red dumplings before. The young master tentatively tried one of the dumplings. Tang Soil watched him, her expression unreadable. He thought to himself that she gave him the same weird look in his previous life whenever he ran into her. The young master couldn't believe he had to endure that same look again. The dumpling burned his tongue. He wondered why it was so hot, and thought he needed somewhere to spit it out. Tang Soil continued to stare. The young master was offered water, but he thought to himself that it was just too spicy. He accepted the water, thanking the person who offered it. He drank the water, still holding the dumpling with his chopsticks. Namgung Baya watched the young master. The young master blushed. Gu Jiliop apologized, wondering why the young master was acting so casual. The young master's chopsticks splintered in his hand. Apologizing, the clan head suggested the chopsticks must have been defective, but Gu Jiliop admitted it was his fault, as he tended to use them a little forcefully. The meal continued. Tang Soil seemed flustered. Gu Jiliop wondered what she wanted to say. Namgung Baya asked if she wanted to say something to him, but Tang Soil denied it. She seemed like she really wanted to, though. Namgung Baya asked Jiyak if the training grounds were down below. She wondered if there was anything he liked. Jiyak confirmed that it was their clan's exclusive training area, and he had shown it to her last time. The training area was well maintained. Jiyak explained that they maintained it, but honestly, nobody really used it, as they all had their own personal training areas. He then asked if he could visit. Namgung Baya noted that it seemed like everyone was done chatting and suggested they head down there together. Gu Jiliop wondered what Jiyak was thinking. The training grounds were visible in the distance. The training grounds were quite spacious. The size of the training grounds was truly impressive. The clan head's second child chuckled, remarking that their ancestors believed bigger was better, though she didn't quite understand why. She was sure there was some deep meaning behind it. Meanwhile, a younger member of the clan recalled how Tang Soil used to try and beat him up, but now that she was older, she no longer wanted to fight him. The female companion seemed flustered by this revelation. The clan head's second child expressed gratitude that she didn't have a sister like Tang Soil. Now that they had eaten, she suggested they move around a bit to digest. Gu Jiliop, however, hadn't eaten anything. The clan head then proposed a sparring match. Gu Jiliop knew it. The clan head's face was filled with the intent to give him a thrashing. The clan head wondered if Gu Jiliop thought he was going to go along with his plan. Gu Jiliop apologized, but found the idea unacceptable. The female companion pointed out the massive difference in age and skill between the two of them, wondering what would happen if Gu Jiliop hurt the clan head's face. The clan head's second child called her a bitch. The clan head reassured them that neither of them would use their internal energy. If they did it more like a mentoring match, it should be fine. The clan head grinned. He questioned if Gu Jiliop thought he was a mentor and told him to look at this guy, wondering if he wouldn't use energy. The clan head asked if Gu Jiliop could handle it. The clan head's words hung in the air, a challenge veiled as a question. He wondered aloud if Gu Jiliop was skilled enough for the task at hand. Someone interjected, suggesting that the clan head might have phrased his challenge a little too rudely, reminding him that Gu Jiliop was still his senior. The clan head listened intently, his expression unreadable. The clan head chuckled, accepting the challenge. Haha, all right then, he responded. The challenger declared that he would see how great Gu Jiliop truly was. A sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. The scene shifts to an exterior view of the building where the fight is taking place. Inside, the white-haired fighter tells his opponent that he will allow him to go first, letting him have the first attack. The dark-haired fighter smirks, accepting the offer, stating that he won't turn that down. The white-haired fighter declares that he will strike first. The dark-haired fighter watches as his opponent moves. The white-haired fighter unleashes a powerful strike. The dark-haired fighter is struck by the attack. The force of the blow sends the dark-haired fighter crashing to the ground. It was all a feint, as the narrator states that both of those attacks were just for show. The dark-haired fighter's eyes glow red as he prepares his real attack. The real attack is about to begin. The white-haired fighter prepares for the incoming attack. The two fighters clash, their movements a blur of speed and power. A woman with short green hair watches the fight with a shocked expression. Tang Soil was different from other children. While other children chased after dogs or cats, she had other interests. She frolicked with beasts like wolves or tigers instead. The slanted, ferocious eyes and the growling, revealing sharp fangs. As beasts that were apex predators, they gave off an unapproachable aura. That power, which differentiated them from other feeble animals, was what entranced her the most. Thanks to this peculiar preference, the young girl had trouble finding love. Elsewhere, Chun Jun hoped to meet someone at the Tang weapon exhibition. Tang Soil admitted to herself that she didn't know why other girls loved his feminine-looking face, wondering if there was no man that looked like Dang Lang. And so, she finally met the love of her life, who she had never expected. She wondered why her heart was beating so fast, realizing this wasn't good. She thought she must be confused, that her judgment was clouded by the cold morning air. Tang Soil was certain that he would be just like the other ugly clan heirs when she woke up tomorrow. Meanwhile, her subject of interest remained unaware of her internal turmoil. Across the room, the young man ate his meal. Soil thought his eyes were so cool, and wondered how he could not eat hot stuff. Even him drinking water was cute, she realized. Tang Soil wondered when she had gotten over to his side. She asked if he had something to say to her, but then stammered, saying she didn't mean to. Soil thought that if this was what love felt like, then maybe she could take another step. She considered. Tang Soil excused herself, asking if there was something he needed. Suddenly, the floorboards splintered and shattered. Nam Gung Bai Ah's eyes narrowed. Nam Gung Bai Ah stood with Tang Soil. Tang Soil looked up, surprised. The battle raged on, the clash of steel echoing through the training grounds as the two figures continued their duel. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon stood firm, his gaze unwavering as he faced his opponent. The dark-haired protagonist, eyes burning with intensity, lunged forward, determined to strike. Elsewhere, a young woman sat, seemingly unaffected by the ongoing conflict. A woman with white hair watched over her, her expression unreadable as she observed the scene. The heavenly demon stared at his broken sword, wondering how it had happened. He realized he had made sure the heavenly demon could react to his first two attacks, but he had gone all out afterwards. He mused that so-called geniuses seemed to have a habit of daydreaming while fighting. The heavenly demon, recovering from the blow, realized that if this were a real battle, he would have already died 3 times. His opponent, standing over him, asked if he was aware of that. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. The heavenly demon staggered back, struggling to maintain his balance. The dark-haired protagonist called him a dirty bastard for attacking an opponent without a sword. The heavenly demon was told to go get a sword that's intact. The dark-haired protagonist said that the match was like a mentoring match, and that he should teach him a lesson, then. The dark-haired protagonist's grin widened, his teeth bared. He mused that perhaps he was the one teaching the heavenly demon a lesson, since education wasn't his strongest suit. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon, observing from a distance, cursed the protagonist under his breath. The heavenly demon's power began to surge, crackling with purple energy. Bolts of energy crackled around him. The energy intensified. The heavenly demon unleashed a blast of energy. He channeled the energy into a powerful strike. The heavenly demon, using internal energy, vowed to defeat his opponent. The energy crackled intensely. The heavenly demon launched himself forward. He unleashed a barrage of energy strikes. The strikes continued to rain down. The heavenly demon refused to believe that someone like the protagonist could be stronger than him. His eyes widened in disbelief. The heavenly demon struggled to accept that the protagonist might be stronger than him. The heavenly demon's hands glow with power as he prepares to strike. He sneered, declaring that he had let his opponent off enough times. With a burst of speed, the heavenly demon launched himself forward. The heavenly demon struck, his attack carrying immense force. The force of the blow sent the protagonist crashing to the ground. The impact reverberated through the arena. Those watching were shocked by the sheer power of the attack. They could only watch in horror. The protagonist grimaced in pain. The ground cracked under the force of the impact. The sound of the impact echoed through the arena. Dust and debris filled the air. The sound of the impact was deafening. The protagonist lay on the ground, seemingly defeated. The heavenly demon stood over his fallen opponent, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. The heavenly demon seemed surprised by something. He wondered aloud what had burst. A sinister smirk spread across his face. The young master knelt before the fallen man, his head bowed in defeat. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, calling him a bastard. The fallen man lay prone, seemingly unresponsive. The young master was berated as a coward, told he didn't deserve to call himself a martial artist. The speaker warned that once all the clans learned of this, the young master would have to walk with his head lowered everywhere. The fallen man, barely conscious, struggled to speak. The young master was asked how many he had killed. The voice pressed, demanding to know if it was at least 10 people. The young master seemed confused by the question. The fallen man was grabbed. Juliop screamed in pain as he was lifted. Juliop was held aloft by the neck. Another voice, identifying the aggressor as Juliop, demanded that he stop the fight. The young master considered that Juliop had not only infused his sword with energy, but also exuded a palpable bloodlust. Juliop is reminded that Chunjun belongs to the Namgung clan, and he is asked what would happen if he continued with what he was doing. Chunjun states that he is already holding himself back a lot because Juliop is from the Namgung clan. He wonders what would have happened if their positions were reversed. Meanwhile, another figure demands to know what Chunjun intends to do. The demand echoes with palpable tension. Elsewhere, the heavenly demon is seen kneeling, seemingly in pain. A set of bloody needles lies on a table. Juliop stands silently, lost in thought. He wonders if he has gotten himself into trouble. The heavenly demon wonders what the second elder would say if he told him he bloodied up one of the Namgung clan members. He believes the second elder would probably let it go if he gave him a rough explanation. Juliop thinks that the second elder might actually praise him and say he did a good job. He realizes he has a witness, and that the witness was the one the wrong to begin with. Someone's hand reaches out. Juliop turns, wondering who it is. A figure asks for Juliop's name. The figure repeats their request. Juliop, annoyed, reminds them that he already told them his name, Gu Juliop. Juliop is taken aback by her words, wondering how she knew he was lying. The young master questions why Juliop wants to know her name, suggesting it's to get revenge for her brother. Namgung Baya stares intently. The young master notes that her expression hasn't changed, even though he beat her brother badly. The two continue to stare at each other. Namgung Baya asks for Juliop's real name. Juliop seems lost in thought. The young master wonders why he has been talking to her like they are friends. Juliop is surprised by her question. Namgung Baya flinches slightly. Namgung Baya asks if he will stop following her if she tells him her name. Juliop looks down, considering her question. Namgung Baya reveals her name, Gu Yangchun. Juliop repeats her name, Gu Yangchun. The title card displays the name of the series, Childhood Friend of the Zenith. The sky stretches out, a clear and endless blue. The scene shifts to a courtyard, where young Master Yangchun reflects on his recent actions. He realizes he won't be able to attend the Tang Weapons exhibition, since he beat up the Namgung clan's young master. He decides to use the extra day to search for the secret chamber. He pauses, admitting to himself that he is tired from the fight, and decides to rest for a bit. The sound of footsteps approaching breaks the silence. An angry voice calls out, revealing that young Master Yangchun sent the Namgung clan's young master flying. The speaker vows to follow him around to ensure he doesn't get into any more trouble. The speaker's face is contorted with rage as he shouts. Young Master Yangchun stands with his hands on his hips, listening to the approaching voice. He simply hums in response, unfazed by the outburst. Waimun sits on a rooftop, overlooking the courtyard. Someone bursts through a door, calling out for young Master Yangchun. Attendant Y is questioned by another person, who asks if they have seen young Master Yangchun. The attendant replies that they haven't seen him, then wonders where he went. Waimun is asked what's the matter, as young Master Yangchun is seen running away in the background. After going for a meal appointment with the clans this morning, it was reported that Gu Juliop had yet to return. Adding to the concern, he had also beaten up a Namgung clan member. The observer wondered how to report this. The intensity in his eyes was palpable. The Yun clan's territory stretched out before him. The landscape was harsh and unforgiving. The stars twinkled in the night sky. The Yun clan of Jinchuan was once a martial arts clan that was the best merchant clan in the Central Plains several centuries ago. They were a clan that had the strongest martial artist and also a tight rein on the flow of money back then. Even this very Yun clan that seemed like nothing could bring it down disappeared after a bloodshed. No one knows the reason behind the Yun clan's sudden disappearance, but based on the records left behind, all the secrets of the Yun clan are hidden under the white maple tree. The white maple tree stood as a silent sentinel. Gu Juliop scoffed at the mention of a white maple tree. He thought to himself that he didn't even see any normal maple trees around. Also, it wasn't even autumn now, so he wondered where he would find maple trees. By now, it had probably become a dead tree. Additionally, it was supposed to be under a white maple tree. Gu Juliop considered that maybe someone spread this rumor as a prank. His stomach growled, a stark reminder of his empty belly. He sighed, admitting that he hadn't eaten all day and had exhausted his energy in a fight. Now, he found himself climbing a mountain in the middle of the night, his meager breakfast from earlier hardly counting. The female companion offered him food, asking if he wanted it. She teased him, saying that his greedy nature was helpful in times like these. Gu Juliop retorted, denying that he was a pig. The female companion expressed relief that she could help, as Gu Juliop confirmed that she was. Gu Juliop questioned what she was doing there. The female companion smiled brightly. The scene shifted to a spread of food laid out on a makeshift table. The female companion explained that people had started looking for him after he went missing, and she had come all the way to find him. Gu Juliop confirmed that was right. Gu Juliop asked how she knew he was in the mountains. She replied that it was a gut feeling. The female companion told him that now that she was there, he could rest easy, urging him to sit down. Gu Juliop realized that even though his hunger problem had been resolved, it didn't change the fact that he couldn't find the white maple tree. He wondered if he should give up searching, even if they searched for 3 days using their remaining rations, as there was no guarantee they would find it. Gu Juliop questioned where a white maple tree would be in early summer, calling it a blatant lie. The female companion countered that it wasn't a lie, as it looked really pretty when she saw it just now. Gu Juliop conceded that it probably would be really pretty. Gu Juliop continued to eat. Gu Juliop, visibly agitated, exclaimed that sand was getting into the food. Because of this, Juliop seemed confused, questioning if he was the one being addressed, as he recalled seeing it with her. Meanwhile, the female companion smiled brightly. The pair stood beneath the night sky, the topic of the white maple tree hanging in the air. The tree in question loomed in the distance, bathed in moonlight. The young master was told to head back, but he questioned why. The girl insisted that he needed to get his eyes checked first, as he was mistaking the white maple tree for something else. She admitted it was her fault for him believing her. Gu Juliop looked surprised by her admission. The girl, Namgung Baya, insisted that she wasn't lying. She affirmed that she was not wrong. Juliop paused, considering her words. He realized that he had taken a look around because he had no other trails, but wondered if he would be able to find what he was looking for in this large area and time. Juliop considered that rather than wasting time like this, it might be more worthwhile to head back and receive training from the second elder, though he didn't know if he would teach him properly. Suddenly, Juliop heard a noise and wondered what it was. He turned towards the sound. Namgung Baya stood with energy crackling around her hand. Gu Juliop, face contorted in anger, demands that someone get away. In response to Juliop's warning, a hand reaches out towards a surge of blue energy. The force of the energy sends Juliop flying backwards. The blue energy crackles and expands. The energy continues to surge. The blue energy intensifies, filling the space. Juliop is caught in the blast. The energy continues to build. The surge of energy reaches a crescendo. Below, Namgung Baya is seen amidst the chaos. The energy emanates from her. Juliop's eyes widen in shock. He is stunned by what he is witnessing. Far away, 2 figures stand near a large, glowing tree, seemingly unaffected by the surge of energy. The area was filled with a blue glow and falling leaves. Namgung Baya seemed to notice something. Gu Juliop stood beside her, observing the transformed landscape. The area was now bright and full of life. Namgung Baya wondered if it was real. She walked forward, deeper into the transformed area. Juliop was surprised by the sudden change. He realized that Namgung Baya had done something to cause it. Juliop cleared his throat, realizing that the appearance of the tree was the mechanism to hide the treasury. Juliop asked how she knew, and Namgung Baya simply confirmed that she did. Juliop questioned what Namgung Baya had done to make the tree appear, and she asked what he meant. Namgung Baya seemed confused by the question. Juliop was visibly frustrated. Juliop stated that he didn't think she had done it, and Namgung Baya asked what he was talking about. Namgung Baya considered her next move, deciding she could question the others later. For now, she needed to find the treasure hidden near the white maple tree. The others stood near the tree, but it seemed the treasure wasn't on the surface. Gu Juliop noticed something. A swirling vortex of purple energy opened up. Juliop realized that the phrase, "under a white maple tree," referred to this very entrance. The second child called out, declaring she was going first. The second child jumped into the vortex. The female servant one urged the young master to follow. The female servant one smiled. Juliop clicked his tongue, annoyed. Juliop decided he had no other choice. Juliop jumped into the vortex. The white maple tree stood silently as the others disappeared into the portal. A low growl rumbled from deep within the man's chest. Elsewhere, another man cursed those who had wronged him. Below, the entrance to the treasury shimmered. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor. Juliop continued deeper into the passage. The second child's expression tightened with concern. Juliop placed a hand on her shoulder, warning her that it was dangerous. Together, they approached a split in the path. The second child noted that there were 2 paths, confirming that this was indeed the treasury, but wondered which way they should go. She paused, deep in thought. Juliop declared that he was sure of it, but the second child questioned how he could be so certain. Juliop gestured back towards the white maple tree. The second child agreed that they should go that way, prompting another to remark that the young master had been agreeing with Seola today, resolving to stay quiet for now. The path ahead remained shrouded in shadow. Juliop and the second child ventured forward. Deep within the treasury, the air hung heavy with anticipation. Juliop questioned if they were on the right path. Seola insisted that they trust her guidance, assuring him that they were headed in the right direction. They continued deeper into the treasury, the path ahead dimly lit. At last, Seola announced that they had arrived. Juliop found Seola's constant reassurances to be annoying. Juliop paused, considering their surroundings. The glowstones in this area had lost their light. There appeared to be nothing there. Seola questioned if this was really the treasury. Juliop sensed something was present. Suddenly, Seola screamed. She recoiled in terror. A massive, serpentine form loomed before them. The second child stammered, fear evident in her voice as she called out to Juliop. The pair stared in horror at the massive serpent looming before them, its scale-covered body filling the treasury. The second child, frozen in terror, could only manage to utter a fragmented warning. Juliop, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and determination, recognized the creature for what it was, a demonic beast. The sudden appearance of the beast startled Juliop and the second child. She stammered, calling out to the young master. Before them loomed a massive, pale serpent. The second child, terrified, could only manage to stutter out that it was a demonic beast. Juliop, equally alarmed, exclaimed that it was a demonic beast. The second child, still clinging to Juliop, continued to call out to the young master. Juliop wondered how a demonic beast could be in a place like this. He realized that it had been an empty room just seconds ago, questioning where it could have appeared from. Juliop considered the size of the beast. The serpent towered over them. Juliop realized that it seemed to be at least a blue-rank demonic beast. Thankfully, it didn't seem to have woken up yet. Juliop thought that if they just quietly exited, the serpent's massive yellow eye remained closed. Juliop cursed under his breath as the serpent suddenly awoke. He wondered if he would need a fight. The second child, however, doubted they could win, hoping things would be okay. Meanwhile, the serpent's gaze intensified. Juliop se preparou, resolvendo não deixar sua chance de uma vida tranquila terminar tão inutilmente. He knew that even if he died, he would fight. The serpent told him to relax, stating it had no intention of harming them. Juliop was shocked that a demonic beast could talk. The serpent's tongue flicked as it spoke. Juliop wondered how a demonic beast could speak the human tongue. The serpent chuckled, amused. The serpent wondered how a child, not of the Yun bloodline, found himself there. Juliop responded that he was just looking around. The serpent stated that it understood. The serpent realized that was what happened. It then asked Juliop for what purpose he came there. Juliop stated that he just came in there by coincidence, and that if the snake was related to the Jinchuan Yuns, he couldn't reveal why he was there. Juliop is taken aback, wondering if he had just called the serpent Mr. The serpent chuckled, stating that there were no items left that they might want. The serpent then asked what they thought fate was. The serpent loomed over Juliop, awaiting an answer. Juliop wondered what kind of stupid question that was. The serpent continued to stare down at them. The serpent remained silent. Juliop wondered what was up with the serpent, questioning if it had gone senile. The serpent chuckled, apologizing for asking a silly question, and stated that it should already know just by the fact that a child who is not of the Yuns is here. The serpent revealed that the Yun clan had already passed away. The serpent wondered what regrets it had for things that would vanish, and for what it did endure. Juliop stated that they would be on their way. Juliop noticed a fragment for playing along with the serpent and asked what it was. The serpent stated that if it will enter someone's hands, it's better that it be Juliop who it's met, adding that it doesn't seem to be a demonic stone. The serpent added that someone like Juliop holding such a thing within will be able to take it better than others. Juliop, holding the stone, wondered what he was supposed to hold. Energy surged around him. He knelt, clutching the stone tightly. He was shocked, realizing he couldn't sense that it was a demonic stone at all. He thought to himself that it was a damned demon well-absorption art. But it felt different from when he absorbed the demonic stone. The stone pulsed with power. The energy intensified. Namgung Bayao watched him with concern. Juliop struggled against the stone's power. The stone's energy continued to surge. He collapsed. The serpent asked if he was satisfied. The serpent stated that it was not a matter of his satisfaction. The heavenly demon stood, bathed in a green light. Juliop lay prone, the serpent looming over him. The serpent warned that Juliop should conceal his aura, as such power would attract something far worse than mere fainting. Gu Yangchun responded that she already knew this. The serpent remarked that Gu Yangchun, despite knowing the risks, had already twisted too many things. It then questioned if this was her choice. Gu Yangchun stated that she felt no pity for him because she understood. The serpent questioned why she would hand over such an important crystal to a human she had just met, and to Juliop specifically. The serpent thought that a swing of her mood meant that nothing was lonelier than waiting for someone who would not come. The serpent admitted that it, too, had let things go. The The serpent continued to loom over Gu Juliop. Gu Yongchun reached out her hand. Gu Yongchun reflected on the emptiness of fate. Juliop thought that looking at Gu Yongchun made him forget such things, and that he was a regretful man. The serpent stated that Juliop feared losing the second chance at life he had gained. Gu Yongchun thought that she did it to protect him, referring to Gu Yongchun. A voice demanded that something be given back. The air hung thick with a palpable sense of danger. Elsewhere, a figure stood in a dimly lit chamber, a glowing orb illuminating the space around him. Meanwhile, another man, his expression sharp and calculating, remarked that someone seemed to have noticed something. The man continued, stating that it wasn't hard to detect the presence of an imbecile doing the Namgung clan's dirty work. With a sneer, he dismissed those like Juliop as young brats. He scoffed, noting that they were heading into the mountains and crawling into weird places. Another man expressed disbelief that their young master had lost to a brat who was exhausted just from making the journey there. He revealed that he had been ordered to take care of things quietly, offering to let Juliop off if he handed someone over. Another voice, filled with rage, questioned if this was the will of the Namgung clan or the will of that imbecile, before demanding that Juliop's name not be dirted by the likes of them. A figure stood, poised with a blade, ready to strike. A voice declared that if that was what they wished for, then it was inevitable. A blade was then drawn. The figure silenced someone with a swift strike. Before Tang Soyol could react, a voice echoed, demanding silence. Golden energy surged around the speaker. The heavenly demon stood over Juliop's prone form. His golden eyes glowed as the heavenly demon warned against disturbing Juliop's rest. Under the light of a full moon, the stars twinkled in the night sky. Inside, the room was quiet. Steam rose in the air. A fist slammed into the ground. Namgung Chunjun knelt on the floor, panting heavily. He cursed under his breath, believing his opponent must have used some cheap trick. Namgung Chunjun wondered how some imbecile could defeat him. He reminded himself that he was the great Namgung Chunjun. Namgung Chunjun's fist clenched. He muttered the name Machiel. A figure responded to Namgung Chunjun, confirming their presence. Namgung Chunjun ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. He wondered what he needed to do. It was becoming clear that the guard of the Gu clan was more powerful than they had thought. Namgung Baya stands amidst a swirling vortex of energy, her sword radiating a menacing aura. An unseen figure remarks that they wouldn't have had time to deal with him otherwise. Elsewhere, a figure in a red robe notes that for some reason, the target is moving without his guard. Meanwhile, a guard stands silently, awaiting orders. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face. The guard remains vigilant, his expression unreadable. The guard is asked how far he should go, given that the young master is still a member of the Gu clan. The guard clutches at his shoulder. The guard stands in a doorway, thinking that someone's life is forfeit. A figure with glowing eyes grins, believing it's a fair trade. The guard's hand tightens on his sword hilt. He draws his sword. The guard leaps from a rooftop, his sword aimed at a figure below. The guard demands to know who his attacker is. A mysterious figure with glowing eyes stands serenely, seemingly unfazed by the attack. The young girl protagonist stood her ground, a faint glow surrounding her. She declared that her opponent did not need to know anything. From the shadows, a figure questioned why anyone would be like her. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying backwards. The heavenly demon, standing over the fallen figure, roared that he was not taking questions. Elsewhere, Gu Juliop, lying prone, realized he did not have much time. He knew he needed to run. Meanwhile, another figure noted that while the Poison Queen was caught up with that brat, there was only one chance. His eyes widened with determination. He knew he needed to return to the clan to survive. The figure moved with incredible speed. He thought he had never heard of such a monstrous woman. The figure looked down, wondering why the floor. He wondered when it. The figure on the ground heard a voice commanding them to get. The figure lay defeated on the ground. The heavenly demon stood tall, his form glowing with power. The heavenly demon confessed that he had wanted to leave the first life to the other's jurisdiction. The heavenly demon apologized, stating that an intruder like him had decided otherwise. The heavenly demon's eyes narrowed as he spoke. The figure demanded that he give it back now. The heavenly demon remained unmoved by the demand. Gu Juliop admitted that it might seem selfish of him. The heavenly demon stared intently. Gu Juliop reached out, wanting just a little. The heavenly demon's expression hardened. Gu Juliop acknowledged that the heavenly demon was right, and even the present belonged to him. The heavenly demon stood, his back to the defeated Gu Juliop, surrounded by a faint, golden aura. A voice echoed, asking if he was leaving. The heavenly demon considered that he needed to rest, having done too much in a child's body, and questioned what kind of being he was. A surge of golden energy filled the space. The heavenly demon, now much smaller, admitted he was leaving, but only a little. He knew it would be a hard journey. The heavenly demon stated that he was aware and that he understood. Golden particles swirled around him. The heavenly demon sat beside the prone form of Gu Juliop. A voice wished for a blessing in his path. The heavenly demon hoped that if he had the opportunity, Gu Yanchun smiled, saying that they should meet again. Gu Yanchun. Gu Yanchun stood in what appeared to be a prison. Gu Juliop lay on the ground, unmoving. Suddenly, Gu Juliop's eyes snapped open. Above him, the sky was a canvas of deep blues and scattered stars. A voice exclaimed, "You woke up." Juliop groaned, trying to sit up. Namgung Baya smiled at him, relieved. They were perched on a cliff overlooking a misty landscape. Juliop, still disoriented, wondered what had happened. So it was that they randomly found a white maple tree. The tree stood tall and majestic. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Siola discovered that the treasury was empty. Then, a massive snake appeared, and he touched the strange orb the snake gave him. The orb suddenly got absorbed into his body. That's what happened, he explained. Siola wondered if he was dreaming about snakes and orbs. She questioned if he was going to tell her that he didn't remember. Siola didn't remember, she said, but how was she supposed to believe that she found a white maple, talked to a giant snake, and got an orb? Who would believe that? Why was this the one time she should remember logically? She then asked who brought them here, as she didn't know and had just woken up here. Young master? He assured her that he was all right, but his core was just aching. She asked if it hurt a lot, wondering about his core. The young master sat, gathering his thoughts. He felt the strange energy coursing through him. As he suspected, something had changed within him. There had been a change in the amount of energy flowing through his body ever since he absorbed the orb. He realized that this amount of energy was almost enough to reach the fourth star. The young master considered that his memories must be correct, and that the snake must have moved them and wiped Siola's memories. That would make the most sense. Siola told him that if it hurt, they should go back, but he insisted that he was fine, and that taking longer would only increase the length of Muyan's sermon. He paused, considering their options. Siola questioned what was wrong. The young master explained that it would take 2 hours if they walked, but it would be faster for him to carry her. Siola remarked that she had eaten a lot yesterday. The young master asked if she wasn't getting on. He realized he needed to. He wondered if Siola wasn't heavy, but then quickly dismissed the thought, stating that she wasn't light. That was for sure. Siola was getting off. The young master's powers surged, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he prepared to move. Because of this surge, the landscape below was visible, revealing a world of floating islands. The force of his movements created a powerful gust of wind. He descended rapidly, the wind rushing past him. The air distorted around him as he accelerated. Below, the floating islands drifted in a sea of mist. His foot struck the ground, kicking up dust and debris. He realized that his body, once heavy, now felt light. The young master continued his descent, a streak of motion against the strange landscape. Siola noted that she now felt as light as a feather. The floating islands stretched into the distance, shrouded in mist. He landed on another island, the impact echoing through the air. The young master surveyed the landscape, the sun casting long shadows. The two were surprised by the change in their circumstances. A low growl rumbles from the shadows. Having not seen the young master for over a day, a concerned retainer wonders if he is all right, knowing that he'd better be safe. Suddenly, Muyan announces that they have arrived. Muyan is then questioned about what he is doing there. The second child demands to know where the young master has been, exclaiming that he has been gone without a word for a full day. Muyan apologizes. Muyan suggests that they should focus on the fact that he has returned safely, adding that he was worried about what might have happened to the second child. The second child begins to say that the young master met a snake, but Muyan quickly covers her mouth. The second child's companion remarks that she is going off again, even though they just went on a walk. The second child then asks Muyan what happened to him. Muyan thinks to himself that it was a stroke of fortune, realizing that he is at the edge of being first-rate. Muyan wonders if there are people nearby. Muyan is greeted by Miss Tang, who asks if he was waiting for her. He then turns to Miss Namgung, reminding her of her promise not to bother him. Miss Tang insists that she wasn't particularly waiting for him, while Miss Namgung mumbles something about not bothering him. Muyan, annoyed, demands to know what the two are doing there. Miss Namgung explains that she came to wish him farewell, clarifying that she didn't say goodbye earlier. Muyan wonders if the heir of the Namgung clan is also present, thinking that would be bothersome. He then realizes that the heir didn't come. Miss Namgung tells him that someone was going to visit him, but that person said he wouldn't be back anyway, leaving Muyan confused. Someone's hand is shown holding chopsticks. Namgung Baya asks Muyan to do something. Muyan is shocked and asks what happened to him. The scene shifts to a wider view of the building. Muyan, still surprised, comments that something happened. Tang Soil asks if he likes poison or knives. Namgung Baya declares that they should have a duel. Muyan feels like he's going to faint from training too much. Muyan realizes something. As Muyan struggled to maintain his composure, a servant apologized, explaining that Miss Tang and Namgung Baya had to leave so the young master could rest. Miss Tang, however, insisted on one last thing. She presented an invitation to next year's Tang weapon exhibition, stating that they could choose whether or not to attend. Elsewhere, the young master chuckled, remarking that he probably wouldn't go, and thanked them, saying he would see them next year. Miss Tang clarified that she simply wanted their families to be on good terms and that they shouldn't take it the wrong way. The sound of a door closing echoed. Namgung Baya watched Miss Tang with a stern expression. Miss Tang glanced back at Namgung Baya. Namgung Biak smirked. Miss Tang's eyes narrowed. Namgung Baya and Miss Tang walked away. Miss Tang wondered if Namgung Baya liked the guer. Miss Tang smiled. Seola expressed her desire to eat pancakes and enjoy chuseok, but someone noted that summer was already over. Someone wondered if the heat had gotten to Seola's head before asking what chuseok was anyway. The speaker suggested they place their readers before asking what chuseok was. The speaker continued, saying that chuseok treats Seola like they are also from there. Someone wondered how they were going to celebrate a holiday they didn't know about, but another suggested they just eat the honey treats. Another character mentioned rice cakes. Someone reassured Seola that it was okay, and there was still a way. They suggested making a wish to the moon. The moon hung in the sky. A wish would be granted. Their wish. With the decision made, the group looked forward to enjoying chuseok. The holiday spirit was in full swing. The promise of celebration filled the air. Happy holidays. Elsewhere, the question hung in the air. Did she like the guer? Dan den intenti. She waited for an answer. Namgung Baya pressed her, asking what she meant by like. Soil stammered, trying to explain that to like someone meant, but she trailed off, deciding to never mind. Baya then reminded Soil about her invitation. Soil admitted that she was actually going to give the invitation she gave to the guer to Baya, explaining that she wanted to get closer and that she should have prepared 2 invites. Baya patted Soil on the head, telling her it was okay and that she did a good job. Soil thanked her, saying that Baya was the best. She smiled brightly as Baya continued to pat her head. Soil declared that she would make sure Baya was served delicious poison in return, and that they should go. Baya questioned the poison as Soil began to walk away. Soil continued on, leaving Baya behind. A dark energy swirls, ominous and foreboding. The source of the energy seems to emanate from Gu Yangshan. He grits his teeth, telling himself that he can endure it. Elsewhere, Namgung Baya smiles, thinking that they will meet again soon. She thinks of Gu Yangshan. Meanwhile, the Gu clan estate stands tall. The estate is quiet under the moonlight. Inside the estate, the clan head stands on a balcony with Gu Yangshan, who kneels before him. The clan head reminds Yangshan that he merely told him to take care of his sister. Yangshan remains kneeling, head bowed. The clan head points out that Yangshan lost one of his guards. Yangshan is told that he is immature. Yangshan wonders what is going on, noting that Machiel hasn't returned, and questions if that means he failed. He thinks it's impossible, as Machiel is a top-rate martial artist, and wonders why he isn't coming back. Yangshan is shocked by the news of Machiel's failure. The clan head's foot came down with a resounding thud. Lightning crackled around the clan head, a display of his immense power. The clan head questioned if Gu Yangshan knew why he was disappointed in him. The clan head was not disappointed that Gu Yangshan lost to some nameless child. Nor was he disappointed by the fact that Gu Yangshan used killing strikes in a sparring match. The clan head's disappointment was palpable. The clan head stated that he would not hold Gu Yangshan at fault, but he should confine himself to solitary training in the Jade Gold Gallery for a while. Gu Yangshan understood. The clan head stood over Gu Yangshan, who remained kneeling. Gu Yangshan gasped for air. The clan head's expression was unreadable. The clan head ordered Gu Yangshan to forget about the incident, which caused Gu Yangshan to react in shock. Gu Yangshan questioned what his father meant. The clan head's eye glowed with power. Gu Yangshan looked up, fear evident on his face. The clan head's words echoed through the hall, a decree delivered with unwavering authority. He stated that the other man would understand when he became the clan head, and until then, he was not to touch the Gu clan. The man acknowledged the clan head's command with a simple yes. However, the clan head continued, adding that they might end up becoming one family with them. The man's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise or concern crossing his face. The man, now outside, could only utter a single word, what? Elsewhere, an elder questioned someone, demanding if they had not heard him. The elder's words hung in the air. Your married partner has been arranged. At another location, a man stated he was tired because he had just come from Sichuan. Another voice questioned if he was kidding about a finance. The man asked if they hadn't just broken their marriage agreement with the Peng clan too. Another man responded, saying that he heard it was because the other man was messing around. He then asked why the guy who messed around was getting another fiancée. Someone asked if he intended to live alone his whole life, wondering why the conversation was going there. Another voice stated that, if not, the old man just made the connection for him. A woman questioned if young master was getting a fiancée, while the man wondered if the demented old man was messing with him. A child asked what a fiancé was and if it was food. Another person called out to young master, while the man wondered why it was true, stating that he believed the elder was telling the truth. The young master was taken aback by the news. He had gone to report on his travels in Sichuan, only to discover that the entire Gu clan seemed to know about his new fiancée. A rumor about him that he didn't even know about? He thought back to his actions. With what he did to Peng Aoi, the clan should have heard bad rumors about him. Despite that, they wanted him to get engaged with their kids? What crazy clan would do that? Second elder, he called out. The young master demanded to know what clan he was getting engaged to, and more importantly, who? The clan head chuckled, telling him not to be too surprised. The Nam Gung clan? The young master questioned if he was to be engaged with their children. That must mean one of their daughters must have accepted getting engaged to him as well. But the clan head confirmed that he might have met her at the Tang Weapons exhibition. He added that the Nam Gungs only have one daughter. Oh. The clan head's second child sits quietly, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the news. Amidst the courtyard, the young man questioned the idea of marrying someone he considered a crazy bitch. In response, an older man sternly warned him not to refer to his future fiancée in such a manner, but the young man insisted he would not change his mind. The older man smirked, seemingly amused by the young man's defiance. Suddenly, the young man was informed that his sister had returned. The news of his sister's return clearly surprised him. A figure with long, dark hair walked forward. The Aura Supreme declared that this was the age of meteors. Now is the age of meteors, as stars fell from the skies and geniuses appeared every day. As stars pierce the skies and fall to the ground, more and more geniuses appear every day. Figures stood atop rocky spires. A woman stood silhouetted against a fiery sky. It was said that those born into such an age were born in the wrong era. Though he had talent, it was strange and worthless compared to his sister. Gu Yongchun reflected on his sister, Gu Wibi, acknowledging her superior talent and skill, a reality that fueled his resentment. Amidst the chaos, Gu Yongchun was urged to flee. He questioned where he could possibly run to. The second elder grabbed Gu Yongchun, attempting to reassure him. He insisted that anywhere far away would be sufficient. The second elder questioned where Gu Yongchun thought he was going. Gu Yongchun pleaded with the second elder to let him go just this once, wondering what the elder was doing. The second elder asked if Gu Yongchun intended to ignore his sister's arrival. Gu Yongchun asked how he was supposed to face her when he didn't know what she might do to him. He stated that he would be gone for a few months, so she shouldn't find him. The second elder suggested that if Gu Yongchun could just knock himself out for 1 month, it would be enough. Suddenly, Gu Yongchun sensed something. He realized it was her. It was revealed that she was coming here. Gu Yongchun shouted at Muyin to block the door. Muyin wondered how he was supposed to block it, suggesting the use of a plank or something. The door began to buckle. Muyin was asked if he was sure he could do this when Gu Yongchun's sister was coming. Muyin paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. The door behind him began to crack, the wood splintering under immense pressure. A voice echoed, declaring that his sister was coming. The voice continued, questioning why he would try to block the door. The door continued to buckle and crack. A sliver of light pierced through the widening crack, revealing a single, piercing eye. The door exploded inward, showering the room with splinters and debris. A voice, laced with amusement, declared how rude he was being. Gu Wibi stood in the doorway, radiating power and confidence. Muyin, now outside, looked up in shock. Gu Wibi called out to her brother. The clan head reminded Muyin that he needed to greet his sister. Muyin nervously greeted her as she approached. The clan head remarked that it was good to see him doing so well, but noted that his knees were upright. Muyin confirmed that they were. The clan head, amused, called Muyin a good boy as he knelt before Gu Wibi. The clan head remarked that it had been a while, and that it was always good to see such friendly siblings. Meanwhile, an observer wondered if he was blind to the situation. The second child said it was nice to see him doing well, adding that she heard he was doing a great job as the leader of the sword squad. Muyin thought to himself that this was why he wanted to run. Gu Wibi addressed him as little brother. Muyin was asked if he knew what he did wrong. He responded that he tried to block the door. Muyin added that he also tried to run. He realized he messed up. Elsewhere, Nam Gunbai wondered if Yanxio had beaten Yanxio, then questioned what she had done to upset someone. Muyin was confronted about his engagement. Gu Wibi questioned why she wasn't the first one whom he told about getting engaged. She was also upset that he did it without her permission. Muyin exclaimed that he had heard about it for the first time today, and questioned why he needed her permission to get engaged. Gu Wibi stated that he had grown to talk back to her like that, as Muyin cursed. A subordinate called out for Muyin to help, as another begged Miss Gu Wibi for mercy. Gu Wibi's eyes glowed red. The rain continued to fall as Muyin stood silently, seemingly resigned to his fate. His sister's outburst hung in the air, unanswered. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted as Gu Wibi unleashed her fury. Muyin's sister intervened, attempting to restrain Gu Wibi, questioning her actions. Muyin, struggling against his sister's grip, explained that the woman was his servant and new to the household. The intensity in Gu Wibi's eyes grew as she declared that no one could strike the young master. Gu Wibi's rage reached a boiling point, her power surging. She reached out, her intent unclear. The air crackled with energy as flames erupted around Gu Wibi. Muyin and his sister were engulfed in the fiery aura emanating from Gu Wibi. A voice called out, questioning if she was attacking her sister. Flames erupted around the area. Amidst the chaos, the young master remained kneeling. Suddenly, he paused, recognizing a familiar presence. He questioned if it was his sister. A woman's voice called out to him, referring to him as little brother. The woman stood firm, her expression unreadable. The young master insisted that the woman was his servant and that she had simply made a mistake. The woman unleashed a burst of energy. The young master yelled at her to stop, calling her a crazy bitch. The woman appeared to be struck by the outburst. Her face was then grabbed. The woman's cheeks were being pinched, her expression one of shock. The young master knelt on the ground as the woman's cheeks were pinched. Someone commented on how soft her cheeks looked and that they lived up to expectations. Another man questioned why so much energy was released just to grab her cheeks, and why he wasn't told about the servant. The second child demanded that the young master hand over his sister. The young master refused. The second child found his refusal interesting. She mused that her dear brother, who normally gave his lovely sister everything, was now refusing. She found it amusing. The second child asked who said the servant could get up. The servant apologized. Also, someone was watching. The observer sat quietly. He realized that her noticing him was inevitable. The second child remarked that the old man did nothing, yet he changed that much in a few months. The second child smiled. The observer's eyes narrowed. The second child told the young master to go meet the clan head. He was confused. The servant asked if they were done. The observer thought that he was planning on teaching the young master a lesson, but he was not in the mood anymore. He was relieved. The second child said that she would be on her way. The second child left. The young master examined the item in his hands, turning it over with a skeptical expression. It was a simple, round, yellow stone. He wondered what it was. A demonic stone, perhaps, but he couldn't sense anything from it. He stared intently at the stone. The second child's words echoed in his mind. A souvenir. She had bought it from a peddler, claiming it was a good luck charm, and insisted he keep it by his side. Meanwhile, the second child walked away, dismissing the stone as junk. The young master watched her leave. She thought to herself that she might have to get more lovely with him. The young master, still holding the stone, managed a weak, "Well, yes." The second child smirked. She placed a hand on his shoulder. She thought to herself that she knew he was working hard. Elsewhere, Namgung Baya looked on, thinking of her little brother. She wished for him to stay happy. The young master's expression remained unreadable. The young master stood silently, absorbing the weight of the second child's parting gift. The scene shifted to a wide view of the Gu clan grounds, bustling with activity. Nearby, the clan head remarked that he believed the old man was innocent. The second child remained silent. The second child reflected on Yanxio's progress, noting that last winter he was only at the proficiency of a first star. Compared to Yanxio, he wasn't able to release heat, much less move properly. The young master's energy arts had stabilized, his chi had more than doubled, and his body was trained. Yanxio had been undergoing solitary training after losing to Yang Chun, and the second child had her suspicions. She wondered how he had gotten there so fast. The clan head found it amazing, but the second child admitted she was surprised as well, having had no clue that child had that much potential. The clan head asked what she thought had happened, but she countered by asking why he didn't ask. The second child knew that the clan head wouldn't explain it to her, so she didn't bother. However, he might if his sister asked. The second child stated that Yanxio was her brother, and with how long she'd known him, she could tell by his eyes. The clan head remarked, speaking of noticing. The second child asked if the servant had noticed it as well. The clan head then asked what about her. The second child asked because she was wondering if she was the only one who noticed something off. The servant wasn't sure, so she inspected her, but she was just chubby. The clan head dismissed the second child's concerns, stating that the servant was just a servant and that she was being too sensitive. The second child wondered if she was overreacting. She considered that after fighting demonic beasts for months, she might just be overreacting. The clan head placed his hand on the second child's head. The clan head felt that both the second child and Gu Yangchun truly had fearsome potential. He knew that even those connected by blood were turning their backs on Gu Yangchun, and the whole clan was set against him. The second child expressed that she was grateful to the clan head. The clan head was glad she was taking care of Gu Yangchun. The clan head stated that he had no worries with her there, as someone had to take care of his stupid brother. The second child told him that he should be a little kinder, questioning if he wasn't getting mad at Gu Yangchun over an engagement too much. The clan head retorted that she'd think he was actually mad at Gu Yangchun for getting engaged, before mentioning his new fiancée. A figure, shrouded in red energy, wondered who dared to touch their brother. The figure thought that they guessed that the clan head and second child weren't quite normal either. A voice echoed, questioning if someone had broken the arm of the lightning dragon. The clan head, seated at a table, listened intently. Meanwhile, Gu Yangchun sat across from him, downplaying the situation. He claimed he hadn't broken it, just given a little tap. The two remained seated at the table. The clan head took a sip of his tea. He questioned Guyan Shun as to why he broke the arm of the lightning dragon. Guyan Shun thought to himself that of all the things the clan head could ask, he chose that. Guyan Shun tensed up. Guyan Shun explained that the lightning dragon suggested they spar first, and he used moves with intent to harm, so Guyan Shun retaliated. Guyan Shun sat calmly. The clan head asked if the lightning dragon had intent to harm, and if there were any witnesses. Guyan Shun responded that there were people watching. The clan head stated that Guyan Shun must have gained prowess in his skills. The clan head said it was nice to see and told Guyan Shun to keep working. Guyan Shun agreed. The clan head narrowed his eyes. Guyan Shun thought that despite hearing that he defeated the lightning dragon and reached the 3rd star, the clan head was still unfazed. He added that this was how the clan head normally is. The clan head remained silent. Guyan Shun thought that if he bumped into the Namgungs, he must have met his fiancée. Guyan Shun wanted to ask about how the engagement was arranged. Guyan Shun looks on with a surprised expression. Elsewhere, the clan head is reading a letter, wondering what it is. The clan head thinks that even if the trouble with the Pungs was inevitable, he trusts that it won't disrupt this. The young master thinks to himself that there are no second chances, and that the fallout with the Pungs was his fault, so he can't really say much here. Guyan Shun is seen reading a letter. Soon, it will be midsummer, and the young master wonders what Guyan Shun is planning now. The letter states that the Hua festival will begin at Manhwa. Elsewhere, the heavenly demon stands over a pile of bodies. Guyan Shun looks on with a shocked expression. The young master wonders what is going on. Guyan Shun is seen reading the letter. The clan head tells Guyan Shun to bring her back, and Guyan Shun asks why he gave this to him. The clan head wonders if he means him. Guyan Shun stands before the clan head. The clan head tells Guyan Shun that he may refuse, and Guyan Shun responds that he will refuse. The scene opens on a distant view of the Gu clan estate, shrouded in mist. Inside, the clan head sits at a table, seemingly in deep thought. The clan head offered, stating that if Guyan Shun did not refuse, he would open their treasury and give him the great sage pill. Meanwhile, 2 servants discussed when the young master would return, estimating it would be in about 2 hours since he was talking with the clan head. Nearby, Siola admitted she was tired from the trip, but her companion reminded her that as the young master's personal guard and servant, they should assist him wherever he goes. Elsewhere, another servant questioned if hiding and snacking was allowed. Another voice chimed in, saying they guessed it was all right as long as they didn't get caught, before asking what they were waiting for and telling them to go. The clan head declared that they were leaving from Mount Hua in 10 days and ordered everyone to get ready. Siola's companion noticed she was tired again. The other servant asked what the reason was this time. The scene focuses on the hem of a red robe. The perspective shifts to a woman with short, dark hair standing in a forest. She realized that the clan head wanted her to bring her sibling back. Someone peeked out from behind a door. The clan head's words still hung in the air as the young man was suddenly yanked from his sleep. Meanwhile, the Namgung clan was in Sichuan. He had thought he'd get a break since his older sister was back home, but now he needed to go to Mount Hua. He had wanted a rest. The sudden awakening was jarring. He was being force-fed dumplings. He could only manage a confused ichem. He struggled against the unwanted meal. His sister insisted that he couldn't skip dinner when he was still growing. She told him to chew it all up. She slapped him. He questioned why his sister was there. She retorted that it was her room, which meant it was also his room. She was about to be drunk, and he thought to himself, damn her. The sister of the young master expressed her worry, stating she had come with a dumpling because he didn't show up at dinner. She then asked why he was treating her so coldly. Clearly annoyed, she continued, saying she was already angry because he was marrying some Namgung skank. The sister of the young master asked him to save his nonsense for after she got drunk. She lamented how much effort she put into raising him and asked if he could not get drunk there and do it outside instead. She asked if he meant. She suggested that he sleep with his dear sister today and that he could sleep inside while she slept outside. The young master stated that they were past that age and that she was still a brat to him. She retorted that he still seemed like a kid as well. She exclaimed that it was good stuff and asked him to please leave after finishing that. She sighed. The moon shone brightly in the night sky. The young master asked what she wanted. She smiled. The young man seemed confused by what he had just heard, wondering if he had misheard. His sister questioned if he wanted to spar with her. He retorted that she must be drunk to suggest such nonsense, and that she should head back. She asked if he was sure. He confirmed her statement. She touched his arm. The sister stared intently at her brother. The pair remained seated on the floor. She warned him that the large amount of energy he put inside himself wasn't being absorbed, and that it could result in him getting hurt. She realized that the jade from before hadn't been fully absorbed, and that it wouldn't be easy to capture all that energy in a body that hasn't fully matured. The sister told him that he needed to let this out immediately. He realized that was why she wanted to spar with him. He denied that was the reason. The sister revealed that she just wanted to beat him up. Guyan Shun stood in the courtyard, a look of apprehension on his face. He couldn't help but think that none of his sisters were normal. Meanwhile, his sister stretched, a wide grin on her face. She exclaimed that it had been a while since she last fought her brother. She questioned if Gu Yanshun was going to use a sword. Gu Yanshun replied that he didn't anymore when she asked if he really wasn't going to use one. The sister took a step forward. She drew her sword. She wondered if he was full of himself and asked if he wasn't going to attack. Gu Yanshun remained silent. He reminded her that this was for him to release his energy. She responded with a drawn-out, yeah. The sister said that she would make sure he didn't die. She told him not to chicken out. Gu Yanshun's eyes narrowed. The sister lunged forward, sword raised. The force of the blow sent Gu Yanshun staggering back, barely able to maintain his footing. His sister pressed her advantage, unleashing a flurry of attacks with her sword. Each strike carried immense power, threatening to overwhelm him. The force of her blows intensified, each impact resonating with explosive energy. The clash of their powers created a blinding surge of energy. Gu Yanshun, now surrounded by a red aura, moved with newfound speed. The courtyard around them began to tremble, the air thick with palpable energy. He muttered his sister's name, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The energy continued to build, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. The power unleashed was immense, threatening to consume everything around them. A surge of laughter echoed through the courtyard as the energy reached its peak. Gu Yanshun stood amidst the inferno, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming power. From the sidelines, a voice cried out, calling him little brother. His sister stood amidst the flames, her expression intense and determined. She realized that he was far stronger than she had anticipated, surpassing even the fifth star. The sister of Gu Yanshun couldn't believe her all-out attack had no effect. She wondered why her brother was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Gu Yanshun, fueled by an unknown power, declared that he would end things there. With a burst of speed, Gu Yanshun launched himself forward, his intent clear. His foot slammed into the ground, the impact creating a shockwave. The force of the blow sent his sister flying backwards through the air. Gu Yanshun's sister grit her teeth, bracing for the next attack. A voice echoed, declaring that the real fun was about to begin. Gu Yanshun's sister, eyes glowing, prepared to retaliate. Another powerful impact shook the area. A stream of energy tore through the landscape. Gu Yanshun stood firm, his feet planted on the shattered ground. He realized that if he hadn't blocked the attack, the consequences would have been dire. The air crackled with energy as the battle intensified. Gu Yanshun prepared to strike again, his determination unwavering. His sister screamed in defiance, ready to meet his attack head-on. Gu Yanshun's sister descends upon him, wreathed in flames. The force of her attack sends tremors through the area. Gu Yanshun realizes that his sister is coming at him again. She moves with incredible speed. The force of her blow is immense. She strikes with a fiery blade. The sister's relentless assault continues, pushing Gu Yanshun back. Her fiery kick lands with devastating impact. Gu Yanshun cries out as he is struck. The flames engulf everything around her. Her sword is wreathed in fire. She slashes through the air with fiery intensity. The force of her attack is palpable. The surrounding force burns. Gu Yanshun collapses, defeated by his sister's onslaught. Gu Yanshun is warned to keep his mouth closed. The sister of Gu Yanshun tells him that otherwise, he might lose his jaw. Gu Yanshun looks up with a shocked expression. The sound of something breaking echoes in the night. More sounds of destruction fill the air. A note reads, "Gonna meet at Tance." Someone wonders what the note is. The miss is mentioned, and it is noted that she left that note. Someone ran away from the manor. Someone is told to bring something immediately. The order is to do it immediately. Elsewhere, an older man toils in his field, the sounds of insects filling the air. He pulls a carrot from the ground. Examining his harvest, the man holds up the carrot. He sighs, realizing this can't be sold either. The man laments the season, wondering when it will end. Suddenly, a figure descends from the sky. The man looks up, startled by the sudden arrival. His eyes widen as he gazes upward. The figure lands gracefully before him. The man gasps, his face flushed with surprise. He thinks to himself that the figure is an angel. The figure speaks, greeting him with a simple hey. The man is shocked that she talks. The white-haired woman asks which direction Shangxi is in. The man, still flustered, points and tells her that Shangxi is east from there. With a burst of energy, someone tilling the fields sends a surge of power through the crops. Nearby, the white-haired woman pauses, wondering what caused the disturbance. Elsewhere, a man drinking tea is startled by the same surge of energy. He sniffles, overwhelmed by the kindness he has received. Meanwhile, Namgung Baya continues her journey. She wonders why she is heading west instead of east. Westward lies Manhwa. Elsewhere, a man with white hair and a beard looks down with a stern expression. The clan head learns that someone has already gone to Anhui for Manhwa. Another man notes that he is one who disappears with the wind and never stays in one place, wondering where he could be. The clan head states that he is unsure why they are looking for him so urgently, suggesting that they send Gu Yangshan to check instead. The clan head gestures as he speaks. He believes it seems too hasty to reveal one's identity after going to such lengths to disguise it. The clan head's expression is grave. The clan head declares that he will be accompanying them. Someone assures another that they can handle a task. Nearby, a young man addresses someone as master. Elsewhere, young man protagonist seems to be in good spirits. Meanwhile, the clan head bearded man seems to be in a state of confusion. The narrative reflects on the sudden vacation taken by the driver and the Sword Supreme taking his place. It also notes that Seola and the Sword Supreme were not on the list of people heading to Manhwa. The question of what happened overnight lingers in the air. Young man protagonist senses something extremely fishy. The clan head asks why young man protagonist has such a worried expression. Young man protagonist dismisses the concern, saying it's nothing. The clan head retorts that if anything, he should be worried about himself and try not to beat up other kids this time, to which the young man protagonist questions why he would. A woman looks on with a shocked expression. The clan head tells young man protagonist good, to which he responds, I'll try. The clan head states that he will trust young man protagonist and give him something. Young man protagonist asks what it is as the clan head hands him a small pouch. A strange energy emanates from the pouch. The young man protagonist finds the scent emanating from the pouch pleasant, invigorating even. He holds the pouch delicately between his fingers. Meanwhile, the clan head observes him, remarking that the pouch looks quite precious. The young man protagonist dismisses it as just a rock. The clan head wonders if it's a blossom. The clan head explains that it used to be one of the 4 treasures of Manhwa sect. The young man protagonist appears surprised. The clan head looks off into the distance, lost in thought. The clan head assures him that it's not a big deal and tells him to hold on. The young man protagonist asks why the clan head has it, and more importantly, why he's giving it to him. The clan head admits that he won it through a bet over some drinks and forgot to return it, adding that he bet something important over some drinks, and the other party accepted it. The young man protagonist thinks that this kind of thing should be delivered more securely. The clan head responds that leaving it with him right now is as secure as it gets. The young man protagonist asks what he means. The young man protagonist looks confused. The clan head pats a horse. The clan head believed that if the elder knew about the Sword Supreme, this was the safest way. Meanwhile, a voice informed the young man protagonist that the preparations were complete. He sighed, realizing he didn't have the time nor a good excuse to refuse what was being asked of him. The young man protagonist told someone he would be back, and they replied that they would tell Gu Wibby that he left safely. As the young man protagonist left in a carriage, second child thought to herself that there was no way he was leaving. The clan head called out to the departing carriage. From the carriage, the young man protagonist asked that someone give his farewell to his sister for him. The carriage departed. Second child wondered why the clan head didn't greet the young man protagonist directly. Gu Wibby sat huddled in a corner, crying. She wondered how she could show him her crying self. Second child thought that Yangshan wasn't 3 years old anymore, but he was so fragile. The clan head looked on with a stern expression. Second child imagined Yangshan. The scene shifts to a festive Halloween illustration, complete with a full moon and a witch. Below, 2 more figures in Halloween costumes appear, one dressed as a witch and the other with cat ears. The illustration concludes with a large, glowing jack-o'-lantern and the title, Childhood Friend of the Zenith. The journey continued, the destination still far off in the distance. Nguyen rode alongside the carriage, ever vigilant. Inside the carriage, the young master's impatience grew. He wondered aloud how much longer they would need to travel. The driver sighed, reminding him that he had asked that very question over 30 times already. The driver admitted that he thought he had asked a little too much. The driver reiterated that they needed to go several times the distance they had already traveled, a prospect that sounded miserable every time he heard it. An older man chuckled at the exchange. The young master was then asked if he was uncomfortable, to which he replied, with a nervous laugh, that he was not. The young master thought to himself that he needed to eat something to relax. He recalled that Manhwa had given these cookies to him, so he needed her permission. The girls exclaimed that they were his honey cookies in the first place. The young master took a large bite of the cookie. The girls giggled, noting that he was taking all of them. The young master thought to himself that he wanted to go home. The journey continued towards their destination. A voice questioned the young master's identity as he sat cross-legged on the floor. Meanwhile, Namgung Baya revealed her identity. Namgung Baya's name echoed in the air. The scene shifted to Namgung Baya, kneeling formally. Gu Yangshan realized who she was, identifying her as Yangshuan's fiancée. A close-up highlighted Namgung Baya's features. Gu Yangshan thought she was attractive. The two remained kneeling, facing each other. Gu Yangshan questioned why she had arrived looking like a bum. Namgung Baya claimed she had taken a wrong turn. She was then asked how one ends up in such a state from simply taking a wrong turn. Gu Yangshan questioned why she had gone through all that to come there. Namgung Baya stated that she had come to meet her fiancé. Gu Yangshan remarked that he had heard it wasn't official yet. Namgung Baya paused, considering his words. The woman with white hair was met with a surprising declaration. A woman with dark hair, wearing a red robe, grinned widely, calling out to someone as she declared them her little brother. With a confident smirk, the woman in red affirmed that she was Yang Chuan's older sister. Meanwhile, Namgung Baya stood silently as the woman spoke. The woman's knees buckled. She reached up to adjust her hair. Namgung Baya wondered where he had gone. She repeated her question, wondering where he had gone. The woman in red stated that he had gone to Manhwa, adding that their fates did not seem to cross paths. Namgung Baya looked down. The woman in red declared that the pretty Namgung girl should just go back home. The woman pointed in a direction. She asked if she should go home. Someone thought that she was leaving without a proper farewell. A woman in bed looked distressed. Guyan Chun lay in bed, seemingly asleep. Nearby, an old man sat by a small fire, tending to it. The old man glanced towards the forest. Meanwhile, the young man protagonist realized that with the way energy was mixing into his breath, he would soon attain the 4th star. He paused, considering his progress. The protagonist realized that when he circulated over a certain amount of energy in his body, it flowed against the direction he intended it to, and that he needed to break the limit of the 3rd star. He thought that he could barely expel his energy, yet his sister had no issue shooting it out explosively, and that the importance of talent was disgusting. The protagonist decided to get a grip and train instead of making more excuses. He began to breathe in and concentrate. The energy around him intensified. The energy continued to build. The energy flowed through his arm. The protagonist thought that he couldn't throw the object away or anything. He wondered why the old man wanted him to deliver it. The protagonist noticed that the scent was stronger than when he first received it, and that he couldn't concentrate because of the smell of plum blossoms, and that nothing should have changed. It was unfortunate, but the young master decided to end his training for the night. Suddenly, a strange energy filled the air. Petals began to fall around him. The petals swirled closer, obscuring his vision. The air crackled with energy. The young master clutched the object he carried. He wondered why plum blossoms were falling in the middle of summer. A voice echoed, stating that he did not seem to be a child of Manhwa. The young master, startled, wondered who was there. The strange energy intensified. He realized he had definitely heard a voice, and it questioned how a child not from Manhwa was consuming all that energy. The young master confirmed that he had heard an old man's voice. The voice continued, asking what bloodline he was from to greedily consume all that energy, warning that he would get sick. The young master asked what it was saying and what he was eating up. The energy around him intensified further. The young master cursed under his breath. The protagonist continues to absorb the mysterious energy, remarking that he is doing so again. The sound of the energy being absorbed echoes. The young master was being called. The calls grew more urgent as the young master was roused from his unconscious state. Nearby, those who had been tending to the young master took a moment to rest. Mian was immediately embraced by Gu Wibi, who demanded to know what had happened. He explained that he had been found unconscious in the woods and brought back. Mian thanked the elder, who replied that it was his duty as a servant. The elder looked on with a concerned expression. Gu Wibi continued to embrace Mian, who looked on with a puzzled expression. She continued to sob as Mian sat beside the other man. Mian recalled that he had been training the previous night. He remembered that the stone had emitted a light. Mian observed that nothing seemed to have changed on the outside. He held the stone in his hand. Mian realized that it no longer had its scent, and that the demon well absorption art had absorbed the stone's power and knocked him unconscious. Mian had presumed that the treasure of Mount Hua would contain something, but he never expected to absorb it. He wondered if this could be... Damn! He grinned, realizing he had reached the 4th star. Elsewhere, a man and his horse traveled through the mountains. The man continued his journey on horseback. He understood how weird it was for him to reach the 4th star overnight, but he wondered if they could stop staring at him like that. Someone asked what he was doing, noting that they smelled something from young master. The young master was quick to defend himself, stating that he had changed his clothes and washed himself more often than others. He questioned what they meant by saying he smelled. He sniffed at his sleeve, trying to discern the scent. The female servant clarified that it wasn't a bad smell, but rather a nice, flowery one. The young master and the female servant sat together. The servant wondered if the smell was definitely coming from young master. The young master realized that if even she could recognize it, his internal energy must have really increased. The young master stood. He recalled that at the 3rd star, all he could do was expel heat, but now, at the 4th star, he felt like he would have no problem shooting out fire. The young master wondered if he could do what his sister does. The clan head told him that he couldn't tell until he actually used it, and that he should just do what he wants. The young master and the female servant looked surprised. Suddenly, the young master grabbed the female servant and jumped. They fell down the stairs. The female servant asked if young master was all right. The young master looked back at her. As the young master fell, a figure on horseback observed the scene from a distance. Peeking from behind a building, the figure watched intently. The rider questioned why the guards were on alert. The man in the carriage wondered who the rider was. The man in the carriage recognized an emblem. The rider introduced himself as Yang Feng, a third-generation disciple of Manhwa. Yang Feng explained that he stopped the carriage because he had something to ask. While inside the carriage, the other man wondered what they had done wrong. The man in the carriage realized he needed to face the situation. Yang Feng thought to himself that he had killed a warrior of Manhwa in his past life. Yang Feng considered what the man in the carriage was probably doing at that moment. The man in the carriage wondered how someone as renowned as the Blossom Sword Dragon could do something so irresponsible and risky. Yang Feng apologized, stating that he did not intend to block their path, but he had to verify something. Yang Feng asked what he needed to verify, explaining that he wanted to check if one of their disciples was in that carriage. Yang Feng felt a familiar aura from afar and was thankful things did not appear to be bad, but he still had a question, wondering what he would do if one of their disciples was not in there. Yang Feng, atop his horse, warned that if they stepped any closer, there would be consequences. Suddenly, a strange energy emanated from within the carriage. The disciple of Manhwa remained on horseback, observing the carriage and its occupant. The occupant wondered why they felt the aura of Manhwa coming from Yang Feng. The situation was quickly deteriorating. He realized he was in a dire situation. His eyes widened in alarm. An old man appeared, seemingly visible only to him, and made a noise of acknowledgement. The old man asked if he could see him. The energy continued to build as the old man spoke. The tension was palpable. The training grounds were quiet, as usual. Muyin stood, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes, as if trying to clear his vision. He blinked, trying to focus. A voice echoed, demanding if Muyin wasn't going to greet his elder. Muyin glanced to his side, seemingly unfazed by the voice. Nearby, another man looked on in shock. The man muttered to himself. Muyin wondered if he had trained too hard, questioning if he was seeing things. The voice responded, stating that he wasn't just seeing things, but hearing them too. The voice, now clearly annoyed, called him a little. The man nearby questioned if Muyin didn't see this. The man asked what Muyin meant, referring to this insect-sized old man. The man looked on, confused. Muyin asked if the man didn't see it either. Muyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yang Feng exclaimed that he saw it too, asking if Muyin also saw the red-headed old man. Muyin, however, told Yang Feng to shut it, insisting that there was no way he was the only one who could see it and to look closer. The other man wondered what the heck was going on, questioning if it was a ghost and when he had gotten possessed. The tiny old man reminded him that he wasn't possessed and asked if he had forgotten what he ate. The man then wondered what he had eaten earlier. A strange energy pulsed around him. The energy intensified. The man looked shocked. The tiny old man asked if he remembered now, reminding him that he ate the treasure of the Manhwa sect when he wasn't even one of them. The tiny old man explained that he was entering a state of chi blockage after eating all that. But what was he, an insect-sized old man, supposed to do? The man then asked who he was. The tiny old man scoffed, saying that the man didn't know anything about this world, and that if he didn't know him, then he couldn't be that famous. Muyin and Yang Feng looked on. The tiny old man cleared his throat, telling the man to listen closely and that he would introduce himself just once. The tiny old man declared that he was the great Manhwa sect's 8th leader. The old man then identified himself as Shin Chiol, the Manhwa immortal sword. The greatest war occurred before the appearance of the heavenly demon. It was known as the Great Blood Demon War. 5 expert martial artists fended off the bloodbath. Even after a century, their names were still mentioned in the history of the Zhongyuan Murim. He was the person most revered by the Manhwa sect. The young man wondered if this tiny bug-like old man was truly who he claimed to be. The old man heard his thoughts and asked if he was going to continue comparing him to a bug. He clarified that he had only thought it in his mind. The old man told him to mind his manners if he understood who he was now. The young man thinks to himself that no one would believe the words of the tiny old man, Shin Chiol, the Manhwa immortal sword, but Shin Chiol hears his thoughts. The young man wonders why Shin Chiol was inside that stone. Shin Chiol appears to be listening intently. Shin Chiol says that he doesn't know why he was in there, and that he can hear the young man. The young man thinks that Shin Chiol should know better than him, and that he doesn't know anything. The young man is visibly disturbed. Shin Chiol asks if they were able to absorb the energy of the plum blossom stone. The young man is silent, thinking. Shin Chiol stares intently. The young man looks down, troubled. Shin Chiol says, "All right." Shin Chiol states that there are always things that people wish to hide, especially when they are young like the young man. The young man says, "Thank you." Shin Chiol tells him that something more important is coming, so he should pay attention to that instead. Suddenly, an explosion occurs in the distance. The ground trembled as the cart carrying Guyanshun was pulled away by horses. The horses' hooves pounded against the earth, kicking up dust with each step. Suddenly, a group of warriors emerged, their swords drawn and ready. Nearby, 2 figures observe the scene. One dismissed the approaching warriors, stating they were not a threat. The other seemed less certain. The warriors advanced, their movements precise and coordinated. From within the cart, a warning was shouted. The young master needed to watch out. Gu Yanchuan's eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. A voice declared that this was an ambush as the warriors closed in. The scene shifted to an interior view of the cart, where the impending danger was palpable. In the distance, a group of warriors made their way down the path. The warriors marched forward, their expressions grim. Inside, one of the men stated that he didn't think they needed to go this far, but the young master insisted. One of the warriors stated that he could sense them being hostile from the moment they appeared. Another asked if they were. The young master responded that he didn't know why their sect members were so angered, but he should be able to resolve things if he talked to them. He asked them to wait and listen to him. One of the men agreed, wondering if they could be. Another man pointed out the mark on their clothes, identifying them as warriors of their sect. One of the men asked if they would entrust this to him. He called out to Muyin. Muyin approached the young master. The young master told him not to worry. He would make sure to sort things out. Muyin then walked towards the approaching warriors. He continued his advance. Muyin drew his sword. Muyin offered his apologies. The warriors explained that their companion had unintentionally made them feel threatened. The warriors stood firm, awaiting a response. The young man replied that there were no worries, and apologized for brandishing their swords before understanding the situation. He then inquired what brought the warriors of the Manhwa sect so far out. The warriors explained that they could not reveal that to an outsider, but that recently, members of their sect had been going missing. The warriors had been searching the forest. One of the warriors explained that their companion had sensed their energy and ran ahead of them. The young man realized that it seemed to be because of the energy coming from his body, wondering what he should do about it. Shin Sheol assured him that he had blocked the energy so they would not be able to notice it anymore, and asked if they did not feel the energy of their sect coming from the young man. One of the warriors admitted that he did sense it, and asked if he could be excused, while the other questioned if he was sure, as it sounded like he could still sense it. Shin Sheol told the young man to just show them the rock. The warrior turned to look. The warrior realized what it was. The warriors stared at the object in shock. The state of Mount Hua was dire, their sect leader having lost a treasure in a bet over drinks. The warriors of Mount Hua understood that Gu Yanchun had the treasure, sensing the energy of Mount Hua emanating from him. They questioned why Gu Yanchun possessed it. Gu Yanchun identified himself as being of the Gu clan, explaining that he was on his way. He clarified that he was returning the treasure of Mount Hua, which had been borrowed by the Gu clan. The warriors murmured amongst themselves, realizing that Gu Yanchun must be of the same clan. The warriors continued to murmur. Acknowledging that he was from a prestigious clan, the warriors apologized for their initial hostility. Gu Yanchun responded that it wasn't a problem, but wondered if there was something wrong with being from the Gu clan. The warriors continued to murmur. One of the warriors asked if, by any chance, Gu Yanchun's sister caused problems for him. Another warrior asked if his sister was always so. One of the warriors told Gu Yanchun that he didn't need to worry about him, but another warrior countered that he thought he needed to worry about his condition now. Gu Yanchun thought to himself that his sister would be all right, and then wondered if she had. The warrior asked again if Gu Yanchun's sister caused problems for him. The warrior confirmed that she definitely did. Gu Yanchun apologized, explaining that his sibling seemed to have caused trouble. He promised to bring her back as soon as he arrived at Mount Hua. The clan head looked surprised by this. The clan head's words were met with agreement from the other members. The Mount Hua sect members began to move. Gu Yanchun asked if there was a problem. One of the members called out to Gu Yanchun. The Mount Hua sect members told Gu Yanchun to follow them. The clan head and second child looked on with concern. The clan head wondered just how much trouble Gu Yanchun's sister was causing. Meanwhile, Gu Wibi stood by the window. She seemed to be preparing something. Gu Wibi told someone to come on in. The door slid open. A female servant opens the door and announces that someone is here to see the master. Gu Wibi sits up in bed, looking out at the night sky. She comments that the visitor must be scared to walk alone at night, yet they still visit every day. The sound of footsteps approaches. The visitor embraces Gu Wibi. The servant asks if her body is all right. Gu Wibi responds that she feels better today, seeing the beautiful moon outside. The servant is relieved. The servant and Gu Wibi embrace. Gu Wibi tells the servant that she guesses her visits will soon come to an end. The servant is shocked and says that she will stay by her side until the end. Gu Wibi smiles. The two remain embraced. Gu Wibi asks if the servant dislikes going back to her family that much. The servant thinks about her family, realizing that they aren't her family. The servant is blushing. Gu Wibi smiles. Gu Wibi thinks that it is not a sick old crone's place. Under the light of a full moon, a voice echoes, declaring that it is wrong to speak about someone else's family matters. Meanwhile, a servant implores her master not to speak such things, reminding her that before she became ill, things were different. The servant recalls that Gu Wibi was once known as the Blossom Sage. The words of the past linger in the air. A question hangs heavy. How much longer does she have? The forest floor lay still and silent. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered as a figure was blasted through the trees, leaving trails of blue energy in their wake. The force of the impact was immense, carving a path of destruction. The figure plummeted downwards, crashing through the dense foliage. The impact left the figure kneeling, struggling to maintain their balance. Namgung Bai stood her ground, her sword drawn, a trail of blood marking the earth behind her. The blood trickled from her robe, staining the ground. Bai's expression hardened as she muttered to herself. Her eyes narrowed, focusing on the unseen threat. With a sudden movement, she leaped into the air. She landed gracefully, her figure silhouetted against the darkness. Bai stood firm, her sword held ready. A fiery aura flared around her, a sign of the power she was about to unleash. With a final surge of energy, Bai unleashed a devastating attack, the forest floor erupting in a blinding flash of light. The force of the attack sent debris flying through the air. The energy surged, a visible manifestation of power. The attack came from above, a figure descending with immense force. Elsewhere, a man overheard that the Manhwa people were preparing a large meal, as warriors of Manhwa split into groups to stand guard and camp for the night. Shin Cheol stood nearby, listening intently. Shin Cheol thought that he would not be attached to the protagonist if he knew children of Manhwa were all around them. The protagonist asked what he needed to do to make Shin Cheol leave his body. Elsewhere, Shin Cheol, the immortal sword of Manhwa and the 64th sect leader of Manhwa, was asked a question. Shin Cheol stood beside the protagonist. The protagonist stated that he would believe Shin Cheol just this once, wondering what would happen if. Shin Cheol declared that he had no interest in the protagonist's festering body. The protagonist thought that for someone whose body was already decomposed to say that. Shin Cheol retorted that the protagonist spoke so much for someone who carried such a nasty thing inside them. The protagonist asked what he was supposed to carry. Shin Cheol wondered if the protagonist did not know what was in his own body. Shin Cheol stated that he would ask the protagonist something first. The protagonist and Shin Cheol stood amidst the forest, the air still thick with the aftermath of the recent battle. Shin Cheol wondered what had happened to the bloody demon. Below them, the ground was stained with blood. The protagonist remained silent. Shin Cheol realized that the protagonist could not be the Mount Hua immortal sword. Shin Cheol pressed the protagonist, reminding him that the bloody demon was slain by the Mount Hua immortal sword. He questioned how the protagonist could claim to be him without knowing his fate. Shin Cheol seemed frustrated. Shin Cheol admitted that, for some strange reason, he could not remember the final fight he had with the bloody demon. The protagonist stared at Shin Cheol, surprised. Shin Cheol refocused, demanding that the protagonist answer his question about what he was carrying in his body, and if he knew something about it. The protagonist scoffed, saying that Shin Cheol wouldn't even believe his identity, so why would he tell him that? He added that Shin Cheol was very moody for a man of that age. Shin Cheol prepared to put things simply. The protagonist wondered what Shin Cheol was going to say. From Shin Cheol's perspective, he found it strange that the protagonist couldn't sense anything, and that he had such a violent thing inside of him. The protagonist was confused. Shin Cheol assured the protagonist that he was keeping the violent presence docile for now, telling him not to worry. He then asked if the protagonist wanted to test it. The protagonist's sister seemed to consider the offer. Gu Yanchun refused. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from him. The energy swirled around him. It coalesced into a dense, ominous aura. Shin Cheol thanked someone. Gu Yanchun's eyes widened, glowing with an intense purple light. The dark energy intensified around him. The energy continued to surge. The dark energy continued to swirl. The energy coalesced around Gu Yanchun's face. Gu Yanchun, panting, asked if it was all right. Shin Cheol looked on. Gu Yanchun wondered what that was just now. Gu Yanchun stood silently, his back to Shin Cheol. The old man chuckled, stating that he was keeping something docile. The youth wondered why such a thing was inside him, but Shin Cheol admitted he didn't know either. Shin Cheol acknowledged that Gu Yanchun likely had many questions, but it appeared they needed to end things there for the day, prompting Gu Yanchun to ask what he meant. Gu Yanchun exclamou que Shin Cheol tinha acabado de lhe dar tantas novas perguntas. Shin Cheol told him to look up. Gu Yanchun did as he was told. Gu Yanchun saw nothing there and asked what was the matter. Suddenly, a beam of pink energy descended from the sky. The beam intensified, striking the ground with immense force. Gu Yanchun gasped in shock. The energy swirled around him. Gu Yanchun, now visibly alarmed, demanded to know what Shin Cheol was doing. There was a saying passed down in Mount Hua since ancient times. Meanwhile, Shin Cheol walked away, laughing. Gu Yanchun questioned what was happening. The clan head declared that if you want to become friends, you must fight. Shin Cheol observed that the spirit of Mount Hua was still intact, while Gu Yanchun wondered what he was talking about. Gu Yanchun questioned if this was how people of Mount Hua asked others for a sparring match. The clan head apologized, explaining that he had never seen a fellow martial artist in training, so he was excited. Gu Yanchun wondered if Manhwa wasn't full of martial artists in training. That may be so, Shin Shiol thought. Gu Yanchun said he understood, as Shin Shiol thought that Gu Yanchun was still a kid. Shin Shiol thought that the youngest elite martial artist in Manhwa was like a towering wall to the untalented. Shin Shiol continued, thinking that even if someone like that wanted to get along with people his age, it would just make their feelings of inferiority worse. Gu Yanchun remained silent as Shin Shiol asked if he seemed to know that firsthand. The clan head looked down, a bead of sweat forming on his face. The clan head declared that they should do it. Gu Yanchun agreed to do it just this once. A man exclaims in surprise. Meanwhile, Shin Shiol stands firm, lightning crackling around him. He declares that they should go right away. A surge of energy erupts. The energy descends rapidly. The energy coalesces into a concentrated point. The concentrated energy slams into the ground. The impact sends debris flying. A massive wave of energy expands outward. Gu Yanchun watches the display. Elsewhere, a figure stands amidst the chaos. Below, Namgung Baya is surrounded by the energy. She murmurs in realization. Namgung Baya stands firm as the energy crackles around her. She smiles, realizing she has found someone. The rain continued to fall. The downpour obscured the already ruined landscape. Nearby, the young master stood silently in the rain. The rain washed away the blood from the young master's face. He cradled the second child in his arms. The second child's eyes fluttered open. The young master noticed her stirring and realized she was crying. The second child snapped at him, telling him not to mess with her and that it was obviously the rain making her cry. She then admitted that she guessed it wasn't the rain. The second child stated that it was unfortunate. She then asked why he did it. The young master was silent as she asked why he didn't run away by himself. The second child looked up at him. She repeated her question, asking the young master why he did it. The young master seems to sense something amiss, his eyes widening slightly as he wonders what it could be. The second child remains cradled in his arms. Her expression is pained as she looks up at him. He simply states that he saved her because he felt like it. The second child remains in his arms, her expression unreadable. Rain continues to fall on the desolate landscape. The young master wonders if the moon is up, then confirms that it is. The second child notes that both moons are visible. The young master's bloody hand clutches the second child's robe, and he thinks to himself that it is good. The second child stares up at him, her expression softening slightly. His hand is covered in blood. The second child lies wounded, her robe torn and bloodied. Someone approaches, their footsteps echoing in the rain. The approaching figure remarks with a smile that he never knew demonic humans had something called friendship. The figure wonders if it could be love. The figure stood tall, a silent observer in the rain. Meteor Sword told the fallen figure not to feel so lonely, as they would soon join her. He promised her one thing, that she wouldn't die easily. A surge of purple energy erupted from his hand. Elsewhere, a voice declared that they had been found. The speaker wore a knowing smile. Gu Yanchun paused, a look of shock on his face. Namgung Baya spoke, simply saying because. She paused, her expression unreadable. Gu Yanchun's name was called out. The man with the bandaged head asked if Gu Yanchun knew that woman. He then asked if he could have permission to cut her down if he did not. The group continued to advance. Gu Yanchun considered the situation. That woman had hurt the warriors of Mount Hua, which was already a problem. He couldn't cover for her by simply saying he was acquainted with her, especially since he couldn't accept that they were engaged. Namgung's Bai remained silent. Nearby, Shin Shiol wondered aloud. The Mount Hua disciples echoed his confusion. Waimon also seemed perplexed. Gu Yanchun asked why Namgung Baya had attacked if she wanted to meet him. The disciples wondered why such a beautiful lady would be engaged to a guy like Gu Yanchun and cautioned each other not to get mad. Gu Yanchun questioned what had brought them here. Namgung Baya stated that she had come to meet him. Gu Yanchun repeated his question, asking why she had attacked if she wanted to meet. Waimon observed that her body was barely moving and that she must have exhausted her internal energy without sleeping to run to him, and questioned if she would be able to tell humans and demonic beasts apart. Waimon didn't think exhausting oneself to the point of not being able to distinguish the two was anything worth praising. Namgung Bai reiterated that this was how much she wanted to see him. Even so, the Mount Hua disciples believed that Mount Hua would not let it pass that she had put members of Mount Hua into such a state. Gu Yanchun is taken aback by the sudden request. Meanwhile, Muyan seems to be infatuated. Gu Wibi also seems to be infatuated. Yang Feng is annoyed by Muyan's behavior. Gu Yanchun asks if he is alright. Namgung Bai demands that they fight right now. Gu Yanchun laughs. He thinks that Namgung Bai's body must be fine and. Elsewhere, the Mount Hua disciples are still recovering. Muyan is still infatuated. Namgung Bai is seen with a group of women. Namgung Bai remarked that someone was infatuated. The man being addressed asked if she was jealous, while the old man thought to himself that he accepted the request out of the goodness of his heart, but hated how he was using it for his own dirty purposes. The old man stated that he had no choice but to use it as well, wondering what he would gain from winning. The man being addressed thought that the old man was an idiot. The old man wondered if the man was not curious about how much stronger he had become. Someone demanded to know why they were there. The group wondered if they had come to see Sela, warning that she was the lady of the Namgung clan, hoping that the young master would not get hurt, but that he would be fine. The men wondered who they thought was going to win. The men sat and waited. Someone apologized to Mr. Gu, stating that it was obvious that he was a real monster and that they had all seen his talent. It was said that once he got serious, the old man watched. Shin Cheol exhaled, the weight of the upcoming battle settling upon him. Meanwhile, Gu Yanshun prepared himself, his stance firm and resolute. From above, Namgung Bai descended, her movements graceful yet deadly. The air crackled with energy as her sword sliced through it. Gu Yanshun steeled himself, knowing the attack was imminent. Namgung Bai declared that she would be attacking. Her form glowed with power as she prepared to strike. Elsewhere, Gu Wibi and the others watched with concern. Muyan observed the unfolding events with a grim expression. Clan head watched intently, his expression unreadable. The clan head muttered to himself, realizing something. Amidst the swirling flames, a voice echoes, admitting that they don't yet possess as much fire as their sister. Bathed in the fiery light, young man protagonist acknowledges his limitations. The young master declared that he couldn't expel as much fire as his sister. Below, the flames continued to burn. Elsewhere, the clan head looked on with a surprised expression. Someone wondered what that expression meant. The young master was told that he wasn't scared. His expression remained serious. He was then asked if it was him. A hand gripped a weapon tightly. The clan head thought to himself that, of course, he would begin. A foot moved forward. Someone was sent flying through the air. A sharp gaze focused intently. Energy crackled around a figure. A surge of power emanated outwards. The young master stood firm, his sword poised to strike. Below, a figure was engulfed in flames. The figure roared, unleashing a surge of power. The force of the blast sent those nearby reeling. The energy crackled around a hand, ready to strike. The young man prepared to fight, his stance firm. With a burst of speed, he launched himself forward. The flames intensified as the battle began. The figure in flames unleashed a devastating attack. The attack struck with immense force. The impact reverberated outwards. The world seemed to warp and distort. Namgung Baya and the others watched with concern. The clan head watched with a grim expression. The aftermath of the attack left a scene of devastation. The clan head's face was etched with concern. Below, the young master stood amidst the carnage. The ground was stained crimson. Nearby, another man lay still. A voice echoed, confessing defeat. I lost. The scene shifted to a wider view of the battlefield. The clan head and others watched from a distance as the young master stood his ground. The young master, looking around, wondered aloud. Footsteps approached. Namgung Baya declared, fight me too. The young master, visibly annoyed, thought, is she crazy? Can't you see that I just finished fighting? Namgung Baya stared intently. The young master was taken aback, exclaiming, what? The young master wondered if Namgung Baya was upset that he didn't accept her challenge. He thought she looked more than just upset. He considered that leaving her like that would only make things more troublesome, but it was already late. He decided to postpone the fight for another time. Meanwhile, Namgung Baya recalled a promise. She remembered that someone had promised her something. She acknowledged the promise. Elsewhere, the young master sat in meditation. He was amused by his own monstrous nature. He had only just begun to mess with his central core, and he didn't want to make a fuss about it. The old man's voice echoed, reminding the young master that he possessed amazing talent to begin using his central core at such a young age, but warning him not to attempt anything beyond that. The elder continued, explaining that if he were to open up his central core, the thing inside him would run wild, and wrapping his arms in fire would cause it to go out of control. The young master wondered if it was responding to his inner energy. The old man confirmed that the more chi he used, the more it would run wild. Anything beyond expelling flames from his body was too dangerous. The old man cautioned that wrapping his arms in fire would cause it to go out of control. The young master's eyes narrowed. He thought to himself that it was not enough yet. He was told that he still felt unsatisfied with himself despite winning the fight. Shin Cheol stood nearby. The young master asked what Shin Cheol wanted. Shin Cheol thanked him. The young master was confused, asking what he was thanking him for. Shin Cheol explained that due to his inadequacy, he wasn't sure what he tried to teach him. Shin Cheol thought that despite losing helplessly, the young master did not dwell in sorrow, but cleared up his mind instead. The old man continued to think that the young master was being childish. Shin Cheol stated that it was not his intention, but he was glad the young master gained something. The young master listened intently as he was told. To be honest, he thought he was the most talented among his age group, but seeing the other man, he realized there was an entire world beyond his grasp. He was sure the man had put in more effort than he could ever imagine. Meanwhile, Gu Yanchun was struggling to contain his inner thoughts. He really hated this guy, but he knew he had to shut up and listen. Gu Yanchun remained silent. The man thanked him again. Gu Yanchun's hatred grew. He hated his guts. Gu Yanchun really hated him. Elsewhere, Yang Feng exclaimed, asking if Shin Shiol had seen that. Another member of the group explained that the young master went whoosh and blam, and the flower guy went crack and lost. Shin Shiol asked them to keep it down. Another member of the group told him that they had big trouble and asked what it was. A female servant excitedly announces that the young master is getting engaged, questioning if it isn't a joyous occasion. The announcement is met with a resounding no. The clan head looks on, questioning the outburst. The clan head continues to ponder the situation. Gu Wibi thinks to herself that Siola doesn't know what getting engaged means. Siola thinks that only she should be allowed to do things with the young master, and that he should ask her for permission. The clan head calls out to Siola, still pondering. Gu Wibi continues to think that Siola doesn't know what getting engaged means. The focus remains on Gu Wibi. Gu Wibi's eyes widen. Her mouth hangs slightly open. The sky is visible. There were a few things that had become more uncomfortable for the group after the fight with Yang Feng. Siola picked at her food with her chopsticks. The group sat in silence. They were gathered around a fire, each with a bowl of food. One of the men asked Siola if she was feeling unwell. Siola continued to stare blankly ahead. Another man questioned why she was picking at her food if she wasn't sick. The man in red told her that if eating all the treats was going to make her skip her meals, she should give them all back. The spicy tofu stew bubbled. Suddenly, Siola slammed her chopsticks into the stew. The others watched her in shock. The man in red stared at Siola with concern. Siola slammed her chopsticks into the stew again. The stew bubbled gently over the fire. Suddenly, a voice called out. The voice demanded to know where someone learned such poor table manners. The others at the table reacted to the outburst. Siola looked down, a blush rising on her cheeks. She gripped her chopsticks tightly. Someone shouted that she was being stupid. Siola stood, holding her bowl. She walked away from the group. Siola continued to walk away, deeper into the forest. Someone wondered aloud what was going on. Another asked if someone had done something to her. It was observed that ever since the fight with Yang Feng, Wai Mun noted that Siola had been complaining. Siola sat alone, eating. It was also noted that she seemed very upset over something, and more annoyingly so. The sky stretched wide and blue. A sudden gasp broke the silence. Nearby, Yang Feng asked if the young master had just awoken, adding that he had done a good job standing guard. The young master realized they'd had to set up camp for several days, and he felt like he'd slept more days outdoors than back at home. Even so, the young master sat by the river. The muscular man stood nearby. The air crackled with energy. The muscular man asked how the young master would like to train together. The young master remained seated, looking at the water. It was said that Manhwa must have some law that made it illegal to wear shirts in the morning, and that the body of a martial artist changed to reflect their mental state and their method of gathering qi. The muscular man stated that the studier of a tree they become, the more beautifully the blossoms will bloom, and Yang Feng agreed. The young master replied that he should do some physical training as well, before thanking the muscular man for the offer, but he had something more important to take care of, so let's do it next time. The young master wondered if there was something important. The muscular man smiled, asking if the young master had forgotten what was special about today. The muscular man laughed, asking if he had forgotten that today was... Rain fell over the landscape. Below, a long staircase stretched upwards. Nearby, the heavenly demon stood silently. Elsewhere, the young master rode in a carriage, the heavenly demon visible beside him. He considered that things were the same as always, giving off a sense of steadfastness and elegance. At a table, one man asked if the people of Mount Hua always climbed that thing. Another responded that it was part of their daily lives. The young master wondered what musclehead built the sect on top of a mountain, admitting he'd had such thoughts before as well. He thought it nice that the disciples of Mount Hua were so understanding. Someone suggested that he spend the night there and climb up tomorrow, offering to prepare a place for him to stay. The young master considered that, being in possession of Mount Hua's treasures, it would be better for him to go up now. He wondered if he would be able to, but seeing their considered offer, the young master stated that he could not refuse. The young master was told that they would ascend first and report that he would be arriving tomorrow, just in case Yang Feng should stay there and accompany him tomorrow. It was also suggested that it would be better if Yang Feng left with them. His seniors at Mount Hua must be awaiting his return. Someone chuckled. The young master sat quietly. He thought that he didn't seem to be on good terms with his seniors, either, and things were different when he was around. He wondered if there was a place to park their carriage. A server thanked him for waiting. The server announced that the dumplings he ordered were here. He thought that finally, the joy of his life was here. The dumplings were placed before him. A server offered the young master some water. The server asked what had gotten into him. She wondered if Siola did good. He thought that she seemed upset a few days ago, but now she suddenly seemed cheerful. The young master takes a sip from his cup, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a hand gently strokes Seola's hair. Seola seems to enjoy the affection. She smiles softly, her eyes closed in contentment. The young master observes the scene, thinking that if only Seola would keep acting so nicely, she almost never does bad things. Here, Namgung Baya makes a small sound. She holds a dumpling with her chopsticks. Baya wonders if she should eat it or not. Seola stares intently at the dumpling. Suddenly, Seola lunges forward. She stuffs the dumpling into her mouth. Baya watches with a blank expression. She continues to stare. Seola chews thoughtfully, her expression unreadable. Gu Yanchuan's eyes widened, a sense of unease washing over him. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, declaring that they should be allowed to eat in peace. The scene shifted to a view of a building under a night sky, filled with stars. The perspective then changed to a festive scene filled with Christmas decorations and presents, where a figure stood amidst flames. The focus shifted again, this time to young girl protagonist, surrounded by others dressed in Christmas attire. The view then changed to a close-up of someone wearing boots, with a Merry Christmas wreath visible. The sound of something heavy striking stone echoed through the chamber. The masked figure winced slightly. A deep voice rumbled, simply saying so. From the shadows, a voice questioned whether someone had caught onto them. Torches flickered, casting long shadows across the stone floor. The masked figure admitted that Manhwa seemed to have noticed their activities. The deep voice cursed Manhwa, concluding that they were unlikely to get anything more out of this. The large man remained seated, his massive sword resting beside him. The masked figure stated that they would send a report to the main palace, and the man warned him not to be late, reminding him of the consequences of tardiness. The masked figure confirmed that the main palace had given them an order. It was declared that the divine physician had appeared in Shangxi. The large man, still seated, questioned the divine physician. The masked figure responded, right now. Beichong was summoned. Beichong was reminded that he was never told to use their men. The masked figures remained kneeling. One of them stammered that it was an order from the palace head. Wyman sighed, questioning if that was really the case. The masked figure trembled. The masked figure explained that they were ordered to imprison the divine physician in their underground prison, to which Wyman responded that it wasn't fun. Wyman asked if they could kill anyone in their way. The masked figure confirmed that the only order was to capture the divine physician. Wyman chuckled. Wyman stated that it would make things fun. The path to the underground prison was lit by torches. Exhausted, the young master clung to the edge of the wall, his fingers straining against the rough surface. With a curse, he finally pulled himself up, the mountaintop sect now within reach. He wondered who would build a sect in such a place. The white-haired girl behind him remarked that she had climbed this mountain her entire life. She added that maybe he could have moved the sect off the mountain when he was alive. Another man laughed, asking if the young master didn't feel the great lesson that their elders wanted them to experience, that nothing can be achieved without hard work. He wondered if the young master really intended for there to be a lesson behind all this, but the young master admitted he just wanted to kill. The white-haired girl offered to carry him, but the young master refused, stating that he wanted to keep his last bit of dignity. The girl questioned why he didn't look tired at all, to which he responded that it was because he wasn't. The girl offered her hand. A woman asked if he wasn't tired, and he responded that he was not very tired. The white-haired girl thought to herself that he was really going for it. The young master is asked why he is bowing his head. A voice sighs, calling him an idiot, while he wonders if this is a sign that she wants him to pat her head. The white-haired girl's face is shown, her eyes closed. Her hand is shown reaching out. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl looks annoyed. The young master continues to wonder if she wants him to pat her head, while the white-haired girl stands before him. A hand reaches out, seemingly to pat someone's head. The hand pats the white-haired girl's head. The black-haired girl pats the white-haired girl's head. The black-haired girl says that she did it for her. The white-haired girl looks up. The young master is surprised by what he sees. The words, "next time," appear. The white-haired girl smiles. The young master asks what about the others. The clan head and another member of the Gu clan stand on the steps, overlooking the scene below. Huffing and puffing, one of the Gu clan members apologizes, begging the young master to leave him behind and to send someone to grab Honghua. A strange sound echoes. The clan head is greeted by someone. The clan head and his entourage stand on the steps. The clan head states that he has been waiting. The clan head stands in a room. The clan head is greeted by another member of the Gu clan. The young master wonders if that old man is the current sect leader of Manhwa. The clan head reaches out. The clan head exclaims that he has been waiting so long for him to come. The clan head places his hands on the young master's shoulders. The clan head recalls that the elders will stop yelling at him because they were so angry at him when he lost their sacred stone over a bet while he was drunk. The clan head is seen. Gu Yanshan of the Gu clan introduces himself. Gu Yanshan explained that he was there because... Meanwhile, the clan head chuckled, mentioning that Gu Ryan had sent a letter before Gu Yanchun's arrival. The clan head stated that he heard Gu Yanchun was there to return the stone and bring his sister back. Gu Yanchun agreed, relieved that the second elder's explanation would speed things up. Gu Yanchun noted that the letter didn't contain everything. The clan head asked what he meant, referring to the energy inside Gu Yanchun's body. Gu Yanchun remained silent, and the clan head stood silently. Well, anyway, the clan head stated that Gu Yanchun must be tired after coming all the way there and ordered Shin Hyun to prepare lodgings and a meal for their guests. A subordinate confirmed and told Gu Yanchun to follow them. The clan head's words hung in the air. Let's talk inside. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon, with a look of concern, wondered what he should do. Elsewhere, Tang Soil laughed, taunting that absorbing the treasure of Manhwa would not keep anyone safe, and that the worst that could happen was death. The heavenly demon overheard Tang Soil's words and thought that sounded pretty bad. The scene shifts to a serene courtyard, cherry blossoms in full bloom. Inside, the clan head apologized for summoning the young man without allowing him to rest. The clan head explained that he couldn't simply allow someone who had absorbed the energy of Manhwa to walk around freely. The young man acknowledged that he understood the clan head's position. The clan head continued, stating that the young man was merely holding onto their treasure when it suddenly got absorbed into him. The perspective shifts to an overhead view of the room where they are speaking. The young man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. The clan head stated that he told the truth but left the young man out of it, believing it was the best he could do. The young man realized that he woke up with it having been absorbed, and it was hard to believe. The clan head emphasized the fact that he absorbed it, and also the fact that he held two energies of such different auras. The young man paused, considering the implications. The clan head declared that now that things were like this, since the young man said he was here to bring his sister, he should follow him. The young man, looking surprised, asked where they were going. The clan head chuckled softly. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, questioning if one truly believed they could remain untouched after absorbing the treasure of Manhwa. The young man seemed to accept his fate. The clan head remarked on the young man's lukewarm reaction, noting that his expression was the same as that of the second elder when he messed with him, and apologized for the comparison. The clan head was taken aback by the comparison, exclaiming how rude it was. He thought to himself that no wonder they gamble over drinks, they're pretty similar. The clan head stated that he would stop the jokes there. He then announced that they would go meet his sister. The clan head's words were directed to the young man. A water will turn steadily. A small bird chirped from within the leaves. The view extended to a distant mountain range. It was all broken. The scene shifted to inside a room. It was not only his blood flow that was broken. The clan head's flow of energy was twisted, and his body was rotting away. He was asked how he was enduring the pain. He insisted that it wasn't that painful. The clan head sat on the floor, his expression unreadable. From across the room, Shin Cheol chided him, telling him not to lie. Shin Cheol remained seated, his gaze fixed on the clan head. Shin Cheol continued to stare at the clan head. Second child stood nearby, her expression unreadable. The group remained in the room. Shin Cheol wondered how long it had been. The clan head stated that it had been about 4 years, and Shin Cheol asked what happened. The clan head began to speak. The clan head remained seated. Second child called out to her master. The clan head paused. The clan head's expression turned dark. Clutching his chest, the clan head winces in pain. The disciples immediately prostrate themselves before him, calling out to their master in distress. A hand wipes away the blood. The clan head thanks the person tending to him. Second child continues to care for the clan head. The clan head reflects on his condition, noting that he should have recognized the seal when he checked his flow, finding it strange. He tells someone not to call him divine physician. Someone apologizes to Elder Tae, who accepts the apology. Someone asks how much longer they have left. Second child looks on with concern. Tears well up in her eyes. Elder Tae tells them that they have at least 2 months, and if they are lucky, they will last until winter. Elder Tae looks down somberly. The clan head sits with second child and Elder Tae. Second child sits alone, lost in thought. The clan head remains silent, a heavy pause hanging in the air as he considered the implications of his failing health. Meanwhile, Elder Tae looked down, seemingly troubled by the clan head's condition. The clan head's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable. He resolved to do what he could. The clan head instructed his children to leave, but the second child protested. The clan head turned away, holding a bloodied cloth. The blood on the cloth was stark against the white fabric. Second child's expression was one of deep concern. Her hands clenched tightly. The sky was a clear blue. A tree stood tall against the sky. Guyan-chun paused, catching his breath. He thought to himself that climbing the stairs was torture, but another voice reminded him of the teachings of Manhwa. Without hard work, nothing could be achieved. He then heard Shin Cheol's voice, lamenting that he didn't move the sect when he was alive. In a distant view, the figure of the young man in the red robe could be seen standing in front of a doorway. Meanwhile, inside the building, Gu Wibby walked alongside a servant. Gu Wibby seemed surprised. The young man in the red robe stopped in his tracks, sensing something was amiss. Gu Wibby and the servant continued to walk. Gu Wibby's eyes widened. The young man in the red robe looked shocked. Gu Wibby wondered why he was there. She gasped. Gu Wibby cried out. The young man in the red robe was confused. He realized someone was behind her. Someone grabbed Gu Wibby. The young man in the red robe saw the scene unfold. Gu Wibby, distracted, is told to watch where she is going. Startled, Gu Wibby's eyes widen. Meanwhile, the young man in the red robe is engulfed in flames. The flames intensify around the young man. The flames continue to burn around the young man in the red robe. Elsewhere, hands reached out to grasp large, ornate door knockers. The doors swung open, revealing a figure standing in a long corridor. The figure, revealed to be Namgung by expressed her relief at the return of another. Although she was glad, she waited for the other to approach. Her eyes narrowed as she observed the approaching figure. The figure crawled forward, seemingly injured. Namgung Baya observed that they seemed quite angered. A palpable rage emanated from the figure. The figure stood, their rage seemingly a tangible force. Namgung Baya questioned what had filled them with so much rage. She wondered if it was perhaps due to that one woman who died. Energy crackled around the enraged figure. The rage intensified, becoming a visible aura. The figure stood silhouetted against the swirling energy. The figure with the white hair and dark eyes stated that everything was according to the cult leader's will, and that the other party did not seem to be very appreciative of it. The intensity of the moment was palpable. The air crackled with unseen energy. The tension between the two figures was undeniable. A surge of power emanated from the hand. The energy crackled around the figure. The white-haired figure reminded the other that only the cult leader was above them. The figure's power intensified. The intensity of the gaze was unwavering. The two figures stood in stark contrast against the backdrop of swirling energy. The white-haired figure smiled faintly. A subordinate addressed the white-haired figure as Sir. The white-haired figure held a fan, their expression unreadable. It was declared that the Heavenly Supreme was dead. It was ominously declared that the Aura Supreme would die today. With the Sword Supreme's arm lost, the Heavenly Demon would soon lose interest. Meanwhile, another figure held a fan, their expression unreadable. The figure wondered aloud who would manage the rest. From below, a subordinate asked them to reconsider, stating that the cult leader would leave it to them. Elsewhere, a hand was clenched. Nearby, a figure was struck. Someone gasped, saliva dripping from their open mouth. Meanwhile, a woman looked on in shock. Across from her, a man looked enraged. The figure winces, a hand covering his face as if in pain. Elsewhere, the divine physician prepares to heal someone. He warns that the process will hurt a bit. The divine physician places his hand over the patient's face. Back in the Gu clan, the clan head sits with second child, both seemingly waiting. The clan head notes that there's a patient for the divine physician. The divine physician confirms that there is indeed a patient. The divine physician is seen carrying someone into a room. It is explained that the old man is the divine physician, the greatest physician of their time, capable of curing any sickness. The divine physician sits in a meditative pose. The divine physician tells someone not to call him that, adding that he's also the one who treated them. It's revealed that the renowned swordsman of Manhwa, the Blossom Sword Queen, is Gu Ryongwa's sister, the disciple of the Sword Queen. It's explained that the child is the divine physician's grandson and disciple, Jaegal Hyuk. Because he can't talk, they're instructed to ask the divine physician any questions. The child kneels on the floor. Gu Yanchun is seen. Someone asked why Yanchun choked the child's neck. The divine physician continued to sit in silence, unmoved by the accusations leveled against Gu Yanchun. Meanwhile, Yanchun realized the gravity of his situation. He knew that even if his memory had been spotty, this was not the kind of atmosphere where excuses would be accepted. He cursed inwardly, realizing that nothing was going as planned, and that he had never heard about Jaegal Hyuk being the divine physician's grandson, wondering why he found him before the house sect did. Yanchun realized that old man Shin wasn't responding. He wondered what he should do. The divine physician asked if Yanchun's memory was spotty. Yanchun remained kneeling before the divine physician. Yanchun was surprised that the divine physician knew who he was. The divine physician chuckled, admitting he wasn't sure himself. The divine physician refused to inspect the child's body, telling someone to get lost. The crowd acknowledged that it must be Yanchun. Yanchun asked if the divine physician knew him, and the divine physician confirmed that he did. The divine physician revealed that he was a close friend of Chun-Hee, the protagonist's mother. The divine physician's words hung in the air. The protagonist seemed surprised to hear that the divine physician was a friend of his mother. The divine physician expressed his happiness at finally meeting the protagonist. The second child watched the exchange intently. The divine physician remarked that the protagonist really looked like Chun-Hee. The protagonist seemed skeptical of the divine physician's words. The divine physician insisted that he take a look as the sect leader of Manhwa himself was asking. The protagonist thanked the divine physician and prepared to leave. The divine physician offered a leaf of the dragon herb. The divine physician proposed that he examine the child in exchange for one leaf of the dragon herb. The divine physician knelt down to examine the child. The divine physician's expression was unreadable. The divine physician stated that this would be the last time he would do something for the protagonist, and he knew he would accept. The divine physician began to examine the child. Inside the room, Gu Yanchun sat with others. The clan head's face was grim. Gu Yanchun remained seated, listening intently. The clan head inquired about Gu Yanchun's condition, asking if there were any issues with his body. The clan head stated that the issues were more than just a few. Gu Yanchun was in effect a walking corpse. Gu Yanchun asked what he meant by that. The clan head explained that there were numerous different energies circulating in his body, questioning how he was even able to walk around in that state. Gu Yanchun thought to himself that he had absorbed a lot of things, but he didn't think it would be that big of a problem. He had thought he was handling things well, but it might be because of that thing inside his body that old man Shin mentioned. Just where had he been? When he lost control, the clan head seemed to have lost his connection with him because of that thing. The clan head had his suspicions, but what that physician said confirmed it. Gu Yanchun wondered what it was. That thing, the clan head explained, was keeping him alive. It was suppressing the other energies in his body from running wild. Of course, it seemed to be able to run wild itself. Gu Yanchun questioned what he should do with all these energies in his body. The clan head responded that he could either remove them all or just live on, praying that his body didn't explode. The clan head added that it wouldn't be weird for his body to blow up this instant, and that there was nothing he could really do. Did they want him to be more blunt? His body was so unstable that he could die during a bath or while he was eating. He saw. It was much worse than the clan head presumed. Gu Wibi wondered why he was so calm. She stated that he could die. Gu Yanchun responded that he hadn't died yet, but she countered that he could die at any moment. The quiet was broken as someone prepared to leave. The young man assured them not to worry about him, telling them to get ready to return home. Another voice spoke, stating that they were not going back. The young woman's statement caused a stir. She responded that he wouldn't care. The clan head listened to the exchange. Gu Yanchun remained seated. Gu Wibi stated that she would be back, and that she was going to leave if he did this again, so he shouldn't even think about it. The sound of a door closing echoed. The clan head remarked that the child was strange, and another agreed that they sensed it as well. The clan head noted that even though Gu Yanchun had been told that he could die, he remained calm. Gu Yanchun's lack of reaction was unsettling. It was as if he didn't react at all. The reason for this was that he had already given up on his life. The night sky stretched above. The title card appeared, Childhood Friend of a Zenith. Meanwhile, the other person with Gu Yanchun noted that he seemed to have no problem eating, even after hearing that he might die. The pair walked along the path. Gu Yanchun responded that he simply didn't think much of it. He was asked if he was going to eat as much as he could before he died. The other person scoffed, saying that Gu Yanchun had barely lived and wondered what he was talking about. The pair continued to walk. Namgung Baya, sitting in her room, asked what he was doing. Namgung Baya stated that she would be sleeping with him. She recalled the sect leader telling her that having a child before she died might not be. Gu Yanchun recalled the sect leader telling him that 2 rooms were prepared and asked him to please go back to his. Namgung Baya then stated that they said there was only 1 room, implying that the sect leader only gave them 1 room, to which Gu Yanchun responded with a simple yes. Meanwhile, Muyin stated that he would sleep with Muyin and wish him good night. The sound of a door closing echoed. Muyin's eyes widened slightly. Namgung Baya thought that she would just hold his hand in bed. Namgung Biaf stun silently. Muyin remained silent. Namgung Baya looked off to the side. Muyin apologized, saying it was just funny, as Namgung Baya stated that he laughed. Namgung Baya smiled slightly. She thought that he smiled at her. Muyin wished her a good night. The sound of movement echoed. Muyin wondered what it was now. As she covered her mouth, Namgung Baya seemed to be holding back a giggle. The moment passed. Their hands touched. Namgung Baya suggested they sleep together. She smiled. The night deepened. Elsewhere, the divine physician was visited late at night. The cherry blossoms fell softly. The visitor apologized for bothering him at this hour. The divine physician said it was fine, as he was getting bored. The visitor mentioned that he heard the divine physician was looking for someone. The conversation continued. The visitor added that Shaolin and Wudong also seemed to be looking for him. The divine physician listened intently. The visitor asked if he hadn't already found the divine physician. The clan head confirmed that he had indeed felt the large chi barrier erected to conceal the divine physician. However, the clan head's visitor pointed out that he had not barged in, explaining that he believed it was right to ask first. The visitor then asked if he would be allowed to meet the divine physician. The clan head responded that the divine physician was currently treating someone else. He added that even if the visitor went, what he was hoping for might not happen. The clan head suggested that maybe things could change if the visitor did him a favor. Elsewhere, Soil was asked if she knew how babies were made, to which she replied that it was common sense. Soil explained that if you sleep while holding hands, a crane delivers the baby the next day. It was clear that Namgung Baya's knowledge was rather lacking. The title card displays Childhood Friend of the Zenith. The adaptation/story is by Tofu, the art by Min Yongyi, and the original work by Wu Bairam. The morning sun began to filter through the windows. Gu Yongchun stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He found Namgung Baya asleep beside him. He thought to himself that he hadn't gotten a wink of sleep and was surprised that nothing had happened between them. Baya stirred in her sleep, and Gu Yongchun thought to himself that she shouldn't spout nonsense at sunrise, as he was tired. He also realized that he did end up sleeping with her. He recalled that she seemed ready to throw a fit using her chi if he didn't agree. So what else could he do? He thought it was good that the servant girl didn't see this sight, but then wondered if it would matter. The two remained in bed. Thinking back, Gu Yongchun realized that Baya throws more fits whenever he's with Namgung Baya. The servant girl appeared, telling him that they didn't want to be seen by her right now and that he should get out. Gu Yongchun looked surprised. The servant girl stared back. Baya remained asleep. Gu Yongchun and the servant girl continued to look at each other. The servant girl watched as Namgung Baya asked if Siola had slept well, adding that she was being selfish. Siola responded. Meanwhile, Gu Wibi thought that she also wanted to sleep with Gu Yongchun. She thought that she wanted to sleep with him too. Siola stated that she was going again. Siola asked why not. Siola suggested that they all sleep together. And there, Gu Wibi listened. Gu Wibi blushed. Siola greeted them with a good morning. Gu Wibi was shocked. Siola was glad she could join in. Gu Wibi realized that was what Siola meant, wondering just what had happened. Gu Yongchun greeted them with a good morning. Meanwhile, someone gossiped that rumors like this weren't discussed on Manhwa. Elsewhere, a man recalled hearing that the other had been having fun with two women from Sunrise, and he guessed that being young was amazing. The man thought that Manhwa had really changed over the years. Shin Shiol wanted to hear about the fun the other had the previous night with the girls, but the other told him to wait, saying he would be on his way then. It was no big deal, but Shin Shiol asked if he remembered the small cottage he went to yesterday, where the Sword Queen was staying. Shin Shiol confirmed that he did. Shin Shiol asked if he could deliver this to the divine physician. The other wondered why he was being asked to do this, stating that it wasn't hard to do. Shin Shiol thought that most of Mount Hua did not know about the Sword Queen's illness, and he assumed the other understood why. Right? Shin Shiol added that he wouldn't want to spread word of it, as that was where the problem lay. He knew that if he ran into the physician there, he'd throw another fit about leaving, and he couldn't ask other disciples of Mount Hua. Shin Shiol explained that the secret needed to be kept within Mount Hua. He wondered who might be indebted enough to him to ask them to deliver the item. Elsewhere, a figure stated that they would be back. Someone walked down the stairs. The streets bustled with activity. The figure arrived at their destination. They entered the building. The figure wondered if they had forgotten anything they were told to buy. A long, stone staircase stretched into the distance, disappearing into the dense forest. The sound of footsteps echoed as second child ascended the steps. She paused, her expression unreadable. Further up the path, a small herd of deer watched her progress. The deer nuzzled each other, seemingly unconcerned by her presence. Second child continued her climb, her gaze fixed ahead. Elsewhere, a figure lay prone. Nearby, clan head bearded man watched with a stern expression. Another figure sat alone, seemingly lost in thought. A young girl peeked out from behind a doorway, her expression wary. Clan head bearded man stood in a doorway, seemingly giving instructions to someone kneeling before him. Back on the staircase, second child's expression remained unreadable. She resolved that she was never going back. The sound of her footsteps echoed as she continued her ascent. Someone wondered where she had gone. As the second child continued her ascent, two figures remained behind, hidden amongst the trees. One speculated that she might have caught on to something, but the other dismissed the idea, scoffing at the notion that someone of her caliber could have discovered their plans. It was likely something else, they reasoned, as a figure approached a wall. The figure pressed their hand against the barrier. A surge of energy emanated from the point of contact. The energy continued to pulse outwards. The figure, hidden behind a mask, muttered that it was the old man. The barrier pulsed with power. It was an immense chi barrier, they realized, and that changed things. From above, the location of the barrier was revealed to be a traditional complex nestled amongst the trees. Inside, an old man sat calmly. It was certain that the divine physician was here. The masked figure looked on, the barrier swirling with energy behind them. The regional leader would take care of the rest, it was decided. The new year arrived, bringing with it the tradition of sharing a meal. Two figures, bundled in winter attire, presented bowls filled with steaming food. Nearby, another pair prepared the meal. One carefully sliced ingredients, while the other watched with anticipation. The long staircase stretched upwards, disappearing into the dense foliage. The sounds of footsteps echoed as Gu Juliop ascended. Gu Wibby paused on the steps, her expression unreadable as she looked back. From behind, Gu Juliop continued his ascent, his figure growing larger as he approached Wibby. Wibby's expression shifted slightly, a hint of annoyance flickering across her face. Juliop's breathing grew heavier as he closed the distance. He questioned what she was looking at. Wibby remained silent, her gaze fixed on something beyond the staircase. She demanded to know why Juliop was there. Juliop explained that he was there on an errand to deliver something, not because he wanted to be. Wibby told him to hurry up, her tone impatient. Juliop thought to himself that he would love to. Wibby continued to look away. Wibby's expression hardened as she thought about how unstable Juliop's body was, so unstable that he could die during a bath or while eating, and wondered if he wanted her to be more blunt. Wibby wondered how Juliop was not struggling at all. Juliop paused on the stairs. He demanded that she pass it over. Juliop reached out his hand. Gu Wibby told him to pass over the thing he had to deliver, and she would deliver it for him. She extended her hand. Juliop asked if she was worried about him, but then questioned what he was saying. Wibby scoffed, saying it was as if he was just so slow. Juliop thought to himself that she didn't have to be so mean about it, and that he would just hurry up. Wibby watched him. Juliop started to ask what about her condition. He continued up the stairs. Wibby wondered about his condition, and then stated Juga Hyuk's name. Juliop asked if she had noticed the Divine Doctor's grandson doing anything weird. Juliop thought to himself that he was like talking to himself. Gu Wibby stammered a denial. The conversation continued as Juliop walked away. The Divine Doctor's grandson seemed unconcerned by the exchange. Wibby's expression hardened. The Divine Doctor's grandson remarked that they always seemed like a bad child and questioned why they were always arguing. Juliop responded that he didn't know either. The Divine Doctor's grandson turned away. Juliop wondered if it didn't bother the Divine Doctor's grandson. The Divine Doctor's grandson admitted that he couldn't say that it didn't, but his body was the bigger problem right now. The Divine Doctor's grandson clarified that she was family, asking if Juliop meant his sister. Juliop thought he was talking about the Divine Doctor's grandson, stating that it was all right and that he didn't care about his sister at all. The Divine Doctor's grandson asked if Juliop was sure that they were siblings. Elsewhere, the clan head studied a map. He seemed to be discussing it with someone. The clan head held a scroll, its contents seemingly confirming his suspicions. He questioned why that bastard would send a dying child to deliver such a message. The clan head wondered what had been done to the Divine Doctor to warrant such hatred. Elsewhere, Juliop stated that he must have had it hard, but the other man replied that he couldn't just ignore the clan head's request. The man clarified that he wasn't having any problems at the moment. The clan head held the scroll, his expression unreadable. The clan head asked if he was not afraid of death. Juliop stood silently. Namgungbaya watched on. The clan head, Juliop, and Namgungbaya were all present. The clan head dismissed the other person, stating he shouldn't have asked. Juliop knelt beside a bed, stating on. Gu Wibby looks on with a concerned expression. Meanwhile, Muyin is seen leaving the room. Muyin announces that he will be going. The door closes behind him. Gu Wibby sits beside the bed. Juliop clenches his fist, thinking that Muyin is an idiot. Shin Cheol asks if he delivered it. Muyin walks along the path with Shin Cheol. Muyin confirms that he delivered it, adding that the recipient cursed him after reading it, which Shin Cheol finds understandable given the letter's contents. Shin Cheol adds that there is also something else. Shin Cheol asks how the Sword Queen was. Muyin replies that she was sleeping, so he couldn't tell if she was doing better or not. Shin Cheol says that he sees. Shin Cheol stood in contemplation, listening intently. The clan head spoke, mentioning that the Divine Doctor was looking after her, so he was sure she would get better soon. The second child agreed that would be great, but it had only been so long since the plum flowers blossomed, and it felt like all the misfortunes were hitting them at once. The clan head questioned what other misfortunes there were. Shin Cheol remembered that the children of Manhwa had been going missing. The second child added that on top of that, the Sword Supreme and Juga Hyuk being there counted as a misfortune too. The clan head stated that even just one of all these happenings was a big deal, but they all happened one after the other. The sound of footsteps echoed. The footsteps grew closer. Someone had been found. A figure knelt in the darkness. It was announced that the Divine Doctor had been found. A large, muscular figure stood menacingly. The sound of something hitting the ground echoed through the cavern. A voice declared that the Divine Doctor had been found. The Divine Doctor's face contorted into a wide, manic grin. Below, a cloaked figure reported that they hadn't found him yet, but they knew where he might be. Meanwhile, the Divine Doctor's subordinate questioned the report. He demanded to know why they hadn't actually found him yet. The cloaked figure explained that considering the enormous chi barrier they had put up, he must be there for sure. The cloaked figure remained kneeling. The Divine Doctor's subordinate scoffed. He questioned if they only thought he was there and were merely presuming. The cloaked figure was asked what they were actually certain about. The Divine Doctor's subordinate questioned if they had the audacity to come back to him. He expressed his displeasure at them returning with useless information. Following the subordinate's report, the divine doctor remained silent, his imposing figure casting a long shadow. Below him, a pool of crimson seemed to deepen. The divine doctor's expression remained unreadable. The subordinate, kneeling, affirmed his failure. Yes, he continued, apologizing and taking full responsibility for the unsuccessful search. The divine doctor knew. He took a step forward. The subordinate flinched as the divine doctor's hand reached down. Elsewhere, another figure wondered aloud how difficult it could be to find a dying old man. The kneeling figure cried out, apologizing profusely. He was struck. The divine doctor stated that he was kind enough not to kill him, adding that there was no one smarter than him in this branch. The subordinate groaned in pain. The divine doctor remained seated. He chuckled. The divine doctor spoke, not expecting his subordinate to return with useful information even if he sent him out again. Nearby, a body lay still. The divine doctor's subordinate noticed a chi barrier. The divine doctor's subordinate knelt beside the body, his hands trembling. Elsewhere, Jae-gal Hyuk steeled himself. He was ready to act. Shin Cheol knew he had to prepare things. He decided they would go see if their target was still present after 3 days. Shin Cheol resolved that they would bring him there if he was. The alternative was unacceptable. If they failed, everyone would die. Sweat beaded on Jae-gal Hyuk's brow as he focused. Shin Cheol asked what Jae-gal Hyuk thought of his plan, calling it perfect. Tension filled the air. The air was thick with anticipation. It was indeed an amazing plan. Torches lined a long corridor. From below, a strange energy pulsed. Suddenly, the protagonist's mouth opened wide. Meanwhile, the protagonist, standing by a window, remarked that it was rare to have something go down every day. He reflected that he felt like he hadn't even done anything, noting that he woke up, delivered a letter, talked to the sect leader, and then the day was over. A voice echoed, telling him that he better return then. The protagonist acknowledged that there wasn't any reason for him to stay there, as his sister said she wasn't coming. He added that he delivered what he needed to and should return as soon as he was ready. Nearby, Shin Cheol watched him. Elsewhere, a woman reacted with surprise. The scene shifted to a decorative display. The protagonist was asked what he was doing and told that he wasn't going the right way to his room. The woman asked if he didn't remember. She moved to stop him. She declared that she was supposed to be sleeping with him that night. The woman looked away, flustered. The protagonist stated that he didn't remember that at all. The woman responded that it was okay, because she remembered too. The young man with spiky black hair listened as he was told that his grandfather was out. He was also informed that Seola didn't know when he would be back either. Seola, however, didn't know when he would be coming back either, as he was simply gone. She confirmed that she didn't know when he would be back. The young man thought that he should wait before leaving then. He wondered if it was normal for a servant to just disappear without saying anything these days. He told himself to just let it go. He mused that the world sure had changed. Meanwhile, Namgung Baya lay in bed. Back in the other room, the young man seemed surprised. Namgung Baya stirred in her sleep. A voice called out to her, addressing her as young master. The words "let's sleep together" appeared in a thought bubble. Namgung Baya was seen with the other girl. The young man turned abruptly. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. Under the starlit sky, the moon cast its gentle glow. Moments later, a sudden flash of light illuminated the night. Elsewhere, Gu Yongshun slept soundly, unaware of the events unfolding. Nearby, Namgung Baya also rested, her expression serene. In the same room, Muyin and Yang Fun watched over Gu Yongshun and Namgung Baya as they slept. Suddenly, Gu Yongshun's eyes snapped open. The morning sun streamed through the window as the young man stirred in his sleep. He awoke to find himself in an unexpected situation. 2 women lay asleep on either side of him. The young man thought to himself, referring to the old man. The old man's voice echoed in his mind, pleading for help and lamenting his immobile arm. A smaller voice chided him, calling him fortunate. The old man's spirit lingered nearby. The smaller spirit questioned why he didn't just get up. The young man realized one of the women was holding on to him tightly, preventing him from moving. The smaller spirit continued to call him fortunate. The old man's voice returned, urging him to do something, concerned about what others might think if they saw this scene. The young man thought that it would be. Nearby, Gu Wibby watched with a concerned expression. Her gaze remained fixed on the scene. The morning light streamed into the room, illuminating the figures in the bed. Meanwhile, Gu Wibby watched with a stern expression. Nearby, Shin Cheol stood by the door, stating that he would wait outside. He wondered if it was the Manhwa way to not knock before entering a room. Shin Cheol added that maybe it was because it was his room first. Back in the bed, Gu Yongshun remained asleep between the 2 women. Suddenly, one of the women felt something crawling on her. She exclaimed that there was a bug on him and told him to get up, complaining that it was itchy. Startled, the woman yelled about the bug and jumped up. Her eyes narrowed. The other woman also reacted, exclaiming as she was hit. She was struck. She asked where the bug was and questioned why she was being hit, adding that getting up was not supposed to be this hard. Elsewhere, a voice simply asked, "So?" Nearby, Gu Yanshun stood in front of a door and asked if someone was there. The sounds of footsteps echoed down the hall. Meanwhile, second child informed Gu Yanshun that the master wished to see him. Gu Yanshun questioned why she was here, and second child responded, guessing that he was disappointed that they didn't get to talk much the last time he was here. Second child added that she would have come later had she known she was going to witness a scene like that. Gu Yanshun asked if she had come all the way here just to tell him that. Second child stated that she was here because of the Hua ritual, and asked if Gu Yanshun was attending that too. Gu Yanshun questioned if she thought he would attend. The door began to open. Second child relayed the message and said she was leaving, adding that Gu Yanshun could go hang out with those ugly girls or whatever. Gu Yanshun's expression changed. Second child was taken aback by his words. Gu Yanshun was visibly annoyed. Namgung Baya and Gu Wibi stood behind the door. Annoyed, Gu Yanshun watched as the woman in white was questioned by the man in the dark blue robe. The woman in white responded that he didn't need to know. The man in the dark blue robe seemed displeased by the response. Meanwhile, the man with spiky black hair looked on in disbelief. The woman with white hair remained silent. The man with spiky black hair continued to stare, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a young girl called out for her brother. She wondered where he was. She continued her search, lamenting that she couldn't find him. Tears welled in her eyes as she called out again. The sound of rustling leaves echoed around her. She peered through the bushes, a question forming in her mind. A loud roar echoed through the area. The source of the noise was revealed to be the young man in the red robe. Meanwhile, Yanxio stared blankly ahead. Tears welled in her eyes. A voice called out, repeatedly apologizing. The young man ran towards Yanxio, continuing to apologize. He knelt before her. He told her that he didn't mean to make her cry. The young man sat beside Yanxio. He asked what he could do to earn her forgiveness. He repeated his question, eager to make amends. Yanxio then fidgeted with her sleeve. She told him to scold Yanxio for her. Yanxio looked up, awaiting his response. Yanxio thought to herself that Yanxio kept saying that their mom was her mom too, and that she kept being mean to her. She then wondered who Yanxio was. The young man nodded in agreement. He realized something. He questioned why Yanxio couldn't say things like that, since she was also a part of their family. He patted Yanxio's head. Yanxio smiled. Elsewhere, a sword struck a tree with great force. The trees of the forest stood tall. The protagonist's sister, panting heavily, gripped her sword. She thought to herself that if she was this tired, she swung her sword. The sword cut through the air. She continued her training. Her hand gripped the hilt of the sword. She sat on the ground, exhausted. Exhausted, the protagonist's sister collapses to her knees, gasping for air. Nearby, her practice swords lay discarded on the ground. The impact of her fall sends vibrations through the base of a nearby tree. She struggles to sit up, her body aching from the rigorous training. Her frustration mounts as she reflects on her lack of progress. She thinks to herself that she is getting angry. Despite her exhaustion, she remembers that no matter how tired she is, she shouldn't let go of the sword. Her resolve hardens. She grips her sword tightly, preparing to resume her training. The girl with short black hair knelt on the ground, a sword being offered to her. She looked up, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the woman with white hair thought to herself that this was the girl who was with her bastard of a brother. The girl began to thank the person who offered the sword. But before she could finish, the sword was pushed closer to her. She stopped, her hand reaching out. The girl paused. She declared that she didn't need their help. The sword clattered to the ground as she pushed it away. The woman with white hair stood up abruptly. The girl asked what brought them all the way here. The woman with white hair explained that she seemed close with Gu Yanshun, and that they followed her because they thought she was close with him. The girl clarified that that's not what she meant. The girl's swordsmanship was improving. But she still struggled. Namgung Bai wondered what was wrong with her. The woman thought the girl was nothing special, only notable because she was around that bastard. Shin Shiol told her that she needed to relax a bit more. The girl apologized. Shin Shiol explained that she was using too much force to hold her sword and needed to practice relaxing a bit more. The girl thought that this woman was also annoying. Namgung Bai told her that she didn't even look like she'd ever held a sword before in her life. The girl retorted that Namgung Bai shouldn't try to teach her when she didn't even know anything. Namgung Bai watched her. Namgung Bai stood silently, observing the training grounds. The girl asked if she wanted to try fighting her. Gu Wibi questioned what Namgung Bai was doing. Namgung Bai noted that Gu Wibi wasn't even going to take out her sword. The sword remained sheathed at her side. Namgung Bai responded that it was fine. Gu Wibi's expression hardened. She told Namgung Bai to do whatever she wanted. Namgung Bai warned her not to regret it later. Namgung Bai moved with incredible speed. Gu Wibi was struck. The force of the blow sent her flying. Namgung Bai stood over the fallen Gu Wibi, her sword still sheathed. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds. Namgung Bai's expression remained calm and collected. The force of the impact sent ripples through the air. Gu Wibi's sword met Namgung Bai's in a shower of sparks. The force of the block was immense. Gu Wibi wondered if she could even break through her defense. Namgung Bai advised her to relax. Gu Wibi steeled her resolve. Namgung Bai stood with an air of serene confidence. Suddenly, Gu Wibi began to channel a surge of energy. The energy crackled around her, illuminating the training ground. Gu Wibi's eyes narrowed with determination as she prepared to unleash her attack. The air crackled with anticipation. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath. The forest stood silent. A surge of energy crackled in the distance. The source of the energy seemed to be close by. Meanwhile, Namgung Bai stood her ground. She watched as someone approached. Gu Wibi's expression was one of anger. Namgung Bai questioned, "Are you all right? What is your relationship with that bastard?" Gu Wibi approached Namgung Bai. Namgung Bai thought to herself, "Fiancé, why is someone as strong as you hanging out with someone like him?" Namgung Bai stated, "I don't know what reason you might have, but he doesn't deserve you." She continued, "You're too good to hang around that lazy and ugly bastard with a vile personality who doesn't even work hard at anything." Namgung Bai's expression remained stern. She thought way too good. Gu Wibi retorted, "He's not ugly." Gu Wibi stated that he was not ugly, apologizing to someone off-panel. Energy crackled in the air, a warning that someone was about to give scolding. The heavenly demon stood tall, his long hair flowing as energy emanated from him. He warned that if one continued to speak in such a manner, there would be consequences. A wave of blue energy surged forward. The heavenly demon unleashed a powerful attack. The heavenly demon's blue energy clashed against a fiery red energy. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the area. Gu Wibi looked on in shock, her eyes wide with alarm. Someone demanded to know what was happening. Gu Wibi was being shielded by someone. The heavenly demon recalled that someone had said she was ugly. The heavenly demon's expression hardened as he remembered the insult. The young master looks off to the side, seemingly surprised by something. Gu Wibi stares intently, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, someone wonders who she is. Elsewhere, Yang Feng apologizes to Shin Chiol. Muyan wonders who Gu Wibi is to the young master, that he would take her side. The young master is asked who asked him to take her side. He is asked again who asked him to take her side. Muyan looks at the young master, awaiting his answer. The young master shouts that he doesn't need their help. Muyan and the young master stand together. The young master looks off to the side, annoyed. Shin Chiol thanks Yang Feng for the training. The young master and Gu Wibi are seen together. Someone thinks that Gu Wibi must have taken her etiquette lessons, wondering why she doesn't have any manners at all. The young master questioned Gu Wibi about the identity of someone. Gu Wibi wondered why she was being scolded when she believed she was not in the wrong. Gu Wibi maintained a composed expression. The young master stated that he didn't know what she was thinking. The pair continued their journey through the forest. Gu Wibi paused, pointing a finger as she addressed the young master. The young master looked back at Gu Wibi, questioning her. Gu Wibi emphasized the importance of something to the young master. The young master and Gu Wibi continued to walk through the forest. The young master seemed to be mumbling to himself. Gu Wibi appeared to be at her limit. Gu Wibi declared that she was totally done. After the incident involving Gu Ryonghua, things took a turn. Namgung Bai seemed lost in her own world. Namgung Bai wandered around Mount Hua in a daze. She continued to wander aimlessly, and she kept repeating that things were over. Meanwhile, back in the Gu clan residence, Namgung Bai woke. Gu Juliop, standing nearby, wondered why she was alone. He admitted he hadn't seen Bai all day. Juliop seemed concerned. After some time, she was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, Bai looked on with concern. Juliop asked when their grandfather was coming, but Bai admitted she didn't know either. The Sword Supreme's absences grew longer and longer. Inside, the young man protagonist surveys the scene with a critical eye, finding the current state of affairs to be quite a mess. Outside, a figure walks through the marketplace. A merchant calls out to the passers-by, thanking them for visiting on such a hot day and inviting them to browse his wares. The merchant gestures towards his wares, a wide smile on his face. He advertises that all the leather and bones of demonic beasts are straight from the Alliance, encouraging customers to pick some out. Various goods are displayed on woven platters. Elsewhere in the market, the calm male youth asks if they have any demonic stones. The merchant seems surprised by the question, repeating, "Demonic stones?" before clarifying that he has ones obtained within the last day or so. The calm male youth acknowledges this with an "oh so." The merchant states that demonic stones are. Footsteps echo on the cobblestone street. The calm male youth observes that they aren't selling demonic stones either. A voice states that they likely won't be able to find anyone selling demonic stones around here, right? The calm male youth and male_protagonist_one stand together as another figure walks by. It was said that the most important part of a demonic beast was its heart, which acted as a demonic stone. However, once separated from the beast, it became nothing more than a worthless rock. But with his demon well absorption art, it had a use. Judging from what Shin Chiol and the divine physician had said, the reason Gu Yanshun was still alive was likely thanks to the demon well absorption art. To the demon well absorption art, and something within him, Gu Yanshun wanted to try absorbing a demonic stone to see what it was. Gu Yanshun wondered if he needed to go hunting for nearby demonic beasts. He realized that would be difficult as well. Gu Yanshun overheard that the number of demonic beasts nearby had significantly decreased. His companion confirmed that they had indeed decreased. Gu Yanshun wondered just what was going on. Gu Yanshun admitted that the information had helped him out, though. He explained that he had collected information from martial artists of Manhwa while he was alone. Gu Yanshun thought that it wouldn't be good to reveal information about things such as the health of the Sword Queen and the existence of the divine physician, so he didn't take Muyin with him. The two continued their search through the town. The young master admitted he was hungry and suggested they head back. His companion agreed, as the young master wondered what Honghua would be making for dinner. The aroma of food wafted through the air. A plate of fish was presented. Siola urged him to eat up, proudly announcing she had made the fish. The young master and his companion stared at the fish. Siola insisted he eat up, asking how the fish was. Tears welled in Siola's eyes as she pleaded with him to eat it, telling him not to cry. Her expression was one of desperate hope. Honghua told the young master that she would make new food soon, and that he should rest first. The young master told Honghua to go ahead, explaining that he had something to take care of first. His companion offered to go with him if he needed to go somewhere, but the young master refused. The young master thought it would be better for him to go alone. He ventured into the forest. In the forest, two figures practiced their swordsmanship. The silver-haired woman instructed the other to loosen up and correct her stance. Nearby, the young master watched them train. The dark-haired woman noticed him and questioned what he was doing there, implying it should be obvious. He retorted that he was being trained by her. The young master questioned if they were training, reminding her that they had been fighting the previous day. He clarified that he wasn't mad at her, but at him, adding that she was giving him grief for it. The silver-haired woman explained that she had apologized first, and then he begged her to teach him. The young master scoffed. He noted that the sun would set soon. The young master suggested they head down, as dinner was getting cold. The dark-haired woman acknowledged his statement, addressing the silver-haired woman as Ryonghua. Ryonghua remained silent. Ryonghua maintained a stoic expression. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a voice demanding what she was waiting for, reminding her that Siola might die if they didn't hurry. Ryonghua remained silent. Another voice agreed, stating that they would head off first. Elsewhere, Waimun stood alone. His hand was outstretched. The air around him shimmered. Waimun looked on with a concerned expression. Another voice told Waimun not to keep his head down, saying that just looking at him made them mad. Waimun called out to them, referring to them as B-brother. The other voice angrily told Waimun not to call them that. Waimun looked down. The other voice told Waimun to shut up and live quietly, and not to get in other people's sight. The blade gleamed, a silent promise of what was to come. The strike landed with a resounding crash. The force of the blow echoed through the forest. Namgung Baya stood ready, her expression unreadable as she held her sword. Her eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Petals danced in the air around her, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. The delicate blossoms seemed to mock the impending violence. She gripped the hilt of her sword, her knuckles white. Blood splattered against the trees, a grim reminder of the stakes. The sword was raised, ready to strike. Baya steeled herself, thinking that she needed to make a flower blossom. The festival was in full swing, with vendors hawking their wares. The preparations for the festival had been getting things bustling, and the skewer booth hadn't been open in a while. Namgung Baya admitted to herself that she was hungry from skipping meals for training the past few days. A small child apologized, stating that the food was theirs. Baya thought to herself that this was her first meal in days, and if it tasted good, she could bring some to her master. Elsewhere, Shin Chiol was kneeling. A voice told Shin Chiol that there was some food for him, but he told Ryonghua to leave it there. Shin Chiol asked if Ryonghua had eaten yet, and she responded that she was going to wait until he ate, adding that a martial artist shouldn't skip meals. Shin Chiol told her to go eat something outside. Ryonghua walked away. She then heard someone call out to her, addressing her as master. The person asked what she was doing there, and if she knew how long they had been looking for her. Ryonghua wondered what was with the person and thanked them. Someone approached. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the area. The figure ran with purpose. Ryonghua continued to run, eager to share what had happened. She was excited to tell her master about her duel with Namgung Bai and the advice she received from Gu Yanshun. The path ahead was long and winding. She continued her headlong sprint. Ryonghua was excited to tell her master everything. She recalled getting advice from someone else for the first time, and about Gu Yanshun. Elsewhere, a figure moved with blinding speed, striking down Namgung Bai. The attack landed with brutal force. Bai was caught off guard, not expecting this. The attacker seemed pleased with the result. A large, muscular man observed the scene, noting that there were two of them. Ya Hyljik was confronted by someone demanding to know who they were. Ya Hyljik responded, stating their name. The attacker mused that they would prefer if the pretty girl stayed a pretty girl, and that it would be sad to see her face ruined. They also told her to leave that stick of hers on the ground. Ya Hyljik's attack prompted Baya to order someone to inform the people of Manhwa. Gu Ryongwa was told to get a grip. The speaker assessed the situation, declaring that Ryongwa would be of no help. Elsewhere, someone wondered if they were really going to do it, stating they were too busy to go easy on them. Someone insisted that they couldn't handle him alone. Someone was told to run. Elsewhere, someone asked if the young master had just woken up. The young master was informed that someone had woken up earlier and was going on a walk. The young master was asked if they could come along. The young master responded that they had some business to tend to in some places and that the divine physician's quarters were secret to others, so they would go alone today. The other person said that they would bring back chicken skewers, asking what the young master was waiting for. The young master was told not to get into any trouble, and they responded that they wouldn't worry. The other person told the young master to be careful, adding that Siola likes skewers with extra meat. Training day and night had left the young master exhausted. However, a voice chided him, remarking that they had never seen such a whiny brat. The voice continued, noting that he looked like a damned mantis and questioning why all the girls were running after him. It seemed the speaker thought he considered himself handsome. The young master retorted, asking if this was a lesson about how even an ugly man could do great things, and then shouted in frustration. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him, calling out, "Brother," causing him to wonder what she was doing there. She struggled to speak, gasping out by Ah's name. Elsewhere, someone realized that bitch, Namgung by Ah, was in danger. The realization hung in the air. The danger was palpable. A figure clashed with another amidst crackling lightning. One of the figures, realizing he came to find the divine physician, questioned why he was wasting time on this girl and decided to power up. He roared that he didn't want to scar her pretty face. Energy crackled around him. The battle intensified. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the battle intensified. The fight continued, each strike carrying immense power. The combatants moved with blinding speed, their movements a blur of motion. The air crackled with energy as the fighters exchanged blows. Each impact sent shockwaves through the surroundings. One of the fighters mused that the other was not bad and wondered what it would be like to breed with a girl like that. Surrounded by crackling energy, one of the figures remained focused. The intensity of the battle was palpable. One of the fighters realized that this was. The other fighter recognized the ruler's sword form of the Namgung clan. He realized that this was the first time he'd seen it since the battlefield, but thought it was still weak and slow. The battle raged on, neither side willing to yield. One of the fighters dodged an attack. The energy crackled around them as the fight reached its climax. Namgung Bayar realized that the previous attack was a feint. The air crackled with energy as the true attack was unleashed. The force of the blow echoed through the surroundings. The impact reverberated, shaking the very ground. The energy surged a torrent of raw power. A gasp escaped from the shadows. A voice questioned the relationship between the Gu clan and the Namgung clan. The speaker noted that even the Namgung clan was at Manhwa, cursing the Gu clan bastard. Namgung Bai wondered what the occasion could be. The figure remarked that she put on a fun show. The figure declared that it wasn't over yet. Namgung Bai was told that she had never killed anyone before. Tang Soil's opponent mused that Namgung Bai should have lost most of her energy by now. He wondered if all young martial artists were this talented these days. He then told her to stay still, explaining that he had restrained her by hitting her nerves, and that the big man had some business to do. He promised to shower her with love when he brought her back. The Poison Queen was out of internal energy, but she sensed Taoist energy nearby. She realized that if she were taken, she would be treated as his toy. She wondered what he was planning, and how he was doing all this without anyone watching. Namgung Bai thought that she wouldn't be able to meet Gu Yangchun anymore. Tang Soil knew that she would be left in a world with only a foul stench once again. She didn't want that, and knew she needed to move. She told herself not to try to force it. Namgung Bai told Muyin that she knew he wouldn't listen even if she told him to run, so he should just hide nearby. In his past life, Namgung Bai had died trying to save him. She should have cared for herself, he thought, so why did she? A thought had crossed his mind. In a life with so much regret like this one, there'd be nobody waiting for him on the other side. He was waiting for the retribution for his unforgivable life of sin. But was it fate or a stroke of luck? He gained a second chance. Something called hope appeared before him, something he didn't know he deserved. A hope that maybe he could fix everything. But what if that isn't true? The protagonist considered the possibility that this life wasn't an opportunity at all. But perhaps it was a punishment, a cycle where he was doomed to repeat the same hell. Over and over again, he wondered if he was simply heading towards destined failure. He screamed, denying this fate. The young man's rage intensified. He refused to let it happen, not twice. A vortex of energy swirled around him. The energy exploded outwards. He stood firm, bracing himself. He realized he was finally starting to understand, frustrated that he couldn't do something so simple earlier. The protagonist's eyes widened as he questioned who was approaching. Energy crackled around him. He focused his power. The young man prepared to unleash his attack. The approaching figure's fist crackled with energy. The title card appeared, Chronicles of the Zenith. The figure's arm, wreathed in flames, moved with incredible speed. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air. The figure stood firm, their stance unwavering. The impact created a fiery explosion. The attacker's face contorted in a savage grin. Damn it, you're the Goo Clan bastard, he thought. The landscape was scarred by the battle, flames licking at the cliffside. The attacker, panting, wondered if his target had eaten yet, musing that he had been planning to pay the young master a visit, but hadn't expected this. The young master realized that the brat was really trying to kill him, and that he really was the son of the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon's son was only a rookie for now. The young master thought that the Flame Demon's son was just a rookie. The Flame Demon's son continued his relentless assault. The young master was shocked by the attack, barely able to speak. The force of the blow sent the protagonist reeling. Recovering, he was sent flying backwards from another strike. The Heavenly Demon's son expressed his disbelief at the protagonist's resilience, acknowledging his incredible power. The Heavenly Demon's son continued his relentless assault. He declared that he was having fun playing with the protagonist. The protagonist was struck again. The force of the blow sent him crashing through the ground. The Heavenly Demon's son taunted him, asking if he was scared and telling him that he had a long way to go to catch up to his father. The ground continued to crumble from the force of the attacks. The protagonist was struck again, the impact echoing through the surroundings. The Heavenly Demon's son laughed maniacally as he unleashed another devastating blow. He declared that now this was a real fight. The protagonist, despite the onslaught, managed to regain his footing. The Heavenly Demon's son continued his relentless barrage of attacks. The Heavenly Demon's son urged himself to calm down, reminding himself not to lose his temper and to focus his bloodlust. Despite the relentless assault, the young master realized that the attacks only created more openings. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon's son continued his assault. He focused on gathering his energy core. Suddenly, the young master was sent hurtling through the air. The Heavenly Demon's son stood firm, his expression unwavering. A dark energy swirled, ready to devour. The Heavenly Demon's son prepared to strike. The air crackled with energy as the attack began. The young master moved to counter. The Heavenly Demon's son was shocked by the young master's resilience. The Heavenly Demon's son questioned how the young master could be so skilled, despite appearing to be a rookie. The young master unleashed a powerful strike. The Heavenly Demon's son realized that nobody in the Dark Knight Palace could match the young master. The force of the young master's attack intensified. The young master prepared to deliver the final blow. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the immediate area, the impact point glowing with intense energy. The energy explodes outward, a cataclysmic burst of power. The Heavenly Demon's son is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. His face contorted in a furious snarl. The young master grits his teeth, his eyes burning with purple light. The young master's gaze pierces through the smoke and debris, his eyes glowing with an ominous light. The night sky was illuminated by a pale moon. From the ground, Gu Wibi watched as Gu Yongshun fell from the sky. The impact of his fall shook the earth. The force of the blow was devastating. Gu Wibi called out to Gu Yongshun. She pleaded for it to stop, realizing the gravity of the situation. A strange stench filled the air, one that she had never encountered before. The scene was too much for Gu Wibi to bear. Gu Yongshun was not the only one suffering. Gu Yongshun lay broken on the ground, barely clinging to life. A voice echoed, demanding an end to the fighting. Gu Wibi begged for it to stop. The figure holding Gu Yongshun insisted that it was time to stop. He declared that Gu Yongshun was already dead, and he couldn't bear losing anyone else. The dark-haired protagonist's face is bruised and bloodied, a testament to the brutal fight he just endured. Nearby, Gu Wibi kneels beside Gu Yongshun, who lies motionless on the ground amidst the fiery aftermath of the battle. Deep within a hidden cave, masked figures discuss their lack of communication with their superior. The situation was clearly deteriorating. One of the masked figures suggested checking on someone, noting that they were taking too long. Meanwhile, within the cave, several masked figures stood around a brazier, awaiting orders. One of them relayed that they would wait a little longer as per the orders, and that when dawn came, they would group up and attack Manhwa. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a sword held loosely in their hand. He questioned how they had gotten in there. Shin Shiol demanded to know if they were responsible for targeting the children of Manhwa, internally questioning who the old geezer was. One of the masked figures told Shincheol to answer if he didn't want to lose his head, demanding to know who he was and where he was from. With a swift motion, Shincheol unsheathed his sword, ready to strike. One of the masked figures, now bloodied, exclaimed in shock. The masked figure questioned what Shincheol had used, realizing it was a sword. The masked figure steeled himself, resolving that ill will must remain as feelings and not actions. It was revealed that the ones behind the disappearance of Manhwa's disciples were discovered, and that his name was Yahiljik, an ambitious fellow from the Dark Knight Palace. Shincheol, standing firm, acknowledged the Dark Knight Palace and the request from Sword Supreme to eliminate those who threatened his disciples, even though he couldn't leave his current location. Meanwhile, the masked figures were given a chance to surrender, being told to drop their weapons if they felt any guilt. However, the masked figures refused to yield, declaring that they couldn't let him live and demanding that he be killed. The figures then launched their attack, blades descending upon Shincheol. The assault continued, the masked figures pressing their advantage. The air crackled with energy as the fight intensified. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber. Shincheol scoffed at their efforts, dismissing them as unorthodox filth. The scene blurred as the battle reached a fever pitch. The chaos of the fight obscured the details. Elsewhere, a figure awoke with a gasp, seemingly disturbed by the events unfolding. The figure was told to calm down, being assured that they were awake. The figure continued to struggle, seemingly in pain. An older man, possibly a healer, instructed the figure not to twitch, warning that a single wrong needle placement could result in chi deviation, telling him to calm down. The dark-haired protagonist, now awake, was surprised to learn he had been unconscious for 2 days. Nearby, Shincheol retorted that he was absorbing the protagonist's complaints like smoke. The protagonist winced in pain, remembering Shincheol's earlier warning about the intertwined nature of their energies. Shincheol acknowledged that the protagonist had used a great deal of inner energy, but for some reason, it had calmed down now. Shincheol, feeling the toll on his joints, dismissed the protagonist's concerns about Namgungbai and his sister, telling him not to worry. Shincheol assured him that he had seen them from afar and they were fine. Elsewhere, the second child and others slept soundly. One of them wondered if honey treats would help. Guyanchun sat alone, lost in thought. He reflected that his first murder had occurred in this life, and he thought he heard the word devour. Guyanchun considered that there was still much to discover in this life, and the divine physician had advised him. He decided to see how much his internal energy had calmed down, though his blood flow was still blocked. However, Guyanchun realized he was still growing, so he might recover soon. Guyanchun's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. He stammered, struggling to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, he sensed it, a surge of demonic energy. Far away, nestled among cherry blossom trees, stood a traditional building. Petals drifted gently from the branches, carried on the breeze. The petals danced in the air, a silent ballet of nature. Elsewhere, a figure held a cup, their voice echoing in the darkness as they inquired about the supervisor of the eliminated branch in Xiangxi. A subordinate revealed the name, Yahiljik. The figure hummed in response, seated upon a throne adorned with a dragon motif. The figure mused that Yahiljik, though not at the evolutionary realm, was a well-seasoned martial artist at the supreme peak and wouldn't lose so easily. The figure then questioned who killed him, noting that Manhwa was hiding them, but rumors suggested it was a rookie. The figure ordered an investigation into it quickly and for Rakasha to be sent to the divine physician. The figure affirmed that they would order so immediately, realizing that this was a disturbance in their plans. Far off in the distance, a figure pushes onward, determined to reach their destination. The air crackles with arcane energy as the figure presses on, their destination drawing ever closer. The figure, revealed to be the dark-haired protagonist, sits alone, their purple eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. His gaze is intense, focused on some unseen point. Elsewhere, the sky is clear, and a voice calls out, referring to someone as grandfather. The clan head walks away from a building, carrying a broom. Nearby, Namgung Bayar reports that the young master is with her. The clan head responds, noting that youth brings a fast recovery and that he is all better now. A hand reaches out to touch a strange, textured object. A voice echoes, simply stating Namgung Bayar is seen holding a blade, her expression serious. Someone expresses a desire to learn martial arts. The surface of the water shimmered with an ethereal, purple glow. Ripples spread from a single foot dipped into the water, the surface undisturbed save for the gentle intrusion. A hand reached out, lifting a cup of the shimmering liquid. The man with the dark hair and glowing purple eyes thought the wine tasted quite fine, attributing it to the moonlight. The other man sat across from him, his back to the viewer. The unit commander remained silent, the pavilion and the moonlit landscape stretching behind him. The man with the purple eyes watched him intently. The unit commander dipped his foot into the water, causing ripples to spread. The water's surface reflected the night sky, the ripples disturbing the image. The man with the purple eyes apologized if he had made the unit commander uncomfortable. The unit commander, still unseen, told him there was no need to apologize. He sat, seemingly unbothered by his surroundings. He poured a drink. The water rippled around his feet. He mused that he seemed to be reminiscing about someone while observing him, but he was not. He was told that he must be reminiscing about the girl he held dearly in his heart, but such lies did not deceive him, and he apologized. The thought that she'd be rather bitter if she knew about this crossed his mind. He considered what would happen if the demonic Blade Empress, who died for him, were to find out, but he would try to do away with such thoughts. His expression hardened. He was curious about that when she managed to cloud his heart. He wondered if it was even after he murdered her with his own hands. The night deepened. He sat quietly, lost in thought. The water continued to ripple around his feet. The landscape was a serene vista of distant mountains shrouded in mist. The mountains rose majestically, their peaks disappearing into the clouds. Below, a path wound its way through cherry blossom trees, leading to the Manhwa sect. Huffing with exertion, Gu Yanshun ascended the seemingly endless steps. He muttered about his dislike for the Manhwa stairs, finding them damned. Reaching the top, Gu Yanshun cursed under his breath. Inside, the clan head inquired if the physician had cleared him to move around. Gu Yanshun admitted that he was not as badly hurt as it might have seemed. The clan had apologized for Gu Yanshun getting caught up in such a dangerous situation. Gu Yanshun insisted that he was all right. The clan head wondered if the Mount Hua ceremony had gone well, given its importance to the sect. He explained that it was supposed to have already begun, but they had decided to delay it for a few days. Gu Yanshun asked the reason for the delay. The clan had assured him that it would be resolved soon. The clan had apologized again, not knowing how to express his regret enough, and asked Yanshun to rest well. Gu Yanshun was told that he would be visited soon, but the clan had insisted that he seemed busy and that he would come to him when he could. However, Gu Yanshun thought to himself that now that he had returned the Plum Blossom Stone, it was time to head back. Just then, he was told to hold on, that someone was wishing to meet him and to go on outside. Gu Yanshun was confused by this. He wondered who it could be, thinking it could be Namgung Baya, Wai Siola, or maybe Yongfeng. The air felt nice up in the mountains. Gu Yanshun didn't see anyone waiting. He was confused. Gu Yanshun turned his head. He was surprised by what he saw. A girl wondered if she really needed to. Namgung Baya asked why she was mumbling. She said it was nothing and told her to listen well. Gu Yanshun was asked if he was all right, and he responded with confusion. Namgung Baya questioned why he was whispering, stating that she was healed, and that's why she was walking around. She then asked if his body had healed. Gu Yanshun asked why she was mumbling again, demanding that she speak up. The young woman thanked him loudly. The protagonist yelled at her, asking if she was crazy and why she screamed in his ear. Namgung Baya told him to shut up, realizing she was embarrassed. Gu Yanshun stood behind her, looking annoyed. Namgung Baya asked what was up with his arm. Gu Yanshun thought that if she really felt thankful, the least she could do was walk back together. The focus shifted to Namgung Baya's arm. Gu Yanshun stated that he was told to wear this when he was outside. Namgung Baya said she didn't know he was that hurt, and that she was fine and only needed to wear it until tomorrow. Gu Yanshun wondered why they were speaking on equal terms again, asking if she was actually all right. Namgung Baya looked at him. Gu Yanshun stared back. Namgung Baya carries Gu Yanshun, who is unconscious. Gu Yanshun regains consciousness. Gu Yanshun assures Namgung Baya that he is okay. Namgung Baya thanks Gu Yanshun for his help. Namgung Baya looks up, a concerned expression on her face. Namgung Baya questions Gu Yanshun's expression, and he responds that he simply wanted to thank her as well. Gu Yanshun tells Namgung Baya that if she doesn't like it, they can go back. Namgung Baya says that she appreciates it. Namgung Baya clutches her arm. Gu Yanshun expresses confusion, stating that he doesn't remember what happened. Namgung Baya asks Gu Yanshun what exactly happened. Namgung Baya thinks to herself that she knows for sure that he was by her side. Namgung Baya tells Gu Yanshun that she just thought that she should let him know. Namgung Baya blushes, saying that thanks to Gu Yanshun, her sister was safe. Gu Yanshun is confused by Namgung Baya's statement. A voice echoes, questioning someone's destination. The scene shifts to a traditional building adorned with cherry blossoms. The world fades to black. Elsewhere, Shin Xiao lies prone on the ground, cursing the meaning of Mount Hua and lamenting that he wants to beat up the fool who said that. Shin Xiao realizes that the old man hasn't responded since the fight and that he needs to calm down. Shin Xiao is told that it's dangerous to lose his temper. Elsewhere, Zhuge Hyuk wonders where someone went. The scene shifts to Muyin, who asks why Zhuge Hyuk is there and if he is mocking him. Muyin realizes that Zhuge Hyuk must be there to check on the Sword Queen in the Divine Physician's stead. Muyin wonders how Zhuge Hyuk was talking in his previous life, considering that he is mute now. Muyin says that if he remembers, a figure declares that those who dare to rebel against their will, and those that dare to draw their sword against them, will be punished. The hordes of enemies have now become nothing more than a trail of blood. As the entire world now lays under their feet, someone declares that unity grows stronger day by day. Muyan realizes that Zhuge Hyuk is choosing not to talk. Despite the conversation, Gu Yanshun couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He didn't know what the other man was plotting, but he couldn't let his guard down. The sound of a door opening echoed nearby. Gu Juliop announced his arrival, stating he was there to pay a visit to Yanshun. He was welcomed inside. Muyan excused himself. Gu Juliop thanked Yanshun for his concern, relieved to see that he was all right despite the incident he had heard about. Yanshun apologized for greeting a guest while still in bed, but Gu Juliop waved it off, saying it was all right. Suddenly, Yanshun paused, confused. Gu Juliop mentioned that he had heard Yanshun saved Ryanghua, adding that he had truly done something great. Yanshun was still trying to understand what was happening. Gu Juliop smiled, remarking that Ryanghua had a great brother. Yanshun realized he couldn't feel it before, but there was no doubt about it. The energy he was sensing was demonic energy. Not only that, but it was pure demonic energy, like that of the heavenly demon. The young man recognized the energy. There was no doubt about it. It was pure demonic. The energy felt like that of the heavenly demon. A voice wondered if this was the illness that was slowly killing the Sword Queen. The voice continued, questioning why she had this energy. The voice realized that demonic energy wasn't something that could be blocked just by enduring it, and that to be able to endure to this extent, something that rampages, one must already meet the heavenly demon. A bit earlier, the Sword Queen coughed. She told the young man that she would have been able to have a nice meal with him, but he insisted that it was fine. She reminded him that he was still her friend's son. She reached out and touched his hand. The Sword Queen said that she needed to be healthy for him to feel more comfortable. The young man thought that if that were the case, it would have been quite nice. Suddenly, the young man was startled. He groaned. He was being held. An older woman looks up, questioning what she is seeing. Nearby, someone realizes that the technique being used is the demon well absorption art, and that it can absorb the demonic energy of people as well. The one using the technique is revealed to be the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon complains that he told someone to close the doors, as the wind is coming in. An older man asks what someone is doing here. Elsewhere, someone is told to take half a step forward. The person complies, holding a sword. Nam Gungbai prepares to strike. She thinks that the point of the sword is to go to the Merchant Association. Nam Gungbai stands on a cliff, ready to strike. She unleashes a flurry of sword strikes. Suddenly, the young girl protagonist is falling from the sky, calling for help. Someone is surprised, wondering where such a pretty girl dropped from. The heavenly demon tells someone to just leave the girl, referring to her as a useless stick. It was all meaningless. Gu Wibby stood ready. She wondered what could be done with something like this. Meanwhile, Gu Ryanghua knew he needed to hurry back to Manhwa and tell everyone. He urged himself to get it together, knowing he wasn't helpful at all right now. The heavenly demon was told to run. He did so. Elsewhere, Gu Wibby reflected that she had escaped after abandoning a martial artist's pride, responsibility, and even benevolence. She had abandoned everything. Gu Wibby laughed humorlessly. She thought it was pathetic. She gripped her sword tightly. Gu Wibby realized this wasn't the kind of martial artist Master talked about. Someone asked Miss Gu if she was training. Gu Wibby was asked if she wasn't overdoing it. Yang Feng told her to drink some water as she went, saying she could have it all. Yang Feng smiled, thinking of the youngest Blossom sword. Across from him, the inspector considered if it were a certain person. The inspector mused that the person in question wouldn't have run away so pathetically. Yang Feng then called out to Miss Gu. Elsewhere, a man lay prone, someone noting that if it weren't for his older brother, he would have been in trouble a long time ago. Needles protruded from his chest, as someone remarked that he should say thank you to him when he wakes up. Nearby, a woman found it incredible and asked what he meant. The man explained that a demonic human that a daughter from the Namgung clan couldn't even deal with was apprehended by Gu Yanshun's brother, and with what power and technique. He knew Gu Yanshun had a complicated energy, but to think he'd use it like this. The woman thought of that weak and selfish Gu Yanshun. Gu Wibby walked, thinking that everyone is walking the path of a martial artist, while she was clinging on to, and Gu Wibby paused, thinking of Gu. She thought about knowing how to escape, and what kind of blossom she thought she could sprout. Gu Wibby drew her sword. Someone asked if she was going to continue. The person said that they'll leave it there, so just give it back to them later, but Gu Wibby told them to forget it and leave her alone. The sound of a bottle hitting the ground echoed as a figure walked away. The figure continued to walk away. Someone called out, wondering where Gu Wibby was going. She ran, her hair flowing behind her. Yang Feng was called out too. Ryanghua was told not to rush. It was said that whatever martial path she walked would be fine. Whether it was sadness, pain, envy, or the jealousy. It was said that when she showed her master a bud of flowers blooming, at the end of the sword she had chosen, she was told to smile together on that day. She smiled brightly. Night had already fallen. She wondered if the others had eaten yet. The voice on the other side of the door scoffed, telling her not to make him laugh. Gu Wibby insisted that she was being serious. She recognized the voice as belonging to Gu Yanshun. Wibby wondered what she should do. Gu Yanshun questioned if she wanted him to believe her and what she knew about medicine to say such a thing. He insisted that this wasn't about medicine. The man on the other side of the door told her that if she couldn't fix an illness with medicine, then how? Gu Wibby asked if he even understood what he was saying. The man spoke of technique. Gu Wibby realized that they could cure the Sword Queen. A voice from far asked if she was serious. Gu Wibby's question hung in the air as the clan head looked down at Gu Ryongwa, who lay still. The clan head's aged face was etched with concern as he listened intently. Nearby, another member of the Gu clan stood silently, their expression unreadable as they observed the scene. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tang Soil overheard the conversation and questioned if they could really cure the master. The woman questioned if he could truly cure their master. The young man stood firm, his expression unreadable. The woman responded that it was not confirmed and demanded to know what he was going to do. She reminded him that even the divine doctor had given up. The divine doctor thought that if he just gave him permission, he would try to treat the Sword Queen's illness. The divine doctor considered that if he just gave him permission, he would try to treat the Sword Queen's illness. Yangchuan's name was spoken. The divine doctor told Gu Yangchun that he would like to know what he would be doing. Gu Yangchun responded that he would be using the Gu family's secret technique. Gu Yangchun explained that this technique uses heat energy to expel impure energy. The divine doctor could feel what kind of energy was eating away at the Sword Queen's life. Gu Yangchun recalled that when their hands touched, he felt the energy. Gu Yangchun felt his Gu flame will art pushing something away. Nearby, the clan head stated that the Gu family's secret art had that effect. He added that it had nothing to do with the Gu flame will art and everything to do with the demon well absorption art. The clan head continued, saying that if he didn't say this, they wouldn't trust him. He knew he needed to convince them first. The Sword Queen knew that if she didn't do this, she would. She would be unable to handle the demonic energy and die. A hand reached out toward the broken teacup. Even if she survived, she would turn her back on the world and disappear without a trace. Just like she did in her last life. She wasn't sure if she should be changing the future by saving her like this, but a hand reached out to pull back a curtain. The clan head asked if Gu Yanshun could really save her. The second child pleaded with her brother to save her master. Gu Yanshun thought to himself that she only acts like this when she needs something. He was making his choice and asked them to please give him permission to treat her, divine doctor. Gu Yanshun asked them to treat her, divine doctor. Even if it is, as he says, the situation remains dire. The clan had acknowledged that the Gu family's secret technique could drive out the energy. However, he cautioned that the technique was not created to save people. The clan head questioned whether Gu Yanshun would be able to take responsibility if the Sword Queen died. The young man with spiky black hair questioned if they should just watch as she died. The clan head warned him not to talk so carelessly, insisting that they should at least try everything. The second child pointed out that what Gu Yanshun intended to do was a gamble with the patient's life at stake, but she wondered if they should let him try. The clan head, visibly angered, declared that he couldn't tolerate himself withering away like this either. The second child reminded him of what Gu Yanshun had said earlier. She admitted that she felt something different, and that was enough for her to try walking down this path. The second child called out to Gu Yanshun. She told him that even if things went wrong, it wouldn't be his fault. Gu Wibby admitted that she didn't have that much time left. The clan head stated that he wanted to try believing in him. He warned that if anything happened, he was going to interfere immediately. The clan head watched as Gu Yangchun tended to the Sword Queen, his expression unreadable. The weight of the situation settled heavily on the clan head. Gu Yangchun reflected on his past, remembering that his hands had taken countless lives. Now, he was using those same hands to save someone's life, a twist of fate he found ironic. He felt a new pressure, the responsibility the divine doctor had spoken of. Gu Yangchun steeled himself, resolving to proceed despite the weight of his past. The second child watched with concern. Gu Yangchun knew that if he didn't act, he wouldn't be able to protect anyone. He steeled his resolve. A surge of demonic energy erupted. The energy intensified, causing visible strain. The power continued to surge. The demonic energy manifested as crackling tendrils of dark power. A figure stood amidst the chaotic energy, seemingly overwhelmed. Gu Yanshun recognized the immense demonic energy and wondered how the Sword Queen had survived this long. He couldn't believe the Sword Queen had endured for so long against such power, and he questioned the source of the immense demonic energy. Gu Yanshun, amidst the surge of demonic energy, hears a voice cry out for the Sword Queen. The demonic energy continues to spread. From within the darkness, a sinister presence watches with amusement. The demonic energy solidifies, taking a more defined form. Gu Yanshun realizes the situation is dire, understanding that losing focus for even a moment would mean the end. He steels himself, preparing for what is to come. Gu Yanshun wonders if he will be able to handle absorbing so much power. The sinister presence seems to confirm his fears. Gu Yanshun accepts his fate, believing that enduring this is his karma. The demonic presence lashes out, calling them parasitic bastards. The demonic energy intensifies, its form becoming more menacing. Gu Yanchun stands firm, facing the demonic energy head-on as it surrounds him and the Sword Queen. A surge of energy erupts, a chaotic mix of red and purple. Gu Yanchun is engulfed in flames, his expression one of intense focus and determination. The demonic energy continues to swirl around him, its influence palpable. The surge of power erupted, tearing through the immediate surroundings. The energy expanded, consuming everything in its path. Within the inferno, a monstrous form began to coalesce. Emerging from the chaos, Namgung Baya stood defiant, her sword drawn and ready. Her resolve hardened as she prepared to face the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, the demonic energy continued to rise, its presence overwhelming. The source of the power seemed to emanate from a dark, unseen force. Elsewhere, Gu Juliop focused his energy, preparing to unleash his own power. His eyes narrowed as he sensed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. He heard someone call out to Gu Yanchun. The sinister presence reveled in the unfolding events, noting that this time, it was different. The darkness continued to spread, consuming everything in its wake. The training continued. Seola practiced her swordsmanship. She paused, asking if she was doing it correctly. The heavenly demon smiled. He told Seola that she had already improved. Seola thanked him. Seola recalled that her grandfather would get angry whenever she mentioned martial arts to him, and she was upset by this. She tried not to cry. Seola wondered who was watching them. The heavenly demon declared that he would teach her how to use a sword. Seola realized she was able to learn martial arts all because of him. She admitted she had been scared because he used to take her body and other things. Seola declared that she liked him better than her grandfather now, but then recalled that he told her not to even lay her hands on a sword. Seola was shocked. Seola exclaimed to her grandfather about something she had just witnessed. She was in the middle of explaining herself. The clan head's eyes narrowed. Sunlight streamed through a window. Gu Yanchun groaned. He wondered if the Sword Queen was nearby. The young man sat up, asking where everyone had gone. Gu Yanchun felt a revolting sensation. He realized that he must have absorbed the demonic energy that was running wild. Gu Yanchun decided to find his sister first. He looked around the room. Gu Yanchun walked outside. Gu Ryongwa greeted him. As the petals fell around him, the young man with spiky black hair looked up, a sense of unease washing over him. High above, Gu Ryongwa descended amidst a flurry of cherry blossoms, her movements graceful and precise. From the ground, Gu Wibby watched her sister's descent, her expression unreadable. Tears welled in Wibby's eyes, her face a mask of suppressed emotion. A faint smile played on her lips, a subtle hint of what she might be feeling. Ryongwa landed gracefully, her presence commanding attention. She stood poised, ready for whatever might come next. The surrounding landscape seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the next development. A figure moved with incredible speed through the trees. The young man realized that he was undergoing a skeletal overhaul. Ryongwa prepared to strike, her movements fluid and deadly. Energy crackled around her, a sign of the power she wielded. She descended further, a force to be reckoned with. Petals continued to fall, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The landscape stood still, waiting for the inevitable clash. A voice greeted Gu Yanchun as he awoke. Someone was already aware of his awakening. Yanchun heard Gu Wibby say that there was something she had been waiting to do once he got up. She expressed her gratitude. It was all thanks to him, she thought. Gu Wibby smiled. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought to himself that he wasn't good in these kinds of situations. He tapped his finger to his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Elsewhere, the clan head observed that the protagonist really drew out the energy clouding Gu Wibby's system. He found it quite interesting. The clan head requested to verify the protagonist's cultivation method. The protagonist grimaced, finding it a pain. Gu Wibby told someone to stop right there and not come after her. Gu Wibby smiled. A voice echoed, asking where someone was last night. Someone coughed violently while eating. The interrogation began with a simple question. Where had he slept the previous night? The question made him feel as though he'd been caught cheating, even though he was technically betrothed to her. He stammered, explaining that he had been training all night. She seemed unconvinced, asking if that was all. Namgung Baya questioned why she would lie, and why she was even being interrogated in the first place. She continued, stating that he should have told her he wouldn't be there the previous night, confessing that she had been worried because he never returned. Namgung Baya told him to let her know ahead of time in the future. The young man questioned where she was going in the middle of their meal. He thought to himself that the situation was tense. Gu Juliop wondered what had gotten into her and why she was so quiet. Namgung Baya began to cry. Gu Juliop was disgusted by whatever she was doing. She cried out for her grandfather, saying that she wasn't allowed. Gu Juliop thought that she was so scary and questioned what she was trying to say, telling her to swallow her food first. Namgung Baya continued to cry. Gu Juliop thought to himself what a pain she was, noting that his hands were already full. Namgung Baya, still distraught, expressed that the demonic energy churning inside her was one thing, but what bothered her more was not seeing old man Shincheol. The thought occurred to Gu Juliop that the voice he heard when he absorbed the demonic energy mentioned subduing something within him. The voice echoed, repeating the word devour and stating that it was delicious. The voice continued to echo. Gu Juliop wondered if Shin Cheol's disappearance was related and recalled that Shin Cheol had said something similar back then. He then considered if Shin Cheol could have been devoured by that thing. The dark energy swirled ominously. Suddenly, Honghwa's voice called out to the young master. The young master turned, asking what was going on as Honghwa announced that he had a guest. Gu Ryonghwa announced that it was her, apologizing for intruding on his lunch. Gu Ryonghwa questioned why he kept making her climb the stairs to reach him. Gu Juliop told her to shut up, stating that he felt like it. Honghwa observed that the master's internal energies were returning to normal, and that she just wanted to thank him. She continued, saying she kept wanting to thank him for healing master. Gu Juliop listened intently. Gu Juliop listened as Gu Ryonghwa questioned if he had come all the way to her just to say that, implying he had nothing better to do. Suddenly, Gu Ryonghwa exclaimed to their master, pointing out how mean her brother was being. Interrupting her, Gu Juliop stated that it would be enough, Ryonghwa, his tone firm. Meanwhile, Namgung Bai ate her noodles, thinking to herself that they were so pretty, while the words "a dead of life" appeared. The words appeared. Gu Ryonghwa looked up, surprised by what she had just heard from Gu Juliop. Gu Yanchun was surprised to hear that he seemed well. It was nice for Gu Yanchun to see everyone healthy and energetic. He hadn't expected to recover so quickly. The woman wondered if he had recovered completely, and asked what he thought. Gu Yanchun thought that he seemed well, much better than when she saw him earlier at his quarters. Gu Yanchun stated the reason why he was there. It was because he felt inclined to pay her back in some way. Gu Yanchun asked if there was something she wished for. The woman responded that her life was saved by him, and she was willing to give it up for him any time. The woman was surprised that Gu Yanchun would put his life on the line when he just saved her. Gu Yanchun said it was all right, he would have died. The woman asked if Gu Yanchun wasn't worried about what she might request. Gu Yanchun was sure that whatever she may ask of him, it wouldn't be something evil that would cause harm to others. From what the woman knew about Gu Yanchun, she was sure that whatever he may ask of her, it wouldn't be something evil that would cause harm to others. The young man wondered how the other could have come to such a conclusion simply by observing him. Below, the bodies of those who had fallen lay scattered before the gates. A voice echoed, demanding to know what they had done to warrant such destruction. The figure looming over the battlefield declared that he was the same man who had incinerated all of Mount Hua and its disciples. The figure's power surged, promising to reduce everything to ashes. Even though it wasn't their fault, the figure lamented that they couldn't protect Gu Ryonghwa. The figure admitted that he just wanted to lash out his anger. Meanwhile, back at the table, the woman suggested that Gu Yanchun could always tell her later. She then stated that she had something to ask him. Gu Wibi apologized for interrupting the meal, but asked if everyone could give her and Yanchun some time alone. Ryonghwa was surprised by the request and wondered if she needed to leave as well. Gu Wibi clarified that she wanted to ask something privately to Yanchun. Ryonghwa agreed, telling them to give her some time, and asked if they weren't going to leave. Ryonghwa continued to eat, wondering if she could keep eating. She told herself to shut her ears so she could keep eating, noting that it was nice to see such an atmosphere, and that it had been so long since she'd felt this. Gu Juliop observed that she was sentimental about that. Gu Yanchun reflected that that was how he felt about her mother, recalling that they'd laugh and quarrel over the tiniest things. Gu Yanchun is asked if he remembers his mother, specifically about the last moment. It's noted that Ryonghwa is too young to remember anything, and the clan keeps it quite hidden. The woman urges him to tell her anything he can recall. He begins to speak, stating that's elsewhere. A figure walks through a snowy landscape. The figure is accompanied by a smaller person. The figure declares that they are ready. The person questions why they're being shown this, wondering what the other wants from them to go this far. Another man states that it is nothing, and that they must just survive. The figure and the smaller person continue to walk through the snow. The figure asks Yanchun to take care of Ryonghwa. It is declared that if they are ready, it will be open now. A figure stands before a swirling, cosmic portal. Yanchun is seen from behind, kneeling in a dark space. Yanchun apologizes. Tears streamed down the woman's face. Below, a figure fell through the air, calling out for their mother. A figure cried out in anguish, begging their mother not to leave. The word mother echoed in the air. A lone figure stood on a desolate, red landscape. Meanwhile, in a snowy landscape, Gu Yanchun walked forward. Gu Yanchun called out for his mother, his voice filled with desperation. The clan head told him to make sure that this was the last time he ever wept in his life. Gu Yanchun was told that he wouldn't be able to. Gu Yanchun demanded to know where she was. The clan head asked if he sent his mother, telling Gu Yanchun to follow him, that he needed to show him something. The clan head told Gu Yanchun to take a good look. The clan head explained that this was the reason for the Gu clan's existence, that it was his legacy and burden. The clan head stated that it was what Gu Yanchun would inherit. Gu Yanchun listened intently. He could not answer that question, no matter how the clan head asked it. He would give his same answer. The clan head understood, stating that he would not ask anything else then. Gu Yanshun apologized, and the clan head patted him on the head, acknowledging that it was a tough spot for him as well. The clan head mentioned hearing about a pretty lass that was helping out Gu Ryongwa, wondering if it was the girl who was eating beside Gu Yanshun. Gu Yanshun wondered who else it could be, considering that she was rather young. Gu Ryongwa had said something like that, but it was not very typical of her. Then she was probably referring to Namgung Baya. The clan head stated that was enough, assuming that Gu Yanshun would be returning to the clan soon, and asked when he planned on departing. Gu Yanshun replied that he would be departing pretty soon, as Gu Ryongwa said she wasn't interested in returning. The clan head wondered if that was so. The second child confirmed that was correct. The second child asked if Gu Yanshun really didn't want to go home, and he responded affirmatively. The second child stated that she was just worried about him, and asked if he shouldn't still visit though. Gu Yanshun fidgeted with his fingers. The second child guessed it couldn't be helped if he was so nervous, and asked how about this. The second child declared that she would accompany Gu Yanshun to the Gu clan. The second child's offer is met with surprise. Gu Yanshun's face is contorted in shock, while a nearby female servant looks on with wide-eyed excitement. The group continued their journey. Gu Wibi asked if they were really coming with her. She confirmed that she had business at the Gu clan and hadn't heard from Gu Yanshun. Suddenly, a voice called out for her to hold on. It was Muyin, who reminded Gu Wibi that, as the Sword Queen, it was her duty to protect Manhwa. Gu Wibi questioned if he meant her, and stated that she was the one who's been... Before she could finish, the second child declared that she would follow her master anywhere. Muyin questioned how her mind changed so easily. The second child retorted that it was none of his business, as he wanted to take her home anyway. So wasn't it good for him? Namgung Baya let out a small sound. Namgung Baya was surprised to hear that she was the girl who saved Gu Ryongwa. She was taken aback by this revelation. Namgung Baya told her that she had been wanting to thank her and that she was truly grateful. Ryongwa had told Namgung Baya many things about her, including that she knew a beautiful girl who helped her out. Namgung Baya told her that she was just as pretty as she had heard. The second child wondered what had gotten her so shy and if it was because she was being complimented. The young man appeared flustered by the revelation. He had heard that she was Gu Yanshun's fiancée, and he was sure they would get along well. The second child seemed surprised by the statement. She wondered how they knew she was engaged to Yanshun. Nearby, Gu Ryongwa seemed equally surprised by the news. Another member of the group told them to be quiet and to continue practicing, reminding them that they needed to finish what they had started earlier. Gu Ryongwa agreed. The group continued on their way. The dark-haired protagonist wondered where they were going, addressing someone as master. Gu Ryongwa mentioned that the Manhwa ceremony would happen soon, and she asked if they would accompany her after that. The group continued walking. The second child seemed pleased that it worked out. Yanshun wondered if that would be all right. The dark-haired protagonist responded that if she wanted to head home, there was nothing he could say, and that he would depart together with her, so they could schedule leaving. The second child clapped her hands together, smiling. Gu Ryongwa stared at the second child, who seemed to shrink back slightly. The dark-haired protagonist wondered what was wrong, addressing Gu Ryongwa as Ryongwa. He then thought to himself that it had come to his mind since he had been seeing her in the sun more now. Gu Ryongwa asked if she had gotten a little fat. Gu Ryongwa laughed, knowing that the other person was too busy taking care of her to train. She apologized for the inconvenience. So, the other person was thinking about a sparring match. They wondered if Gu Yanshun would be willing to spar with her. The suggestion was met with shock. He questioned why he would be asked to spar with her. It was suggested that it would be nice if he could warm her up before the match tomorrow. Gu Ryongwa insisted that she could warm up on her own, stating that she had been keeping up with her training. The second child told her there would be no more complaining. The second child reiterated that there would be no more complaining. The scene shifted to a lush, green landscape. Gu Ryongwa asked if she could go ahead. The second child prepared to strike. Gu Yanshun wondered if they were not going to. Gu Ryongwa declared that it was a duel. Gu Yanshun was told to give it his all. Gu Ryongwa charged forward. In the midst of a snowy scene, a thought echoes, a plea for a brother who seems distant. The question hangs in the air. Will he finally speak? Meanwhile, inside, the young man is accused of feigning ignorance. The young woman reveals that their mother has been missing for days, and their father seems unconcerned, a fact she finds deeply unsettling. The young man abruptly silences her, demanding she eat. He questions her outburst, wondering what she wants from him. The young woman is shocked that he would yell at her, especially given their mother's disappearance. Tears stream down her face as she laments their ignorance of their mother's whereabouts and return. She questions if he isn't worried. He tells her to fuck off. Enraged, the young man slams his fist on the table, demanding she stop crying. The young woman is frustrated that he keeps asking her the same thing, and asks if she's trying to anger him. He asks if knowing their mother is dead would make her feel better. The young man states that their mother is dead. He coldly declares that there is her answer, as the young woman wonders if their father killed her. The young man, visibly enraged, demanded that his sister stop talking about their mother, stating he had no answers for her. Gu Ryongwa, however, refused to back down. She sniffled, admitting to herself that she had come to hate her brother. She reflected on her past, thinking that if she had stayed at Manhwa, Ryongwa realized she had hoped to forget about her mother, her brother, and the Gu clan. That's what she thought. She remembered her master. Her master was her family. The memory of her master brought a smile to Ryongwa's face. The smile quickly faded. Meanwhile, the young woman lay on the ground, exhausted. Gu Juliop stood over her, telling her that she sucked, but that she had some power and her blade was quick. He admitted that the Sword Queen did a good job teaching her. Gu Ryongwa's face is partially obscured, but her expression is clearly one of anguish as she calls out to her brother, wondering if they can return to how they once were. Gu Juliop's face is shadowed as he considers her words, the question hanging heavy in the air. Could they ever truly return to the innocence of their past? The intricate patterns of Gu Juliop's robe are highlighted, a symbol of the clan and the responsibilities that bind him. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, his stance unwavering as he asks what she is talking about. Meanwhile, Gu Ryongwa sits alone in a forest clearing, her sword lying beside her. She declares that it is too late for that. Gu Juliop stands, his expression unreadable, as he looks down towards his sister. Ryongwa's face is cast in shadow, her expression one of sorrow and regret. The sun sets in the distance, casting long shadows and painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, as Ryongwa's face is partially obscured. The landscape is dominated by towering mountains, their peaks shrouded in mist, a testament to the harshness and beauty of the world they inhabit. Ryongwa remains seated, her head bowed, as she thinks to herself that he didn't outright say no. A waterfall cascaded down a steep cliff face. The water crashed against the rocks below. High above, a lone figure stood on the rocks, overlooking the falls. Below, Gu Yanshun stood, sword in hand, catching his breath. He paused, catching his breath. With renewed resolve, Gu Yanshun launched himself forward. He moved with incredible speed. The force of his movements stirred the air around him. Elsewhere, someone wondered why young master would fight them alone. The speaker questioned why young master would fight them alone. The young master lay injured. Someone realized that young master was avoiding them. It was also understood that he had reached a level that no longer required assistance. Gu Yanshun's face contorted in rage as he declared that he was not responsible for the current situation. He considered himself the sword and shield of the Gu clan, believing that young master could only be harmed if he were dead. But something caught his attention. When young master risked his own life to protect others, Gu Yanshun wondered what he was doing. The scene shifted, showing the intensity of the battle. Gu Yanshun questioned what he was doing. His eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Gu Yanshun stood his ground, sword in hand. A surge of energy erupted around him. He remained steadfast, ready to face whatever came next. Gu Yanshun called himself a worthless bastard, questioning the purpose of a blade trained to guard. He wondered if this was a right place if one could not protect anyone with it. Gu Yanshun thought it was too high. He heard a familiar voice, questioning if he had misheard servant why, as there was no way they would be all the way here. Gu Yanshun, though weary, resolved to continue his climb. He reminded himself to follow the same path as before. The water grew deeper, soaking him to the bone, but he pressed on. He wondered how much longer he would need to keep his eyes closed. Just a bit longer, he told himself. He needed to concentrate until his body learned the way. The water splashed around him as he trembled, fearing he might fall. A voice encouraged him, telling him he was doing a good job. Elsewhere, a figure practiced a martial form with a yell. Again, the figure moved with precision. Back in the water, Gu Yanshun realized he had done it correctly. He wondered if he was dreaming. Gu Yanshun paused, questioning if that was really servant why. Someone observed that she didn't seem to be talking to herself, and wondered who she was talking to, noting that it was too dangerous and that young master would freak out if he knew. The voice urged her to go from the first form all the way to the fourth form. She began. The figure began the forms. The climb continued, the wind whistling past. Gu Yanshun's eyes remained fixed on the path ahead. Meanwhile, Gu Wibi practiced her sword form. Next up was the final form, the fifth form. The form required a great deal of effort. Gu Wibi steeled herself, resolving to try it. She moved with speed and precision. The form unleashed a torrent of energy. She heard a voice congratulating her. Gu Wibi was pleased to receive the compliment. From a distance, Muyin wondered how she could be so strong. He had thought she was just a girl who liked snacks, but now he wondered if she had been secretly training all along. Muyin chided himself for underestimating others. He knew that underestimating others would not improve his own skills. Muyin resolved to focus on advancing on his own path, understanding that the responsibility he held was great. He was a guard of the Gu clan. Someone declared that enough was enough, prompting a surprise reaction. The declaration seemed to be directed at Waimon. The speaker stated that knowing what one needs to do is plenty enough, while another voice questioned what they were saying. A figure was engulfed in a burst of golden energy. The energy radiated outwards, illuminating the ground below. The figure, straining against the power, let out a cry of pain. Another figure declared that, even so, one should try not to be bound by norms, suggesting a need to break free. The voice emphasized the need to break free from them. Two figures stood amidst the swirling energy. Someone gasped, wondering what had just happened. A figure stood with a sword, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. The figure questioned the presence of Waimon. Lanterns hung from the eaves of a traditional building. A man encouraged someone to take a look, suggesting it was now the time to buy. The man clarified that he meant dirt cheap, as he had just set up shop that day. The courtyard bustled with activity, the air thick with anticipation for the ongoing ceremony. Lanterns cast a warm glow, illuminating the festive atmosphere. Suddenly, the night sky erupted with bursts of light, forming the shape of cherry blossoms. The blossoms shimmered against the dark canvas of the night. Nearby, Nguyen admitted that he hadn't expected to stay for the ceremony, nor did he anticipate things would escalate to this point. Now that things had come to this, he seemed resigned to his fate. Namgunbai suggested that they might as well get some rest. Nguyen countered that her clan might throw a fit if she didn't get home soon. Namgunbai wondered if they would. Nguyen looked at her with concern. The cherry blossom fireworks continued to explode in the distance. Below, Nguyen relented, saying all right. A voice echoed, telling them to do whatever they wanted. The cherry blossom fireworks continued to light up the sky. The display ended with a final, brilliant burst. The training continued, the participants enduring the pain with forced smiles. They were told to enjoy the pain. The air crackled with unseen energy. Inside a dimly lit room, two figures sat in contemplation. The clan had acknowledged that he understood what the other wanted, referring to him as Sword Supreme, no, Alliance Leader. The clan had questioned if he was truly capable of doing what was asked. The Alliance Leader admitted that while he may be known as the Divine Physician, he was no god. The clan had acknowledged that he knew that, but wondered if it was truly impossible. Silence filled the room as the two men considered the implications of their discussion. The Alliance Leader clarified that he wasn't outright saying it was impossible. He explained that it was just not that simple. The Alliance Leader elaborated that interfering with a person's energies was quite tricky. He added that it was especially so in this case. The Alliance Leader thought about that child, realizing she was not human. The clan head considered that the container every human being must have. The clan head noted that her inner bowl was strange, its form so vast and tall that it almost seemed as if there was nothing there. The second child stood alone on the cracked earth, the sky a swirling canvas above her. She understood now why the girl's presence had been so meager until this moment. Her gaze intense, the second child's expression hardened as she considered the implications of the child's power. The clan head's words echoed in her mind, that the child's power was not a bowl, but something else entirely. The voice, filled with anguish, demanded why she wouldn't listen, the speaker's hand gripping a sword hilt. Another voice, stern and commanding, ordered someone to stick to their own duties. The first voice returned, pleading with someone, their fists clenched tightly on a table. The speaker begged, his face etched with desperation. The situation was not easy, someone stated. The speaker continued, stating that this was no longer a matter of medicine. As someone said, it was not something that could be easily done. It would require resources and sufficient time to uproot an entire clan, the speaker explained. The clan head offered to fetch whatever things were needed for their personal troubles, but questioned what those things might be. The clan head is asked if he doesn't need certain things for his own grandson as well, prompting him to ask what the other is implying. Elsewhere, a white-ranked demonic stone glows with power. Back in the room, the clan head's companion asks what he heard from the Manhwa sect leader, assuming they both share the same feelings when discussing their grandchildren. The companion asks that they do this just once for the young ones. The clan head is asked what the reason is that his granddaughter cannot be allowed to wield a sword. The clan head's granddaughter still doesn't quite understand his reasoning. She believes that in dangerous times like these, it'll never hurt to know how to defend oneself. The clan head is asked if he will accept the request if they answer that, and if they tell him why he must shut down that girl's talent and get him the white-ranked demonic stone. The clan head states that he will search for a way. The clan head reflects that Siola's container is not a talent but a curse. It is said that she may quickly master the sword. However, it will come at the cost of her own life. The clan head is shocked by the revelation that it will cost her life. It is said that there appears to be no problem when she does ordinary work like other regular people. The clan head had just learned that when Siola performs martial arts, she must combine her instincts and logic. Energy crackled. A surge of power emanated. It was a power that burned away her life force. The energy continued to radiate. Each time she used her power, it ate away at her own life. The clan head's advisor remarked that it was reminiscent of the bloodline of the demon cult. The clan head emphasized that this was why Siola must be barred from learning martial arts. The advisor asked if he had ever been to the Taryung clan, where the current alliance leader resided. The clan head stated that he had not. The advisor told him to head there, explaining that a demonic stone was there and that their only method appeared to be to seal her energy core with its power. The advisor added that she would never be able to dream of martial arts if that succeeded, and asked if the clan head was sure about this. The clan head looked conflicted. He was trying to tear off a bird's wings so that they never fell from the sky, but every child becomes an adult at some point. One day, she might look back at her broken wings and curse him until the day she draws her last breath. Tears streamed down the young girl's face. The clan head considered the price of saving her life, knowing she might despise him until her dying day. He thought it was a rather cheap price to pay if it meant saving her life. Elsewhere, Nam Gungbaya pointed in a direction as she walked with the young man. The young man was then seen walking through the streets. He paused, looking surprised. Nearby, a hand reached out to grab a set of butterfly ornaments. The young man's expression remained one of surprise. The hem of a robe brushed against the ground. Footsteps echoed nearby. Gu Ryanhwa walked along the tiled path. She paused, looking concerned. The young man startled her by calling out to her. He called out to Gu Ryanhwa, addressing her as Master. Gu Ryanhwa told him that she thought it would be nice to sightsee the festival together, but he retorted that he told her to go find Baya, not waste time. Her eyes widened, a mix of surprise and anticipation evident in her gaze. A delicate, golden butterfly hairpin was presented to her. The young man insisted that it wasn't anything expensive. He added that he thought Gu Ryanhwa had been doing well recently. She questioned what he was waiting for and told him to take it, complaining that his arm was hurting. Gu Ryanhwa asked if he was really giving it to her. She resisted, seemingly not wanting to accept the gift. The young man wore a slight smile. He told her to hold on, offering to put it on for her. His hands reached out. Gu Ryanhwa seemed unsure, but considered that she didn't really know. The young man told her that she could take it off if she didn't like it, reiterating that it wasn't expensive anyway. He placed a kiss on her cheek. Beaming, Ryanhwa expresses her gratitude. The young woman yawns widely, covering her mouth with her hand. Nearby, she complains of being tired. Another woman urges her to go see the fight. A servant calls out to the young master to hurry. It was said that she had fully rested in a single night. The young master is asked if he is sick, as his face is so red. He seems flustered by the comment. He thinks to himself that he is not a kid and wonders why he is so flustered by this. The young woman tells him that he must be mistaken. The scene shifts to a view of the tournament grounds. One man asks if the sword dragon is participating, and another clarifies that he means Yang Feng. The first man doesn't think he participated last year. It's recalled that Yang Feng didn't even have the title of sword dragon back then, but someone is sure he'll join this year. Speaking of who won last year's tournament, it was Yang, someone. The clan head considered the name. It was probably Yang Sung, but he couldn't quite place who that was. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking if he was the one they were looking for. The man introduced himself as Yang Feng, the third-generation disciple of Manhwa. Yang Feng was taken aback by the praise, finding it to be too much. The clan head wondered what Yang Feng was doing there. He questioned if Yang Feng shouldn't be busy with preparations. Meanwhile, young master ate a potato. He was asked if he was on his way to watch the festival as well, but it was pointed out that he was supposed to be somewhere else. It was observed that others should be busy preparing. The order was given to keep moving. Alguém se perguntou para onde todos tinham ido tão perto da cerimônia. Disseram que todos estavam fazendo treinamento de última hora para os duelos. The man questioned if cramming martial arts would even work. He noted that there was still some time until it began, and he wondered if he was only talking about preparations for combat. The dueling area came into view. The dueling area, where they would fight, was revealed. Young Master noticed that the arena was quite large, but he had seen something similar at the Unified Dragon Assembly already. Someone asked if he was going to participate, but the young master told them to get a grip. Meanwhile, Gu Ryanhwa was impressed by how hard the dueling stage was. Someone joked that only martial artists of Mount Hua may participate, and wondered what Ryanhwa was up to, hoping she doesn't get destroyed. The young master hoped that his sister doesn't get destroyed. Elsewhere, someone asked if they had heard, stating that they'll be facing the young master's sister. The young master was shocked by this news, realizing it was a shitty situation. Nam Gungbaya thought a duel sounded fun, but she also believed that Gu Ryanhwa didn't stand a chance against Yang Feng. Gu Wibi was surprised that she was fighting their miss. The man she was speaking to told her to watch their duel and give him some honest feedback, as all he's thinking about is getting feedback from her. An announcement was made for everyone to move to the outskirts of the dueling area, as the Mount Hua ceremony would soon begin. Nam Gungbaya suggested that they move. The young master wondered if this was really all right. Elsewhere, someone wondered who the hell made these brackets, questioning if someone was intentionally trying to screw over Ryanhwa. The young master wondered what this strange feeling was, questioning if he was seriously worrying about Gu Ryanhwa. The young master decided that he just didn't want to see her get destroyed. A voice clears its throat, the sound echoing across the temple grounds. The announcement is followed by another, as the speaker expresses their honor that so many would attend. The speaker continues, noting that every year they hold a small ceremony in the heat. Nearby, the crowd watches with anticipation. A surge of energy emanates from the temple. The energy intensifies, swirling around the temple grounds. An elder looks up, a sense of gratitude washing over him. He voices his thanks. The energy continues to spread. The crowd reacts to the surge of power. One of the onlookers comments on how hard the children of Manhwa have trained. The crowd expresses their gratitude to the Manhwa sect for protecting them. A burst of energy explodes outwards. The crowd is awed by the display of power. The announcement echoed across the arena, signaling the start of the first duel. The clash of swords reverberated through the air. The duelists moved with blinding speed. Meanwhile, the crowd cheered for Yang San, their excitement palpable. From a distance, someone noted that they had never seen her hold a real sword before. Nearby, a disciple explained that the sword used in the duel would be a bit lighter than that. Gu Ryanhwa prepared herself. Her opponent responded with a confident, "Yep, thanks to you." Elsewhere, someone asked Gu Ryanhwa if she was interested in their secret ultimate move. Suddenly, a man questioned who dared to call their precious fellow disciple by her name. Another man, presumably her brother, threatened them, asking if they wanted to die. The man grinned menacingly. The man who had been speaking to Gu Ryanhwa lay defeated. Gu Ryanhwa was told that if the Sword Queen decided to cancel the duel, it would be cancelled, regardless of her skills. She was asked who she thought she was to decide that for her. The crowd declared that the outcome was as clear as day, for the next fighter was the Sword Dragon. Meanwhile, the dark-haired protagonist remained silent. He admitted that he had wanted to come, thanking her for looking out for him, though he hadn't expected her to be there. She responded that she had been receiving so much help despite not being worthy. He resolved to repay everyone back with his actions. She stated that she didn't care about winning or losing today, declaring that this was the first fight. Gu Ryanhwa vowed that she wouldn't run away. The silver team, Yang Guang, was declared the winner, with the crowd cheering. The announcer declared that the next duel was quite special, introducing the greatest young martial artist and the future of Manhwa from the gold team. It was Sword Dragon Yang Feng. The crowd was excited to finally see the Sword Dragon. The announcer then introduced the direct disciple of the Sword Queen from the silver team. It was Gu Ryanhwa. She recalled a time when her brother's anger was directed at her. At first, she had only been spiteful of him. But then, Gu Ryanhwa began to fear his constant rage, and she couldn't stop hating him. That fear, which started with her brother, continued to grow until she came to hate the entire world. She ran and ran. Gu Ryanhwa finally arrived at her master, the only person who made her feel safe in the world. But looking back at her still troubled self, a thought occurred to her. Maybe this wasn't a scar her brother left on her. Maybe she had just realized her weakness faster than other kids did, so she made up her mind. Even though she still didn't like her brother or her family, Gu Ryanhwa, the martial artist of Manhwa, she would no longer run. He's sharp. This is the Sword Dragon of Manhwa. She cried out as a figure descended upon her. The attack landed with tremendous force. The force of the blow sent several figures flying. Another figure was sent hurtling through the air. The attack continued to devastate the area. The figure roared as they continued their assault. The attacker noted that the defense was not bad. The attacker descended, blades aimed at their target. Nearby, Jijil Hyuk observed that the flower the Sword Queen planted had blossomed quite ferociously. The attacker lunged forward. However, the attacker noted that their opponent's sword was flashy but predictable. The attacker's blade met their opponent's. The attacker observed that their opponent's movements were choreographed. Gu Ryanhwa looked on in shock. The attacker declared that their opponent had just died. Two figures clashed, their movements a blur of motion. One of them urged Gu's disciple not to waver. The heavenly demon declared that he knew the disciple still had things to show him, and that he would witness what lay beyond his full potential, urging him to let it all bloom during the ceremony. The disciple, Gu Ryanhwa, unleashed a powerful attack. The force of the blow echoed outwards. The energy surged, creating a visible shockwave. Nearby, onlookers were astonished by the display of power. One of them noted that she had matched him. Gu Ryanhwa's name echoed in someone's thoughts, a realization that she had grown. It was as if she had finally been released from her chains. Someone reflected on having seen something meaningful that day, and that winning wasn't what was important. They realized they had something to do and would be back soon, instructing the others to tell her once her duel was done. Cherry blossoms fell under the moonlight. Someone thought that she had done a good job. A foot stepped forward onto the rough ground. It was noted that now that everyone's attention was on the ceremony, this was the only time to check. Someone moved swiftly through the night. A sudden shift in the air. The atmosphere grows heavy. Yahiljik's hideout had been found by Manhwa. He thought to himself that he should be able to make it back before the finals and decided to take a quick look. He needed to see it for himself before the Murim Alliance made it there. He was thankful that they weren't there yet. Something was amiss. What was this mess here? Holding a small flame, the young man protagonist continued forward. He wondered if Manhwa had fought remaining stragglers. He thought they had only cleared out some bodies. The young man protagonist wondered what they were trying to do here. His eyes widened in shock. He realized that this revolting chi meant he had come to the right place. The young man protagonist continued forward. He realized that this was the final room. The young man protagonist sensed the most intense demonic energy coming from here. Judging from his past life, they would always build a secret room in a place like this. There should be a place where he can sense the revolting chi clearly. Normally, the contraption is hidden in a tricky place. He was confused. The air hung thick with an unseen pressure. The young man protagonist continued deeper into the cavern, the only light source being the torch he carried. As he ventured further, he couldn't help but wonder if the figures he was facing were even human. He questioned if they were apes. Regardless, the young man protagonist pressed on, determined to uncover what secrets were hidden within this place. The cavern stretched before him, an oppressive darkness clinging to its depths. He soon found himself wading through a lake of crimson liquid. The sight of the lake ignited a fierce rage within him. He cursed those responsible for this. The scene was gruesome. He realized that these were the missing disciples of Manhwa, and that even an idiot could tell what the lake of blood was made from. He questioned why they would do such a thing. He wondered if it could be because of the flower. He wondered what that thing was. The young man protagonist realized that this wasn't a martial artist of Manhwa. He noticed that the clothes indicated that the dead man was from the Murim Alliance, and that it wasn't that the Murim Alliance hadn't arrived, but that they already had. He also noted that the man had died extremely recently. The young man protagonist stood amidst the lake of blood, the crimson liquid reflecting in his wide, shocked eyes. Suddenly, he was forced to defend himself, narrowly blocking a swift, unseen attack. A voice echoed through the cavern, praising his reflexes. The source of the attack remained hidden in the shadows. A disembodied voice declared that it was no wonder Yahaljik had lost. The cavern stretched into the distance, the walls slick with moisture. Far below, Guyan Shun stood in the crimson depths, where a figure questioned if he was a lackey of the Dark Knight Palace. The figure declared that Guyan Shun was quite the rude brat. The masked figure observed Guyan Shun's stature, robes, and fire arts, deducing that he must be Guyan Shun. The figure mused that the Dark Knight Palace knew of him. The figure remarked that Guyan Shun was one of their targets and had conveniently delivered himself right to them, adding that word had spread faster than expected. Guyan Shun was offered a deal. The figure stated that the palace wanted Guyan Shun alive. The figure proposed that Guyan Shun comply and come with them. Guyan Shun retorted that the figure shouldn't try to deceive him, as they had just tried to kill him, adding that he didn't know it was him. Guyan Shun remarked that the figure should put a bit more effort into their lives. Guyan Shun challenged the figure to fight him now if that was their intention. The masked figure remarked that Guyan Shun was smart, revealing their name to be Warding Demon. Guyan Shun questioned why the Warding Demon was introducing himself. The Warding Demon responded that he was being nice. The Warding Demon told Guyan Shun that he had better know who he was dying to. Guyan Shun realized that the Warding Demon was fast. The Warding Demon attacked. The attack continued. Guyan Shun thought that the exit was too far to run to, and he didn't think he would win. The Warding Demon moved in for another attack. The Warding Demon continued his assault. The Warding Demon wondered why Guyan Shun was running, given that his blade was smaller than Yahaljik's. Guyan Shun wished he had more internal energy. The Warding Demon thought that Yahaljik would lose to someone like Guyan Shun. Guyan Shun believed that the Warding Demon deserved to die. Guyan Shun attacked. The attack continued. Guyan Shun is surrounded by a dark, ominous energy. Nearby, the Warding Demon's face is splattered with blood. The Warding Demon, surprised, wonders if he is facing Old Man Shin. The Warding Demon hopes that the heavens take note of how hard he works, even after his death. The Warding Demon urges Guyan Shun to get up and try again. He demands that Guyan Shun come out and let him finish this and go home. The Warding Demon acknowledges that Guyan Shun's skills are quite incredible to have dodge his attack, but he dislikes when an assassination drags on this long. A blade is seen sticking out of the ground. The Warding Demon declares that he will end Guyan Shun in a single blow. The ground is covered in blood. The Warding Demon stands amidst the carnage. The Warding Demon is covered in blood. The Warding Demon seems surprised. He repeats what he said earlier, that Guyan Shun should know who he is going to die to. The Warding Demon stands at a pool of blood. The Warding Demon is shocked that Guyan Shun used a sword all along and wonders what's going on. The Heavenly Demon is shocked, recalling that he was told Guyan Shun only used his fists. He wonders what that attack was just now. Meanwhile, a voice declares that their name is Shin Chiol. The speaker is revealed to be a figure with their face wrapped in bandages. Elsewhere, Guyan Shun stands ready, his sword raised high. The Heavenly Demon refers to someone as a child. The Heavenly Demon screams in rage. Guyan Shun continues his assault. The Heavenly Demon is struck by the attack. Guyan Shun vows to tear his opponent limb from limb. He declares that he will feed his opponent to the animals. Guyan Shun advances. His sword technique creates a swirling vortex of energy. Guyan Shun's anger clouds his heart. That anger is reflected in his blade. Guyan-chun is told to take a good look because a true master can shake the heavens. Guyan-chun stood poised, ready to strike. The heavenly demon, struggling against the immense pressure, realized that Guyan-chun was fighting without using as much chi as he could. The air crackled with energy as Guyan-chun prepared to unleash the Plum Blossom First Sword. The strike descended with devastating force. The Plum Blossom First Sword erupted in a blinding display of power. The heavenly demon could only exclaim in shock. Guyan-chun looked on, his expression unreadable. The sword continued its descent. The voice of Shin Cheol echoed, stating that the fist was not so different from the sword, and that he thought Guyan-chun would have figured it out since he was quite talented. Shin Cheol continued, remarking that he didn't think Guyan-chun would be stuck on it for so long. Shin Cheol stated that for someone who has traveled back through time, Guyan-chun was asking what he just did. A burst of energy explodes outward. The force of the blast sent the figure flying. The clan head, still reeling from the attack, recalled his earlier thoughts. Until now, he had been swallowed by the beast within young master. The clan head realized that he was able to see many things thanks to that, even things young master couldn't tell him about. The clan head was left speechless. The clan head knew that now was not the time to ask the many questions he had. The clan head steeled himself, deciding to focus first. A surge of power emanated. The clan head was struck by the force. Young master urged him to feel it, declaring that he was not a swordsman, though. The clan head, reeling from a blow, exclaimed in disbelief. Young master questioned why he didn't do this from the start, stating that this was way more fun now. Young master declared that he didn't care whether he was a swordsman or not now. Why the disciples of Mount Hua trained their bodies to be so physically strong was a question often asked. The reason was simple. With a sword, that difference was exacerbated. It was all in order to complete their bowl. A complete bowl could easily produce the maximum result with the minimum chi. But instead of forcing it, they should let them come naturally with their prowess. The young master thought to himself that his body felt so heavy. Indeed, he was using muscles he wouldn't have typically used. He shouldn't be desperate to make the plum petals bloom. Instead, he should let them come naturally with his prowess. The clan head was struck. The clan head grunted in pain. The young master wondered how it felt to defend without using chi. The heavenly demon thought to himself that if the old man was just going to drag things out, he should give him his body back. The young master moved. The heavenly demon thought that he knew that even in his previous life, the young master acted all big, but without his GI, he was nothing. The young master realized that a common issue with demonic martial arts users was that they lacked fundamentals. He resolved to focus on the clan head. The clan head questioned if the young master would train his body or not. The young master declared that he would, questioning if the clan head was going to act big just because he had some chi. The clan head stated that was good, as the young master resolved to never overly rely on chi again. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon observed that the clan head had already lost too much blood in his frenzy, and that the young master could defeat him alone now. The clan head prepared to strike. The heavenly demon wondered if the young master would like him to help finish the clan head off. The young master recalled the clan head's words, "Don't rely too much on chi." The clan head told the young master to take a good look. The clan head moved forward. The young master thought that he didn't know how far the clan head had looked into his past life, but that he had never ignored his fundamentals, even without demonic martial arts. He was sure he would see. The clan head roared at the young master, calling him a brat and telling him to die. The clan head attacked. The clan head continued his assault. The young master was struck by the clan head's attack. A foe that has lost their temper is a dangerous thing, but the young master seemed unfazed. The clan head's power surged. He realized that the young master could be deflected with less power than before. With minimum chi, the clan head prepared to strike. The clan head's power intensified. He roared as he unleashed his attack. With minimum chi, the young master prepared to produce the maximum effect. Blood dripped from the young master's face as he focused. He prepared to unleash his maximum power. The young master's power surged to meet the clan head's. The effect was immediate. The young master's hand glowed with power. The clan head coughed, enraged, and called the young master a brat. The clan head's face contorted in rage. The young master's attack landed. The young master's attack connected, the force of it rippling outwards. The energy continued to surge, a visible manifestation of the impact. The clan head was struck by the force of the blow. The young master's power continued to intensify. The energy surrounding the young master crackled, a sign of the immense power he was wielding. The young master's face contorted in a fierce expression as he pushed his abilities to their limit. He realized that the demon well absorption arts were acting up again. He felt as if his energy core was about to boil and explode, a burning sensation consuming him. The young master was engulfed in a fiery aura, struggling to maintain control. He knew that if he lost any focus, he would lose consciousness as the internal chi was storming. He thought to himself how much more he needed to be spoon-fed, and that he should be able to withstand it. He remembered the sensations from before, and thought of the clan head. The young master focused on controlling his breathing so that his chi wouldn't explode. He concentrated his quaking chi into a single point. He slowly brought it up. Tendrils of energy writhed and pulsed. The energy coalesced around a central point, a glowing orb of power. His face contorted in pain, the young master grit his teeth. He commanded himself to stab it right into his central energy core. The orb plunged into his chest, the energy radiating outwards. The force of the energy threatened to tear him apart. His eyes burned with intensity, the power coursing through his veins. Weakened, the young master fell to the ground. A hand, glowing with golden energy, reached out. He realized he had done it. The young master realized he had finally reached the martial pinnacle realm. The heat felt familiar, yet not painful, as if it was his own heat from the very beginning. It was a moment of growth. But he hadn't experienced it often in his past life. He merely broke through his limits, using a ridiculous amount of demonic energy. He thought of it as his own skill, wondering how long he would be there reminiscing. Gu Yanchun paused, looking ahead as he heard a voice. The voice asked if he wasn't going to do something about that flower. Gu Yanchun realized something. He wondered why they were growing a flower like this. Gu Yanchun understood that they must have been plotting something if they were sacrificing so many martial artists, especially considering the disgusting aura emanating from that flower. The area was dark and foreboding. The only place that could have brought this from the demonic realm, Gu Yanchun thought, was radiating a disgusting aura that the old man couldn't sense. Gu Yanchun found it obvious. It appeared that not everyone could sense its aura. The old man wondered what they should do now, and if they should bring it back to Manhwa. Gu Yanchun thought that if they brought the flower there, they would be asked where they got it from. Looking at the current sect leader's attitude, Gu Yanchun realized that he'd probably plant that in his garden. The old man agreed. The old man then wondered what they should do, but thought it would be wasteful to burn it right now. Gu Yanchun was asked how about he eat it and turn it into his own power. Gu Yanchun was shocked by the suggestion, asking what the old man was saying. He was asked if he did not sense the chaotic energies within it, and Gu Yanchun thought about how he could just take something so pertinent to Manhwa. The old man claimed that Gu Yanchun had made up his mind, yet he still worried about such things. He was told not to use guilt or his paltry morals as an excuse to hesitate, and that he knew better. The best method, it was said, it was a way of atoning for those who have fallen until now. Gu Yanchun's expression hardens, his resolve solidifying. He understands what must be done. He gets it. Gu Yanchun realizes the old man is right. He has made up his mind to not regret things. Gu Yanchun no longer needs to hesitate. He knows it must be done at this point. The flower's energy surges. Its power intensifies. Gu Yanchun grits his teeth, overwhelmed by the flower's power. He decides to hell with it. The flower contains internal energy, Taoist energy, and even demonic energy. He wonders how a single flower can have such a mess of chi. Gu Yanchun realized that the flower was not meant for a normal martial artist to consume. A surge of energy emanated from the flower. The protagonist's fire burned with the hue of Taoist chi. Its resistance was weakening as well. This was... A figure stood amidst the destruction. Gu Yanchun panted, feeling the strain. He was shocked. Shin Chiol saw something and exclaimed. The flames intensified. Gu Yanchun was not bad. The Gu Flame Wheel art had reached the 5th star. He gasped. The power surged. The energy intensified. Gu Yanchun was glad for his sudden growth, but he hadn't planned on being this late. The sound of something breaking echoed through the forest. The young man wondered if the ceremony was probably over by now. The crackling of a fire filled the air. He had washed off the blood and burned his dirty clothes. It was said that the missing martial artist would eventually be discovered by the Alliance or Manhwa. Gu Yanchun declared that his job here was done. Elsewhere, the protagonist thought to himself that he was tired. If the Manhwa ceremony had ended, he should sleep now to prepare to leave tomorrow. A voice wondered a Chenji. Another voice responded with a simple, ah. The first voice asked if he had made any progress while he was out, noting that he smelled like blood. The protagonist questioned what she meant by progress. A voice asked why he was so late. Nam Gungbai said that he had said he would be here soon. She recalled that he had said he would be here soon. The protagonist explained that he just had some business. Nam Gungbai wondered how Gu Ryongwa could tell that the protagonist had burned off the smell with heat. She also realized that Ryongwa had lost in the ceremony. The protagonist's sister, Gu Ryongwa, sat on the floor, listening to the conversation. The scene shifted to Gu Ryongwa, who appeared to have had fun, regardless of the result of the ceremony. The protagonist thought to himself that he had never seen Ryongwa like that before. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood nearby, looking concerned as Ryongwa embraced him. The sound of fabric rustling filled the air as Ryongwa held onto the protagonist. Ryongwa told him that he smelled blood on her, and he wondered what she was going to ask. She then asked him where he had been. Ryongwa told him to stay like this for a while. Shin Chiol watched them from a distance, thinking that he would not ask for now. Shin Chiol agreed to stay like this for a while. Shin thought to himself that this horny brat does nothing but flirt when he can. The cherry blossoms bloomed, and Shin wondered what was happening. Petals fell from the cherry blossom trees. The scene faded into a blurry, dark forest. The forest loomed, its depths shrouded in mist and shadow. Ugh, the missing members. Two figures stood within a cavernous space, the walls lined with strange, red veins. One wondered aloud what the missing members had been trying to accomplish there, but the other cautioned against trying to understand. The first figure was told that they couldn't comprehend what the unorthodox sect does. The speaker, a man with a stern expression, reiterated that they couldn't comprehend what the unorthodox sect does. The other figure responded with a hesitant, I guess. A strange symbol appeared. The man ordered the other to head back and report on their own, adding that he would add more details later. The other figure seemed surprised by this order, questioning it with a huh. The man simply wished them good luck. One of the men knelt beside a charred corpse, noting the scar on its eye and identifying it as the warding demon. He recalled that the deceased had received orders to retrieve the essence of Manhwa, and wondered how he had ended up as a crisp in a place like this. The man stood alone in the cavern. The man's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. Could it be? According to the residue, heat, and burn marks left behind, the investigators began to piece together what had occurred. The scene painted a gruesome picture of the final moments of Yahyljik. The possibility crossed their minds. Could this be the work of the Gu clan bastard who killed Yahyljik? Elsewhere, a man knelt beside a corpse, his expression grim as he considered how this could have happened. His fist clenched, the knuckles white with rage. He realized that if this was true, he must return and immediately report. The message was clear to the Dark Knight Palace Master. The Dark Knight Palace Master sat upon his throne, shrouded in shadow. His eyes glowed with an ominous purple light. With a series of rapid punches, the warrior unleashed a flurry of blows. The force of the attack sent opponents flying through the air. Catching his breath, the young man wiped sweat from his brow. He channeled his energy, preparing for another strike. The force of his blow ripped through the air. The attack exploded outward, a wave of pure energy. The landscape around him began to crumble. The young man fell through the air, surrounded by flames. He mused that he was just intrigued. Nearby, the heavenly demon stated that they should have a conversation now. The heavenly demon thought that they had much to ask, but would limit it to one question for now. The heavenly demon wondered just who the heavenly demon was. The scene shifted to a wider view of the landscape. An older man with a white beard confirmed that he wished to know about the heavenly demon, adding that there were many hidden peripheries, but especially access-aimed peripheries connected to the heavenly demon. An unknown voice wondered where the heavenly demon originated. The source of the voice remained unseen. Before them, a gate to the demon realm stood open. Guards stood ready, their hands on their swords. One of the guards questioned what was happening, noting that someone was exiting the gate to the demon realm. The guards watched as a figure emerged. The heavenly demon descended. Their foot landed heavily. The guards demanded to know who they were, but the heavenly demon simply greeted them. The heavenly demon declared themselves. A surge of power emanated from the heavenly demon. An observer noted that they had appeared from a gate in the middle of a tournament. Another man, presumably old man Shin, seemed speechless. A voice echoed, questioning what had just occurred and referencing the destruction wrought upon Manhwa. The voice pressed, demanding to know why the heavenly demon was the first topic brought up. The figure responded, asking if they would prefer a display of anger, clarifying that they had not forgotten the past. It was explained that overlooking the past was due to an understanding of the other's feelings, including their rage at Manhwa's inability to protect their sister. The figure urged a focus on the future rather than the past, reminding the other that they knew what they must do. The individual affirmed their understanding. Power began to gather in their hand. The energy coalesced into a fist. The individual resolved to stop the heavenly demon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gu Yanshun was greeted. Gu Wibby greeted Gu Yanshun, asking if he was returning from training. Gu Yanshun's servants informed Gu Wibby of their preparations. Gu Wibby stated that preparations were ready and suggested they head down to the carriages together. Gu Yanshun agreed. Several disciples of the Gu clan bid farewell to one of their own, reminding him to eat well and not forget them. The disciples assured him that they would never forget his smile at the Manhwa ceremony, though they admitted they could never forget such scary-looking faces. Meanwhile, Sung wondered what they were doing before realizing something. Elsewhere, Namgung Baya asked the Sword Queen if she could get the favor she had been granted. Sung asked if she had thought of something, hoping she would take his side for a bit. The clan had acknowledged that many things had occurred, but hoped that Sung would return home safely. One of the disciples addressed the clan head. He had something to ask of him. The disciple asked if he could be granted the title of being an honorary disciple of Manhwa. The clan head wondered if it was because of the thing inside of Sung, stating that he needed some kind of excuse to keep having it. The clan head stated that granting that wouldn't be very hard. However, What worried him was that he could not teach Sung how to use it. Sung seemed to ponder this. The young man accepted the title of honorary disciple of Manhwa, expressing his gratitude. In addition to the title, he was also given something else. It was something that Gu Ryan had instructed to be passed on to him. He wondered what it could be. The person giving it to him remarked that if it were important, they would have kept it, but they were giving it back because it didn't seem important. Meanwhile, the clan head looked on with a concerned expression. The clan head told someone to stay safe. Someone else called out, wanting to duel again next time. The young man wondered what the person had just said they would have done. He remarked that he got something strange again, noting how cool it was outside and that it was the end of summer. The young man seemed to be thinking hard about something. He reflected on how many things had happened there, including Old Man Shin possessing him. He also recalled meeting Yang Feng in his life. Someone else recalled Ya Hyljik and the warding demon. Someone didn't think they'd cure the Sword Queen, especially now, with the journey ahead. Meanwhile, others wondered what had happened to the man. It was noted that he was mute, which was completely different from what they knew of him from previous life. The divine physician had wanted to come to the Gu clan, so he tagged along. He mentioned having some business there and that they would also come with him. Elsewhere, someone wondered if it would be alright to just bring them to the Gu clan. It was thought that even if something happened, it would be easier to take care of it if it was nearby for now. Although it was going to be a long trip back. The journey loomed ahead. They had only arrived in Shangxi in the autumn. The leaves fell. The clan head stood tall as someone approached. Second child looked down. The clan head stood firm. Second child was welcome back. She had returned. Second child's return brought a mix of anticipation and unease to the Gu clan. The air was thick with unspoken questions as the clan members awaited her next move. Elsewhere, a figure walked along a path, seemingly lost in thought. Gu Qielin greeted the man, acknowledging that he had read the letter sent. He noted that many things had occurred at Mount Hua. Namgung Baya of the Namgung clan stated that she accompanied his son thanks to his hospitality. The man seemed surprised by her words. He wondered if she was really the same girl that was drooling in her sleep. Gu Qielin thought to himself that he had never seen her actually use her brain before. Gu Qielin introduced himself, stating that his name was Gu Qielin. He added that he had heard about her and that the Namgung clan had been looking for her, so he would contact them. Namgung Baya thanked him for his kindness. She expressed her gratitude. Gu Qielin was informed that a guest had been waiting for him in Guyang Chun, having arrived 10 days prior, and that they were in the guest chamber. He wondered who might be visiting him. He wondered who might have visited him, noting that she was so cool just now. Gu Qielin was surprised by the news and noted that it was nice to see her again, divine physician. Gu Qielin walked along the path with Namgung Baya. Gu Qielin thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had seen Sword Queen. The weight of the news settled heavily. Meanwhile, Muyin, having just returned, wondered what all the commotion was about. He decided he should change first. Elsewhere, Tang Soil lay in a room, commenting on how warm and well-lit the chambers were. She thought it felt as if he were lying there with her. Soil hoped he would be back soon, wondering how long he would keep her waiting. Muyin overheard Soil's words, recognizing that she was speaking of the Gu clan heir. Muyin was shocked. Muyin remained shocked. Soil thought the room smelled like him. Inside a well-lit room, Gu Juliop sits at a table, awaiting his guest. Gu Juliop greeted Tang Soil, stating it was nice to see her again. He then inquired as to what brought her to the Gu clan. Tang Soil blushed, remembering something from before. She questioned why his name wasn't Gu Juliop, wondering what was going on. Gu Juliop realized that she had figured it out as well. Tang Soil expressed how flustered the situation had made her. Tang Soil declared that she was the one who sent the message and that she was there to see the Gu clan heir, Gu Juliop. She thought to herself that she could finally meet him again. Gu Juliop greeted her, saying it was nice to meet her, that he was Gu Juliop from the Gu clan. He stated that he had heard that she wished to meet him. Tang Soil was visibly confused. She asked who he was. Tang Soil pointed out that his name was completely different and asked why he had done that. Gu Juliop responded that he had his reasons. Tang Soil's memories flashed back to a moment when the man she knew as Gu Juliop admitted he should have just made up a name. Back in the present, she questioned what brought him all the way to Shangxi before remembering that she had something to tell him. Tang Soil stated that she obviously came because she wanted to see him. She then corrected herself, saying she had something to tell him. She paused, considering her words. Tang Soil held out a wrapped object. Gu Juliop accepted the item. Tang Soil explained that it was nearing the time of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. She wondered if he would like to accompany her. That was an invitation to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Gu Juliop realized that the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly was approaching. The Dragon and Phoenix Assembly was a martial arts tournament of the Orthodox sects, where the Alliance called forth promising young martial artists and disciples of each sect. Now, it had become a place of vanity where they handed out cool titles. Gu Juliop had heard that the most recent assemblies were full of monsters. It was at one of those assemblies that Tang Soil received the title of Poison Peak. He recalled that in his previous life, he had been too embarrassed to try to squeeze in there, avoiding it until he became the proper heir of the sect. Tang Soil admitted that she wasn't sure if she would participate, so she couldn't give him an answer right now, to which Gu Jiliop simply replied that he understood. Then, Gu Jiliop asked if she had any other business besides that. Tang Soil replied that was all. Gu Jiliop was surprised that she came all the way from Sichuan just to tell him that. He didn't understand. Shin Xiol's voice echoed in his mind, asking if he still didn't understand, and explaining that she was there because she liked him. Shin Xiol continued, stating that he didn't know why so many girls fell for this mantis of a man. Gu Jiliop exclaimed that there was no way. He wondered for what reason, stating that in this life and his previous life, he barely did anything to be involved with her. Shin Xiol's voice reminded him of Tang Soil's unrequited love. Shin Xiol continued to speak of Tang Soil. Tang Soil responded, stuttering that she agreed. Gu Jiliop was internally conflicted, trying to stop himself from overthinking the situation. Meanwhile, Tang Soil asked if he liked her. The silence hung heavy in the air. Gu Jiliop and Tang Soil sat across from each other at the table. Tang Soil stammered, trying to get his attention. Gu Jiliop apologized, asking if they were still talking. Gu Jiliop told them to get out, apologizing to the Gu clan heir, but asking for some time alone with Tang Soil. The Gu clan heir was confused by the request. The Gu clan heir was angry, asking if Gu Jiliop could not see the atmosphere. The spirit warned that shutting up and leaving was how the Gu clan heir could keep his life. The Gu clan heir realized something. The Gu clan heir stated that he was finished talking to Tang Soil, so the two of them could converse, and that he would let Gu Jiliop know about his offer soon. The Gu clan heir thanked Gu Jiliop. The Gu clan heir left. Tang Soil thought the situation was intense. Tang Soil looks off to the side, her expression unreadable. Across from her, Namgung Baya states that she wanted to talk to Soil, adding that it was nice to see her. Elsewhere, the clan head holds a cup, having heard the news. The news is that Soil is set to get engaged to the Gu clan heir. Back in the room, Soil says no. Namgung Baya thinks it's a good thing. Soil's expression darkens. Soil clenches her fist, remembering the question from before. Namgung Baya states that she'll ask Soil again. She asks Soil if she loves Gu Yanshan. The clan head continues to hold his cup. Namgung Baya looks on. Soil says that she's not sure. She thinks to herself that she doesn't exactly know what love is. Soil hoped that Gu Yanshan would stay by her side. Namgung Baya smiled faintly. Namgung Baya knew that for sure. Tang Soil was taken aback by Namgung Baya's words. Soil wondered why. She questioned why Baya would say such a thing, feeling betrayed. Soil wondered why Baya would bring up Gu Yanshan. Soil thought that if she had just asked to get engaged with the Gu clan earlier. Soil apologized. Baya asked why Soil was apologizing, adding that Soil liked him first. Soil thought that she was the one who should be sorry. Soil thought that she shouldn't get between a matter decided by their clans. Baya presented Soil with an invitation to the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. Tang Soil considered the implications of Gu Yanshan accompanying her to the assembly. Even if he refused, she thought it would be all right. Meanwhile, Namgung Baya tilted her head slightly, a subtle expression of curiosity crossing her face. Baya then declared that she, too, would be going. Baya seemed to be at peace with her decision. The room seemed to shimmer with an odd energy. Soil recoiled, finding Baya too bright. Soil wondered what had happened between them, recalling that Baya had always hated going to events. Soil imagined Baya holding hands with a man amidst a field of flowers, wondering if this was the power of love. Soil felt completely lost, only telling Baya this. Soil then thought that she may have conceived his child. Soil hid her face behind a fan. Soil began to cough, but insisted that she was all right. Baya was shocked by what Soil had just said. Baya questioned what Soil had just said, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Suddenly, a foot stomped down. The sound made Gu Yanshan pause in his tracks. He wondered what was the matter. Gu Yanshan dismissed it, saying it was nothing, but he couldn't shake an ominous feeling. For some reason, he hoped they weren't talking about anything weird. The green-haired woman, Gu Wibi, was shocked by what she just heard and demanded a clarification. Namgung Baya, with a blush, stammered, questioning if she had heard correctly about the possibility of child. Baya recalled sleeping on Manhwa while holding hands, suggesting that a child might have been conceived then. Wibi was in disbelief, thinking they had already gone so far. Wibi was confused by Baya's statement. Wibi asked what happened after holding hands. Baya asked if something more needed to be done. Wibi realized that Baya was completely oblivious to this type of stuff. Wibi decided to tell Baya for her own sake. Baya stated that that's not how babies are made. Wibi looked at Baya. Wibi told Baya to listen closely. Baya was about to explain how babies are made. Baya's eye reflected the cosmos, a vast and unknowable expanse. The universe seemed to swallow her whole as she fell through the void. Emerging from her cosmic journey, Baya found herself back in familiar surroundings. From a distance, a voice questioned their tardiness. Yang Feng stood waiting, his arms crossed. Baya, flustered, demanded to know what was wrong with him. Yang Feng, taken aback by her outburst, asked if she was all right. Her face flushed. Baya's anger flared. She was clearly upset. Suddenly, Baya turned and ran, demanding to know where they were going. Yang Feng was left speechless. He reached out, trying to stop her. Yang Feng wondered what he had done this time. He watched as Baya stormed away. A hand rests on a bed, the fingers slightly curled. Elsewhere, the Sword Queen was told that there were questions for her, and she was asked to sit. The Sword Queen remained standing. The one who spoke referred to her as squad leader. The hand on the bed twitched. The Sword Queen was told that she must be addressed in a certain way, at least for now, as she stood in a room with an intricate tile floor. The speaker stated that if they were to ask her about what happened in the demon realm that day, a figure was engulfed in flames. The speaker asked if she had forgotten their promise. The Sword Queen was asked if there was a problem. The speaker reminded her that they had promised not to question her about Chun-Hee, but that the same promise did not extend to the demon realm. The figure engulfed in flames stated that they were not playing around right now. It was explained that the mature dragon squad was created by the Murim Alliance to prevent the dangers of the demon realm from reaching civilians. The speaker stated that if they considered the children who once followed her as squad leader, it was certainly something they would never joke about. The speaker asked her to answer. The figure engulfed in flames pressed the Sword Queen, demanding to know what she witnessed in the demon realm and what caused such devastation. The scene shifts to a flashback, revealing a brutal battle within the demon realm. The narrator explains that it was the poor children who entered the demon realm, only to kill each other. The fighting continued, the narrator adding that the events caused the survivors to tremble in fear and end their lives. The scene shows a blood-stained floor, littered with bodies. The carnage continued, the flames rising higher. The perspective shifts back to the figure engulfed in flames. The flames crackled around the clan head, bearded man, as he listened intently. Namgung Bai responded that if he wished to know what she witnessed, would he understand if she told him she merely saw the same thing he saw as well? The flashback continued, showing the twisted tree she witnessed. The scene showed Namgung Bai standing before the twisted tree. She recalled that when she went to the demon realm to find Chun-Hee, chaotic energy infiltrated her body from merely witnessing it. The memory continued, the narrator explaining that its aura and bindings did not even allow her to speak of its existence, and that the squad leader saw the same thing as her. The clan head, bearded man, stated that Namgung Bai had experienced its danger herself, so he didn't believe he needed to explain further, adding that everyone saw the same thing and went mad. Aside from those who stayed back due to illness, the Sword Queen continued her account. She recalled that they all entered the demon realm under the orders of the Sword Supreme, who was the alliance leader at the time. The Sword Queen stated that the Sword Supreme claimed that ending the demon realm would save the world, and they followed his orders. Baya declared that those were lies. She recounted hearing from the Sword Supreme himself that the mature dragon squad was disbanded and that he stepped down from alliance leader. The Sword Queen believed that the Sword Supreme thought he could find a way to revive his daughter in the demon realm. She spoke with him again as they traveled back to Shanxi. The Sword Queen realized that it was all for his own personal interest. She recalled that the great Sword Supreme kneeled in front of her, and it was a sorry sight to see. Baya thought that if he was unapologetic, she would at least be able to direct her anger at him. The Sword Queen stated that those children did not lose their lives for the greater good that day. The clan head, bearded man, believed that they were sacrificed for the alliance leader's greed and lies. Baya was aware that his actions cannot be understood nor forgiven. She then questioned why. The clan head, bearded man, stated that he merely did so because he had to. The clan head, bearded man, told Baya that she should leave for today, as he had no more answers for her. The clan head, bearded man, watched as the woman departed. A close-up revealed the intensity of his gaze. The woman paused, exhaling slowly. She stated that she would visit him again. The clan head, bearded man, stood silently, his expression unreadable. His eye reflected a deep, unsettling red. The narrative voice stated that the Sword Supreme did not appear to be in his right mind back then. It was almost as if he was entranced by something, the sight almost like a figure stood before a massive, ominous purple entity with glowing red eyes. The figure gazed up at the entity. Back in the present, the clan head, bearded man stood with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face as a young girl looked up at him with wide eyes. Below them, flames engulfed the area. Someone ran through the inferno. Someone commented that they really got themselves a dragon over here. The clan head, bearded man, observed the scene as he was greeted by the second elder and another disciple. They remarked on his success at Manhwa. The clan head's sister offered him a towel, but he dismissed the idea of calling someone a dragon. He questioned if she wasn't at the age to love that kind of thing. She acknowledged his presence. The Plum Blossom Sage had apparently sent something that belonged to the young master. He was told to take a look inside. The young master held the pouch, curious about its contents. It was a bracelet, and he was told to keep it on him. The young master offered to give it to his sister if it wasn't important. The second child was pleased that the young master gave her another present. Someone reprimanded him for giving away a present in front of the person who gave it to him. Suddenly, the young master was struck by an unseen force. The impact caused a powerful shockwave. Someone approached. The clan head, bearded man, stated that Seola no longer needed it, adding that he was going to tell him. The young master, clutching his head, felt a sharp pain. He wondered if the Namgung clan had already arrived. He then realized that they were waiting for his fiancée to arrive nearby. First the Tang clan, and now the Namgung clan, he thought, wondering why they were getting so many fancy guests. Suddenly, someone leaped from the rooftop. The young master realized that if Namgung Baya went home, it would be for the best. He affirmed that this was the only right thing to do. Namgung Baya wondered why. She felt anxious. Below, the young master fell. He reached out. Namgung Baya watched. She watched the young master fall, her expression a mix of concern and helplessness. Meanwhile, the clan head watched with a stern gaze, his expression unreadable. Gu Yanchuan's face contorted in a grimace of pain. Below, a surge of red energy erupted. The heavenly demon's face was half visible, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Water is poured from container. The water cascades down. The water pools on the ground. A figure stands near the water. The figure, revealed to be dark_haired_protagonist_1, holds the container. Dark_haired_protagonist_1 looks up at the night sky. Dark_haired_protagonist_1 sits near a pile of rocks. A voice echoes, stating that dark_haired_protagonist_1 reminds them of the moon. The moon hangs in the night sky as Namgung_H is seen in the foreground. A close-up shows Namgung_H's hair and shoulder. Namgung_H asks, HM, after hearing the voice. Dark_haired_protagonist_1 tells her to not worry about it, saying he misspoke. Namgung_H thinks that dark_haired_protagonist_1 said it without thinking much. It is said that ever since then, Namgung_H seemed to stare into the moon, trapped in thought, even when she drew her last breath. Namgung_H, injured and bloody, asks if the moon is up. The question hung in the air. Just what was she thinking when she stared up at the moon? Meanwhile, Namgung Baya stood silently, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The thought crossed her mind that she could lose herself in such sentimental things in a life as filthy as theirs. Dark_haired_protagonist_1 realized that was why he couldn't understand. If she died, she couldn't swing that sword she loved. So much so that she couldn't even stare up towards the moon. If she died, it was the end. He wondered why she did it. Dark_haired_protagonist_1 clicked his tongue, calling her a dumb bitch. What did she mean she wanted to? He sat alone, the bottle in his hand. He realized there was no point in continuing this thought any further. Dark_haired_protagonist_1 stared up at the sky. Inside a building, two figures stand in the background. The scene shifts to a close-up of the floor. The perspective changes again, focusing on a figure's neck and shoulder. The focus tightens on a man's face, his expression grim. Meanwhile, a figure is sent flying through a window. Shin Cheol stands with a stern expression. A hand glows with fiery energy. Jae Galhyuk's face is shown with an intense gaze. The battle intensifies as Shin Cheol and young_protagonist clash, their powers colliding. The force of the impact sends a figure reeling. Young_protagonist's expression is fierce as he prepares to strike. Young_protagonist demands to know who dares interfere in another man's household matters, realizing who Shin Cheol is. The air crackled with energy as Namgung Jin was revealed to be the head of the Namgung clan, the Azure Sky Sword King. Namgung Jin extended his hand, stating it was a pleasure to meet the Namgung clan head. Gu Yanchun introduced himself as being from the Gu clan and betrothed to Namgung Jin's daughter. He then asked if Namgung Jin could explain the situation. The clan head responded that he should be the one asking questions, especially since he was in the middle of reprimanding his own child as a father. Gu Yanchun countered, asking how he could stand by when he witnessed his fiancée get slapped in the face. He stated that he simply viewed Namgung Jin as someone who had harmed a guest of theirs. Energy crackled around Namgung Jin. The energy intensified. Namgung Baya was present, and Namgung Jin told her that she seemed to have talent, but lacked humility. He added that she was just like her father. Namgung Jin's energy surged. Gu Yanchun smirked. Namgung Jin stated that Gu Yanchuan's own son seemed to be quite arrogant despite lacking both talent and humbleness. Namgung Jin asked if he should refer to Gu Yanchun as his second daughter now. Enraged, Namgung Jin shouted that Gu Yanchun was a brat. He stated that his son seemed to have caused trouble. Nearby, Gu Yanchun listened intently. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Gu Yanchun. The clan head was told that Gu Yanchun was still young, and that he would be told off later, so he should overlook this and go on and apologize. Gu Yanchun apologized to the Namgung clan head. He apologized for the commotion and stated that he would be on his way now. The clan head declared that this was not a matter of a simple apology. Namgung Jin's expression hardened. He stated that it would be tomorrow. The tension in the room was palpable. Namgung Baya observed the exchange. She thought to herself that she would end the punishment here and that Gu Yanchun should get treatment for his injury from their servant immediately. Namgung Baya agreed. Gu Yanchun walked away. Gu Yanchun walked away, his footsteps echoing in the courtyard. Meanwhile, the third child was consumed by regret, realizing he couldn't hold himself back. Elsewhere, clan head Bearded Man called out, wondering if the third child could hear him. The third child responded, stammering in agreement. He worried that the clan head Bearded Man would be angry, perhaps even kill him. The clan head Bearded Man acknowledged that he did well. The third child wondered what he did. The clan head Bearded Man stated that he did a good job and moved to protect someone he cared about. The third child realized that it was not an immoral deed. The clan head Bearded Man stood with his back turned. The third child thought of someone he cared about. A hand held out a flower. The third child and second child female held the flower together. Gu Wibby smiled. The clan head Bearded Man stood overlooking the city. The clan head Bearded Man heard the voice of young man protagonist behind him, who was speaking to him. Young man protagonist reminded the clan head that he had promised him the great sage pill for bringing his sister back. The clan head Bearded Man acknowledged that he was just about to bring it up. Young man protagonist stated that he wanted the clan head to show him what was underground. The clan head Bearded Man listened intently. Young man protagonist explained that he even wanted to be near that place since that day. The clan head Bearded Man thought that it would be bad to push it back any further. The clan head stated that once the marriage arrangements were finalized the next day, he would take young man protagonist to their destination. Gu Juliop was taken aback by the mention of marriage. Gu Juliop was instructed to meet with the Namgung clan head to schedule the wedding and to not be late to the meeting the next day. Gu Juliop simply acknowledged the instructions. Gu Juliop wondered what was going on, especially since he had just returned. Elsewhere, Shin Shiol questioned why Gu Juliop had stood by and watched a particular situation. Yang Feng responded that Gu Juliop seemed quite entertained despite the situation and that it was as entertaining as it could be from his perspective. Shin Shiol then asked about the tournament that the Tang clan child brought up, noting that Gu Juliop could have refused her invitation then and there. Gu Juliop stated that he had no real reason to refuse the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly, and Hunan wasn't far. Gu Juliop realized that there was someone he must eventually meet there. Gu Juliop wondered if the Shaolin were still in Hunan. Shin Shiol asked if Gu Juliop could stop by the Shaolin, as there was something he wished to look into. Yang Feng questioned if they just needed to stop by. Gu Juliop agreed that he would stop by. The architecture of the Gu clan compound was impressive. As Gu Juliop approached, he saw a figure standing in the distance. The figure, Mian, remarked that he thought he might be late, but nobody was there. Mian then asked what took Gu Juliop so long. Elsewhere, Namgung Baya thought that in times like these, they needed to be there early. Namgung Baya walked towards the meeting place. She smiled softly. Mian's face was partially visible. Mian looked surprised. Within the Gu clan's territory, two figures sat in quiet contemplation. From a different vantage point, the clan head, seated with another, expressed his hope that the other had slept well. The other man wondered what incident the clan head was referring to. The clan head thanked the other for his concern. The man with white hair dismissed the clan head's gratitude, stating that it was none of his business and asked that he pay no heed. The clan head wondered how he could. After all, that emotional unrest was related to him. The white-haired man thought that he could tell yesterday that the clan head was the same as ever. He gripped his cup tightly. The clan head wondered how he could call himself as hospitable as ever when the other man was right there. Thinking it was holy, the clan head suggested that they move on to the main subject of scheduling the marriage. The white-haired man was choking. The title card proclaims, childhood friend of the Zenith. The marriage scheduling itself progressed. Although they are ready to fight each other at any moment, they both are the type to separate personal matters from more important ones. Namgung Baya thinks to herself that she and the other person are just there to sit by. Someone asks how she is eating in this atmosphere. The question is met with silence. Namgung Baya is asked why she's embarrassed now. She thinks to herself that she thought everything was going well. The clan head thinks it would be good to have her reside in their clan when Gu Yongshun officially becomes the clan heir when he's 20. The clan head pours tea. The clan head asks if she thinks they waste that much time. Someone asks if there's a problem with that. The white-haired man thinks that, just like yesterday, the Namgung clan leader really can't talk back to father. The white-haired man thinks it's less of a conversation and more of an announcement. The white-haired man says, all right, then asks when they should. The clan head inquired about holding the actual wedding. He then suggested next spring if they didn't have a day in mind. The heavenly demon responded that he would discuss it with his elders and send a letter later. He hoped for good results. Elsewhere, a fist clenched tightly. Time seemed to pass. Gu Yongchun sat in meditation. Gu Keelan's name was invoked. The memory was painful. The memory continued, with Gu Qilan saying that they still stared at him with those derogatory eyes. He still had not forgotten the day he lost to them. Flames engulfed the sky, heat so hot that he couldn't even breathe. That was not something a martial artist of their age could unleash. From that day forth, he grounded all his youth into training to defeat them. He believed that if he gave it his all, he could surpass them. However, the words echoed in his mind. He was lacking on the inside. The man recalled the words. He gripped his sword tightly. The heavenly demon demanded to know what he had just said, repeating that he was lacking on the inside and needed to fill it. Gu Yanshun considered the words of the Heavenly Supreme, one of the three Supremes. He wondered what the Heavenly Supreme was referring to, realizing it had been decades since he started trying to answer that question. Gu Yanshun still had been unable to escape Gu Qilan's shadow. And now, Gu Yanshun realized that his brat of a son was looking down on him as well. Gu Yanshun gripped the hilt of his sword. He thought that if a father wouldn't educate his child, it'd be all right to do it for him. The countless sword sends its power. The swordswoman's eyes are closed. The energy crackles around her. The sword is ready. With a burst of speed, she unleashes a strike. The strike continues. The attack intensifies. A voice calls out, telling her to stop there. She is told that she is getting noticeably better. She asks if that's really the case. Indeed, it is said that she is better compared to the first time. The swordswoman paused, startled by the sudden interruption. Nearby, Namgung Baya stood beside Gu Wibi, both sensing something amiss. Wibi confirmed that she felt it too, identifying the disturbance as originating from Baya's guest chambers. A strange energy pulsed around the guest chambers. Baya sensed something ominous and ordered Wibi to head there immediately. Wibi acknowledged the order. Wibi realized that if she went there in her current attire, they would know she was a servant of the Gu clan. Baya assured her that she had her ways. Elsewhere, someone moved through the night. Their footsteps echoed on the stone path. Jake Galhyuk's eyes narrowed as he observed the figure in the distance. The figure walked along the path. Jake Galhyuk wondered who it was, realizing it was the servant who followed around Qilan's son and questioned the servant's shoddy getup. The servant thought that their disguise would work. The servant was immediately met with a question, the speaker demanding to know what business Amir's servant had with them and who had sent her. Stammering, she struggled to find an answer. The figure stood, lightning crackling around them as they gripped the hilt of their sword. The figure declared that they had no time to deal with servants like her. The servant gasped, telling them that they couldn't do that. The figure's eye narrowed, their intent growing. The figure wondered what was happening, sensing the huge, scary intent directed at them. The servant questioned if they were going to take their anger out on young master. The figure's expression hardened. Energy crackled around the figure. The figure took a step forward. A voice urged the servant to draw their sword, questioning what they would do now. The figure recalled that the brat of the Gu clan had told her that too, stating that first it was him, and now her, and that they all annoyed her. The figure declared that they didn't like it. The figure prepared to strike. The air crackled with energy as a powerful force descended. The energy intensified, creating a blinding display of power. From above, the figure with the wide-brimmed hat remained still. Suddenly, the figure coughed, a sign that they were affected by the attack. The energy continued to surge, its intensity unwavering. The air shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The attacker's face was grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. More energy blasts rained down, targeting the servant. Each impact sent shockwaves through the area. The servant wondered how their attack was nullified. The attacker was visibly confused, questioning how she nullified the attack. His expression hardened as he demanded to know what she was. The servant stood firm, her expression unreadable beneath the wide-brimmed hat. Her eyes narrowed, focused on the attacker. The sound of footsteps echoed through the stone corridors. The footsteps grew louder, closer. The sound reverberated through the dark. A figure approached, their boots hitting the ground. The figure in the cell asked why he had been summoned. The approaching figure stood before the cell. The prisoner was told that, given his current state, he seemed to have taken a liking to that family. The approaching figure, seemingly surprised, wondered what this was all about. He reflected that he had spent so much time in hiding that he had grown accustomed to it. The man seemed to be in disbelief. The prisoner demanded to know why he had been called there. He was told that he needed to visit the Dark Knight Palace. The prisoner questioned the order, asking about the Dark Knight Palace. The man explained that they had received a request from the First Elder, clarifying why he was summoned. The order was clear: deliver the letter to the Dark Knight Palace. The task seemed troublesome. Because of this, the task was passed on. Elsewhere, a figure sat in silence. The thought lingered that Gu Changjun would even reach out to them to gain more power. Gu Changjun's greed had blinded him. Someone was quite intrigued. Energy crackled. The energy intensified. The energy surged. The energy coalesced around a figure. The figure paused, sensing something. The young master's power surged, his expression a mask of fury as he unleashed his energy. Elsewhere, Namgung Baya observed the unfolding events, noting the ineptitude in her opponent's movements. The energy crackled and surged. The energy continued to build. The force of the energy was immense. The energy spread throughout the area. The clan head looked up, sensing the shift in power. The energy continued to spread. Namgung Baya's eyes widened as she sensed the approaching power. The energy surged closer to Namgung Baya. The impact of the energy was felt throughout the area. The force of the energy was overwhelming. The aftermath of the energy's release. The lingering effects of the energy. The clan head stood firm, bracing himself against the immense power. Namgung Baya reacted with uncanny precision, blocking every attack. Below, the clash of steel echoed through the training grounds. The clan head wondered how she could block his attacks. The clan head's eyes widened in disbelief. The sound of the swords clashing reverberated. The sound was distinct. Someone recognized the sound as a sword resonance. The ringing of the sword was something that even skilled swordsmen had trouble recreating, so the clan head questioned how a mere servant could. The clan head found it impossible. He realized that the great Azure Sky Sword King was having trouble defeating a mere servant. Sparks flew as the swords continued to clash. The energy crackled around them. Another observer watched the fight intently. The observer's eyes narrowed. The clan head wondered how she could block his attacks with the same moves from before. The clan head's foot crashes down, the force of the blow rippling outwards. The impact sends a shock wave through the area. The energy continues to surge. Despite the clan head's power, Namgung Baya remains unharmed, her expression unchanged. A blinding light erupts. The air crackles with energy. The force of the attack intensifies. The energy continues to build. The attack explodes outwards. The clan head searches for Namgung Baya. He wonders where she disappeared to. Suddenly, he notices something. He sees blonde hair. The clan head is shocked by the sight of her hair. He stares in disbelief. Energy crackled in the air. The heavenly demon watched intently. The energy coalesced around Namgung Baya. The clan head was stunned by the change. He realized the flow of her sword had completely changed. The heavenly demon realized he felt sad when he saw her sword, sensing the emptiness within. Namgung Baya's eyes narrowed. Her gaze intensified. The clan head heard a voice telling him that he was lacking on the inside. He stood firm. The clan head dared to speak. He demanded that someone use their mouth. A voice boomed, questioning who dared to speak of them. The clan head prepared to attack. His energy surged. Lightning crackled. The clan head prepared to strike, but the scene shifted to a display of swordsmanship, crackling with blue energy. The sword techniques appeared rough and unrefined. The swordsman's movements seemed unpolished. It was observed that the man was using the Namgung sword. However, something was amiss. The swordplay was jagged and messy, as if the user had lost their foundation. The heavenly supreme of a previous life, a skilled swordsman of Namgung, often wondered why his sword felt so rough. The question arose, was this how the Namgung clan's sword had always been? But there was one person who differed. The demonic blade empress was different. The demonic blade empress wielded her sword with grace and precision. Her sword always felt like it knew where it needed to go. The question lingered. Why was it only Namgung Baya, of all the martial artists of Namgung, that was able to distinguish her sword? The sword techniques of others paled in comparison. Namgung Baya's swordsmanship stood apart, a testament to her unique skill. A surge of energy erupted. Below, the dark-haired protagonist glared, his expression a mask of fury. Namgung Baya, standing her ground, questioned why. The question echoed in her mind. Why? The protagonist roared, demanding to know why her sword couldn't reach him. His power surged, crackling with blue energy. The energy intensified. The surge of power continued to build, rocks and debris floating in its wake. The energy expanded, filling the space. The protagonist stood amidst the chaos, the energy swirling around him. From above, someone declared that this wouldn't do. Namgung Baya admitted that she didn't want to, but if she was to calm him down, she realized this was the only way. A powerful strike was unleashed. The energy surged forward. The clash of power sent shockwaves through the area. Energy crackled in the air. The force of the impact was immense. The energy surged. The power continued to build. The collision of forces created a blinding light. The heavenly demon's hand reached out, seemingly unaffected by the blast. The air shimmered with displaced energy. Gu Yanchuan's eyes widened in shock. Nearby, others watched the unfolding events with concern. The force of the impact shook the very ground beneath them. Someone cried out in pain. Shin Chiol recognized the sword and exclaimed that it belonged to the Namgung clan. Someone wondered aloud how it was possible. Namgung Baya stands tall, her glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Her white hair cascades down her back as she prepares for battle. Below her, the ground is cracked and uneven, reflecting the eerie light. Her feet are planted firmly, ready to move at a moment's notice, her sword prepared to strike. The clan head gasped, recognizing the technique. He realized that the sword technique he had just witnessed belonged to the Namgung clan. Namgung Baya stood under the moonlight, her curiosity piqued. The question of how a mere servant of the Gu clan knew the Namgung clan's martial arts echoed in her mind. She realized that he was truly desperate. Right now, her curiosity as a martial artist outweighed her ill intent as she wondered how he had come to learn the Namgung clan's sword. The clan head dismissed the question of how Gu Yanshun knew the sword technique, stating that it didn't matter. He pleaded with Namgung Baya to teach him. Namgung Baya didn't think he'd be this desperate and urged him to get up. Gu Yanshun insisted that he was just a servant of the Gu clan. He explained that the path he gained from witnessing someone else meant he couldn't explain exactly how it was done. Namgung Baya wondered if he was witnessing someone else. She wondered where he could have seen such a thing. Namgung Baya's expression remained unreadable. Elsewhere, two figures stood in a moonlit forest. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how Kielwun-sun could be involved in such a thing. The other figure explained that he had heard that the young master had the opportunity to witness the lost sword of Namgung up close, adding that whether he believed it or not was his choice. Namgung Baya hoped that Gu Yanshun would not tell others about what happened that day. She thought that if he wished for teachings from her young master, he would need to resolve his rage first. The figure remained seated. Elsewhere, Jie Galhyo questioned if it was Gu Yanshun. Another voice exclaimed about that boy. The sun began to rise. A figure apologized, saying they would give her body back now. They wondered if it would be all right to leave it at that, and what if he tried to attack young master again? Namgung Baya's expression remained stern. She thought that they didn't need to worry about that anymore, and more importantly, she realized she ended up dumping it onto him. An apology hung in the air. The apology was directed towards Gu Yanshun. Gu Yanshun stirred, feeling the numbness in his arm. He looked down at Namgung Baya, who was still asleep. Gu Yanshun wondered why she had come to his room when her parents were present. He watched her sleep, a soft HM escaping her lips. Gu Yanshun noticed something left on the table. He picked it up. It was a note that read, "I taught the Namgung clan a lesson, so don't worry." Gu Yanshun wondered who had left it there and if someone was inside the room. Suddenly, he heard a voice, recognizing it as the Namgung clan head. Gu Yanshun was shocked that he was there and asked him to wait a moment. He moved to shield Namgung Baya. The clan head asked what brought him there so early. The clan head stated that he had something to ask. Gu Yanshun, still waking up, wondered who was there. The Namgung clan head stood tall, thinking it was the worst time for her to wake up. The clan head's expression was stern. He cleared his throat. Gu Yanshun, now fully awake, heard the clan head say he would like to talk to him in private and asked if he would come with him. Gu Yanshun repeated the words, "Talk." The two walked through the training grounds. Gu Yanshun wondered why the clan head had brought him to the training grounds. He realized the reason he brought his sword. Gu Yanshun cursed, realizing his suspicions were right. The clan head drew his sword. Gu Yanshun prepared to fight. The clan head's sword glowed with power. The clan head's sword was ready to strike. The air crackled with anticipation. Gu Yanshun watched as the clan head's hand began to glow. Gu Yanshun wondered what the clan head was talking about and why he was being so polite. The clan head demanded that Gu Yanshun not lie to him, unsure of what he was. The clan head revealed that he had heard that Gu Yanshun knew the proper way to use the sword of the Namgung clan, and that he himself had taught the Namgung clan peasant. The clan head wondered who had said that, and if it could be related to that note from earlier. The clan head begged Gu Yanshun to show him that sword, offering to give him anything he needed. The clan head demanded to know what had gotten into Gu Yanshun. The clan head demanded to know what had gotten into Gu Yanshun. Gu Yanshun thought the clan head was a pitiful man. Gu Yanshun realized that if the clan head was the head of the clan, he was probably considered to be quite skilled within the current Namgung clan, but that the swordsmanship he demonstrated just now was lacking about his sword. Gu Yanshun thought about all the swordsmanship of the Namgung clan's martial artists that he observed in his memory. Gu Yanshun realized that while well-trained, they were all different from the Namgung sword he knew. Gu Yanshun's assessment of the clan head's swordsmanship continued. He believed it focused too much on being flashy. Meanwhile, a voice declared that the clan's sword had lost its way, but that the speaker's fiancée had figured out the proper path later in her life. The voice continued, stating that they could only describe the current sword of the Namgung clan as having lost its way. Elsewhere, the young man with spiky black hair was shocked, realizing that something had been forgotten and exclaiming, "Damn, Mayong." He wondered if the Mayong the old man Shin was referring to could be. The narrative voice declared that one of the heroes who saved the world from the terrors of the blood demon was the heavenly lightning sword, Namgung Mayong. The young man with spiky black hair was in distress, wondering what he should do right now, as he barely knew how to use a sword at all. He thought that he had absolutely no idea how to use a sword, but that it worked. The voice declared that, as a fellow swordsman, seeing him so troubled about his martial arts made them feel sorry for him, and that they now had a way to help him. Gu Yanshun was confused, wondering what the clan head was trying to do. The clan head held the sword, declaring it to be the Namgung clan's sword, with its hard-edged style. It was said that as it uses lightning energy, its focus is on lightning-like movements. The voice stated that what is truly important is to ensure that it maintains a flow like that of a wave, one that never stops. The young man with spiky black hair was shocked. The clan head lies on the ground, defeated. Above him, the young man with spiky black hair descends, his sword aimed downward. He thinks to himself that even if it isn't flashy, he must do it properly. The sword cuts through the air. The blade continues its descent. The sound of the blade echoes. The young man with spiky black hair grips the sword tightly. He continues to descend, the sword still aimed at the clan head. The sword continues its downward trajectory. The air swirls around the blade. The clan head's eyes widen in realization. The young man with spiky black hair realizes what it all meant. The clan head expresses his gratitude, stating that this will be of great help to him, which the young man with spiky black hair is glad to hear. A voice echoed in the emptiness, declaring that something must be engraved. The declaration was followed by the sight of a figure descending with a sword in hand, poised to strike. The figure plummeted downwards, sword aimed at their target. Meanwhile, another figure observed the scene, noting that the way he left reminded them of someone. They were glad that he seemed to have gathered something. Another person wondered how he had performed the Namgung sword technique. He admitted that he merely mimicked what he saw before. Someone else questioned who told him that he knew how to use a sword. He confessed that he had no clue. The young man laughed. He figured it worked out, but more importantly, there was somewhere he needed to head to. The young man's expression was serious as he considered his next destination. Elsewhere, a figure walked through a stone archway. A voice stated that someone was late. The figure was dressed in a red robe. The young man apologized for being late, explaining that he had something to take care of. The other figure responded that it was all right, as he had heard the explanation. The clan head's question hung in the air. Was he speaking to the chief steward? The clan head then instructed to descend. The clan head began to walk down the stairs, with protagonist_1 following closely behind. The young man's expression was unreadable. The pair descended deeper into the underground passage. The clan head continued his descent, his robes rustling with each step. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the darkness. Now the clan head spoke. Protagonist_1 confirmed that they had come underground as requested. The underground passage stretched before them. The air grew heavy with anticipation. The clan head pondered where to begin.